Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 401 Training Time. I'm confused whether you were learning forging or philosophy. Astaroth chuckled as soon as they were out of the forge. However, Ashton wasn't laughing. Every word that came out of Vulcan's mouth was a lesson. As someone who went through all that shit to make a few cackling flames, Ashton knew Vulcan's words were more than a simple lesson. Someone like Astaroth wouldn't realize the weight those words held. Nor did Ashton want to waste his time making Astaroth realize what he was missing out on. So rather than correcting him and wasting his time, Ashton decided to get some sleep. Being a tribird wasn't easy. Ashton had to take care of nutrition for each of his genes, and he also needed to fulfill even the minimal demands. That's why, although he wasn't required to sleep, he still wanted to rest his eyes for a couple of hours to give his mind a chance to relax and unwind, especially after the time he spent in the forge. But it seemed fate had different things planned for him. The moment he exited the forge, he was greeted by Eula and her mother, along with the household members and the captain of the guards. Ashton was a bit surprised to see them there. Eula and her mother rarely ever left the secure walls of their mansion, and after last night's attack, he wasn't expecting them to come out so soon. But he was mistaken. All of them had their gazes turned towards, some with gratitude while some with shame. "Thank you for all you did last night." Eula mumbled, "Had it not been for you and your fellow mercenaries, it would have been the last day of my life. I would also like to apologize for the mistreatment you have been forced to endure due to the foolishness of some." Eula's mother said, "As the head of the household, it was my responsibility to take care of your team, and I failed miserably. It's fine, you don't need to worry about it." Ashton replied with a smile, "We're mercenaries. Living in harsh environments is often a part of the job. Unlike your beliefs, your coldness does not affect us in the slightest. If that's all, I'd suggest you retreat to the safety of your mansion." Saying so, Ashton left them there. While his words might not seem cold, his attitude towards them was. They were anything but empathetic towards them before last night. Now that they realized their guards weren't as useful as they had thought, they wanted to show the mercenaries respect. Now that they knew they were fucked without the mercenaries, they wanted to treat them as living beings. No. Fuck that. Ashton had made his call, but he still informed the rest of the team about the change, and their reaction was pretty much similar to his. The behavior they had been subjected to might have affected them before, but now they had gotten used to it. One day had passed. They just needed to endure it for another 13 and then be done with them. A couple of hours later, Weimar and Lyhud joined Ashton in the makeshift base that Vulcan made for them. Apparently, he had some material to spare after repairing the watchtowers, so he made something for the mercenaries. The old man likes to act tough but cares about strangers, Ashton thought. You know, he did it for you. He isn't generous enough to give a shit about the rest of them, right? I'm going to leave a shitty review for them. Weimar barked loudly. No mercenary would ever want to work for these Evelyns ever again. Now you sound like a Karen. Ashton sighed. Sounds like a what? Weimar looked at him confused. Like a little bitch carrying a shield. Ashton smiled. By the way, what were you doing last night? Lyhud here was healing the fallen while I did what I do best. Got drunk and then beaten up? Lyhud shyly mumbled. Lyhud had been shy and quiet since the day Ashton met him, but slowly he was getting more and more open around him. The shy attempt at sarcasm resulted from his time around them. He still wasn't open with the rest of the team, but it was a start. Good one, Lyhud. Weimar laughed while gently patting the healer on his back. You'll get rid of your shyness soon enough. Ashton smiled back as well. Did anyone from our team get injured? Lyhud shook his head. WW knew how to protect ourselves, and Weimar also helped, so we were good. The guards, however, were not. Those fools panicked, and I'm not talking about "oh, I forgot my keys" kind of panic. But the "oh man, the world's being devoured by the black hole" kind. Ashton nodded while scratching his chin. The guards might not be likable, to say the least. But they were still important, just like pawns in a chess game. If managed well, they could make or break the game. On the other hand, having them panic at the slightest inconvenience was detrimental to their mission. Who knows what those fools would do in a time of dire need. It was clear that these guards had no experience whatsoever. Maybe it was due to planet Eva being a peaceful place that rarely had wars. But Ashton couldn't ignore their uselessness anymore. We can have a repeat of what happened last night. After thinking for a couple of minutes, Ashton said, Leaving them as they are would only do us more harm than good. I agree. Weimar nodded. To think so too. Liehut not so confidently spoke up. We need to teach them some basics. We don't know when the next wave of attackers will come our way. That said, it'll be wise to use whatever time we have to teach them a trick or two. Right. Weimar got up, I'll inform the others about it. Liehut, you go and gather those pesky runts. Beating them up might be a good way to release this stress. Chapter 402 Training Time. In less than an hour, all the guards assembled in the courtyard. Well, at least those whose condition allowed them. Since Liehut had healed most of them last night, the guards did not argue with him. On top of that, they had already seen how strong the mercenaries were. If someone like them were offering the guards a chance to better themselves, they would be foolish to disregard it. Weimar and Ashton were already waiting for them there. A couple of other mercenaries joined them as well. As for the rest of them, they decided to leave the guards to suffer. After how they have been treated, they had no desire to help the guards or anyone. Is everyone here? Ashton asked Liehut while the guards formed a circle around them. Everyone that could move. Liehut replied before hastily walking away. Being the center of attention wasn't his cup of tea. As Ashton looked around, he found quite a few spectators watching them from some distance. Eula, her mother, the servants, and even Vulcan were standing outside the forge smoking a cigar thingy. It was likely because, apart from Eula, most of them had not seen Ashton fight before. Even though they knew he was the one that ended last night's battle, no one had witnessed him doing anything. I'll be frank with you, Ashton said while pointing at the guards, except a handful of you. None of you idiots knows a thing about fighting. Forget about that. I saw how well you operate the turrets and other defenses. The birds would have had a wonderful time dodging your bullets. As he admonished them, not a single guard could even meet Ashton's gaze. They were well aware of what a disaster the previous night had been. Even those who performed decently did not have the courage to point out. But some were infuriated by Ashton's words. However, they channeled that anger to fuel their thirst to get better rather than lashing out after hearing the truth. That was the case for most of them except one person. I don't think you're being fair here. A blonde guy with a bruised cheek spoke up. You guys are exceptional in the art of combat, but I doubt even you can fight if odds were stacked against you. This mother. Weimar was about to charge at him, but Ashton stopped him. He was waiting for something like this to happen. That was the sole motive behind his speech. There wasn't a better way to make someone understand their weakness than forcing them to admit it themselves. Let the man speak, Weimar. Ashton smiled. I'm unaware of what odds you're referring to. Please enlighten my ignorant self. We were outclassed and outnumbered. 10 to 1, that was the odds. Not to mention they even had better weapons than us. Upon hearing this, Vulcan almost broke his own of non-violence against any creature but the Zyrans. His weapons were one of the best in the class, and this runt was saying those pesky invaders had better weapons than the guards? Outnumbered and better weapons? Ashton scratched his chin. I'll have to disagree about the latter part. Rather than blaming the weapons, why don't you admit you didn't know how to use them? Ashton continued, other than that, you think being outnumbered was the reason for your uselessness. Is that correct? Yes. Fine. Let's do this then. Ashton shrugged. Weimar, bring some weapons, and what's your name again? Ely Martis. The blondie replied. Ely, gather 20 brave guards like yourself and get in front. We'll have a duel 20 of you against me. You'll be using weapons and I won't even use my hands. Are those odds enough to recreate the odds from last night? Ely did not speak a word. The expression on his face was similar to that of a deer about to become a lion's dinner. His big mouth had gotten him in trouble once again. However, he couldn't back down now, not after everyone had their eyes on him. Fine by us. Suddenly, a couple of dozen guards volunteered to team up with him. Maybe Ashton's words bruised a few too many egos. Great. Ashton replied and proceeded to have his hands cuffed. Just to make sure the runts don't cry later. Weimar handed half of them some melee weapons while the rest were given ranged weapons. The weapons were made for practice so they could use them as much as they liked and not hurt anyone too deeply. Everyone carrying melee weapons charged at Ashton before the fight had even begun. It was a dirty move, but ethics were the last thing in one's mind in a real battle. Sadly for them, all it took to defeat them was a single stomp. Ashton stomped his feet on the ground, and the shockwaves generated by it made all of them fall to their knees. After that, the spar turned into a soccer match. Ashton's kicks were flying everywhere, and a guard had to be rushed to the infirmary with every kick. Even Weimar couldn't keep up with Ashton's moves. After seeing Ashton's vicious moves, he would have assumed Ashton was playing with them to show off if he didn't know any better. As for the guards carrying guns, Ashton's agility made it impossible for them to aim, let alone fire around at him. 36 seconds. That's the time it took for Ashton to decimate the guards. Had his hands been open, it wouldn't have taken him more than 10 seconds. So while in everyone's eyes Ashton was a monster, he wasn't impressed with his performance. It shouldn't have taken me more than 30 seconds to beat them to a pulp. I seriously need to eat and rest more. Neglecting food and sleep was the wrong move. TSK, I expected more from you, Ashton. You're taking your genes and abilities for granted. Yeah, I'll have to train some more. Time to have a spar with Atlas. But first, it was quite a task to find Ely amongst the groveling guards. But Ashton eventually found him. The bruise on his face was more refined now, and it now resembled a tattoo of a shoe print. Do odds matter in every battle? Ashton asked before offering him a hand. No, sir. Ely replied, only strength does. Good. Get yourself checked and be back within the hour. The lesson will begin by then. Chapter 403, Beating the Sheet. Once everyone had calmed down a bit, the true lesson started. It was nothing extravagant and mind-blowing, and the lesson only consisted of general defensive and offensive techniques. The best way to demonstrate the effect of the techniques, Weimar and Ashton decided to go for a rematch. Only this time the use of abilities was not allowed. For a moment, Weimar thought it was a chance for him to avenge his loss as the last time they dueled. He ended up in the hospital, and Lyhud felt the same. Ashton was strong and Lyhud had no doubts about it, but without his abilities, he couldn't see how Weimar would lose again. This time is going to be different, Ashton. Weimar smirked, I can feel it in my bones. Of course it's going to be different. Ashton smiled back, this time I'll kick your ass, both literally and figuratively. Now if you've done barking, come at me. Weimar charged toward Ashton with his fists curled up like a couple of wrecking balls. His rhino-like physique only gave more momentum to his charge as he sped up. The rune-up was so fierce that the guards behind Ashton immediately moved sideways. Any man would have done the same because stopping Weimar seemed impossible at the moment. However, Ashton stood his ground. While everyone worried about him, he did not seem to be fazed. The next moment, the two mercenaries collided. The shockwave afterwards pushed everyone away while a cloud of dust surrounded Ashton and Weimar. It's over. There's no way the white-haired mercenary would be walking off by himself after this. One of the guards mumbled. You are underestimating him too much. Ely replied, just shut your mouths and watch. Having suffered a defeat from Ashton's hands, Ely knew very well that Ashton intentionally took the attack head-on. He could have easily dodged the attack just like he had dodged bullets during their fight. Ely might have said that, but the rest doubted his words. The guards weren't the only ones who thought Ashton was defeated, and Eula's mother and servants thought so too. The only ones who weren't bothered at all were Eula and Vulcan. Eula had seen Ashton fight and knew he wasn't weak enough to lose a fight just like that. As for Vulcan, he wouldn't have taken Ashton in as a disciple had he been so weak. In a couple of seconds the dust settled down and much to everyone's surprise, Ashton had not only managed to stop Weimar's attack, but he also did it with one hand. Weimar's face had turned red as he struggled to push Ashton backwards. But just like their previous duel, he failed to do so. Not bad, Ashton mumbled, you've gotten stronger than the last time. Did you level up or something? Yes, I did. Weimar replied through his pursed lips, but I think it doesn't matter, does it? No, it doesn't. Having said his piece, Ashton let go of the force he had been holding on to. He turned so that his back was towards Weimar, grabbed the tanker's hand and flung him over the shoulder before slamming him to the ground. Weimar's momentum ensured he couldn't fight back at any step of the way. It had been a while since Ashton used this move, but even so it was just as effective as before. The duel lasted less than 20 seconds and ended with Ashton's victory. Most of them were left dumbfounded, but the duel made them realize why the mercenaries respected Ashton more than anyone else. That damn shoulder toss. Weimar spat in frustration, who the hell even created that move? Rather than blaming the creator, blame yourself. Ashton patted Weimar's shoulder. Why do you always charge at your opponent? I could have predicted your move even before the duel began. Your fighting style is just that obvious. MTSK, I guess you are right. The Titan charge has been my signature move for as long as I can remember. But I guess it's time to learn and adapt to newer things. I'm not telling you to change it completely. Just make it unpredictable, get it? Weimar nodded, shook hands with Ashton, and focused on training the guards. Everyone was taught how to execute a perfect shoulder toss for the next couple of hours. Apart from a few dislocated shoulders and a handful of busted skulls, everything went fine. On a positive note, after watching Ashton and the rest of them working so hard, the mercenaries who refused to help the guards earlier also joined the training sessions. After the melee part of the training was over, the mercenaries began teaching the guards a thing or two about weapons and how to use them. Since Ashton did not know whatsoever about operating and using guns and other artillery weapons, he decided to stay back. But Vulcan wasn't about to let his disciples slack off like that. He gestured Ashton to follow and disappeared inside the forge. First you tell me to take a day off and then you call me back inside. What's the deal with you? Ashton complained, but his actions didn't match his words as he picked up the sticks and lit a fire. First, you don't get to question me. Vulcan smugly replied. Second, you don't need to use the sticks anymore. And third, wear an apron before going anywhere near the fire. Ashton didn't argue and picked up an apron that was visibly too short for him. But when he touched the thing, it expanded to fit him perfectly. Magic, what a fascinating thing. Ashton released an exaggerated gasp, which again got him smacked in the head with Vulcan's hammer. Time for your second lesson. Beating the sheet. Beating the shit. Out of whom? Ashton raised his eyebrow and got hit again. Ow. Not shit sheet. A metal sheet. That does make more sense. Ashton replied while caressing his head. Beating a sheet. Seems simple enough. Where is the sheet, though? Right here, Vulcan replied before throwing a jet black metal bar in Ashton's direction. Ashton tried grabbing the bar with one hand, but as soon as his fingers came in contact with it, he realized how big of a mistake it was. Although the metal bar was barely 5 inches long, it weighed more than half a ton. What the fuck is this thing? Ashton blurted out. My people called it the Nyx metal. One of the 7 rarest metals in the galaxy and possibly the universe. Vulcan replied. Normal weaponsmiths can't even dream of touching this metal relic, let alone work on it. You should feel lucky you're getting to use it for your first attempt. I feel lucky it didn't fall on my foot or something. Ashton mumbled, just look at the dent on the floor. Yeah, whatever. Pick it up and get to work. Vulcan gave the instructions and walked away, leaving a perplexed Ashton behind. How am I supposed to hammer it? I didn't spoon-feed my biological children. What makes you think I'll do it for you? Vulcan yelled without turning around, do whatever you have to, but I want it to be turned into a sheet by sunset. If I could, I would have used your head instead. Ashton mumbled before trying to lift the metal bar off the floor. Not going to lie, I feel sorry for his children. Who knows what kind of atrocities they had to go through while he was around. I'm wondering, what did they do to make him want to buy milk? Got him, it's heavy. Even the undead genes on Ashton's face turned red when he finally lifted the bar off the ground. But his problems were yet to begin. From what Astaroth knew about the Nyx metal, it was not only the heaviest but also one of the most rigid materials in the galaxy. That said, working on such metal would be difficult for even the most experienced weaponsmiths. So for Ashton to even turn the metal bar into a metal sheet was going to be a feat he could be proud of for decades. However, Ashton was out of breath even before starting. It's a shame all those muscles are going to rot away. TSK. Shut it, will you? Ashton retorted. Now, what should I do next? You've got to melt it first, I guess. Once the metal has turned a bit soft, you can start hammering it. Wait, you don't have a hammer. I don't need a hammer. Probably. Using Seraph's crystal, Ashton lit up the forge and placed the black metal bar right in the middle of the fire. Usually, a person would need to use tongs to do so, but Ashton abused his fire immunity and did it with his hands. Minutes passed, but the metal showed no signs of changing its form. The lack of change prompted Ashton to gradually raise the temperature of the fire till the metal bar turned red. Once heat reduced the metal to a semi-solid state, he removed it and curled up his fists. Wait, you're not going to. Why use a hammer when you have hands? Ashton let out a sinister smile. Let's begin. Chapter 404, Silence Before the Storm. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering filled the forge. But despite his best attempts, Ashton could barely put a dent into it. The hardness of Nyx metal was no joke. Ashton had no doubts he had probably broken his hands by now. But he kept going on, hammering away like a madman. Whenever his fists came in contact with the metal, violent purple sparks flew in all directions. User's strength increased by 3 points. Seraph's crystal has absorbed additional heat. Seraph's crystal has strengthened a bit more. These were just a few notifications out of what Ashton had received. Not only his strength but his stamina had also increased quite well. However, Ashton wasn't pleased with his progress in the slightest. He did not care about his stats. What he cared about were visible results that he wasn't getting. No matter what Ashton did, it didn't seem enough. More heat. Place it inside the hearth. Despite Astroth's protests, Ashton did not listen to what he said. Placing the metal in fire and then taking it out to beat it was time-consuming, which in turn in Ashton's eyes became a waste of time. So, rather than following the traditional way, Ashton decided to do it his own way. The way of a lazy brute. He began heating the bar through a separate source. The source in question was the crystal embedded in his hand. Both his arms were engulfed by flames as he furiously began pounding on the metal bar. Under the heat from the fire, Ashton's continuous punches and unbreakable determination, the metal bar eventually gave up. For the first time since picking up the metal bar, Ashton's efforts were proving to be fruitful. Strictly following a rhythm, Ashton finally flattened a portion of the bar. His blows were unrestrained but not out of control. It might have taken more time than Ashton thought it would, but he finally got the hang of it. The key to forming a sheet was consistency. But at the same time, mindlessly fisting the bar wouldn't yield results. He had to hammer it at regular intervals in a particular manner. As soon as he began following the rhythm, each of his strikes became 10 times stronger. Overcoming the hardness of Nyx metal was no longer a challenge for him. After some time, it felt like Ashton was playing around with the metal bar that was at his mercy. 3.5 hours later, Ashton finally managed to turn the metal bar into a thin sheet. His hands were shaking wildly from continuously hammering metal, but only a smile could be seen on his face. That smile on your face looks quite scary. Yeah, I didn't know you were such a scaredy cat. A sudden noise of clapping took his attention away. Ashton turned around to see Vulcan standing there, and for the first time he wasn't rebuking him yet. Good job. I didn't actually believe you'll manage to pull it off. I guess I'll have to give you harder tasks next, Vulcan praised Ashton, but the praise soon turned into criticism as he began analyzing the metal sheet. It's not a fine work, and the edges are thicker and uneven, and the sheet is full of flaws and your hand prints. Not to mention you did not use common sense to take a hammer from the closet next to the anvil. Ashton could feel a slap coming his way again, but nothing hit him. Instead, Vulcan walked up to him and handed him a hammer that looked similar to Vulcan's and patted his shoulder. You might not be perfect, but neither am I. The most important thing is to figure out your own way to forge, and as I see it, you have found your way to success. Congratulations, you are not a novice anymore. You're what I like to call an intermediate fool. I'm still a fool. Huh. Ashton scratched the back of his head. What else do you expect? You're moronic but couldn't even find the hammer I gave you, and instead you began behaving like a primitive retard. It's a good thing your plan worked or you would have been the one getting punched. Joke's on you. He's into that. This fucking masochist. You're not even going to deny it? Wow. At the same time, far away in space, what do you mean the plan failed? I even blackmailed the governor into switching off the security scanners and whatnot. And you're telling me you still failed the mission? Everyone in the room was silent. Even the commander of Metal Sharks, Xing Fuyan, was there through a hologram. Although he was of A+ rank himself, the gap between his and the Metal Sharks leader's power was too much. If they were to fight, the leader would wipe him out, and no one would know about it. Despite being a quarter human, Xing Fuyan had always been a close subordinate of the mysterious leader. As soon as he learned that the leader wanted to capture Eula for some particular experiment, he immediately volunteered to get the job done. The job was supposed to be quite an easy one. But despite that, everyone he entrusted the task to fail miserably. The leader might have been quiet till now, but Xing knew the leader's silence was the silence that came before a storm. That being said, Xing Fuyan had no interest in getting on the leader's wrong side. He even got out of his way and called in a lot of favor to ensure his pawns would succeed. Had it not been for him, Eleanor would have never been able to launch an attack on the mansion with so many armored vehicles and explosives. Fuyan even blackmailed the governor into helping them, and yet, the fucking bitch failed to take care of a bunch of newbies and a handful of mercenaries. He had to do it all in secrecy because if anyone got a whiff of the situation, the results would have been catastrophic. Why? Because there were other factions in the Metal Sharks who hated Fuyan for having 23% of human genes in him. Had they been aware of his plans, they would stop at nothing to spoil them, albeit secretly. Upon failing the task, the leader would sever Fuyan's head, and the rest of the commanders would be happier than they had ever been. My apologies, sir. Eleanor mumbled. We were going strong, but it seems someone inside the mansion is strangely strong. Strong enough to wipe out the entire infiltration squad by himself and deliver their severed heads as a warning. Is that so? Fuyan calmly nodded, but his eyes were still full of rage. Guess what? I know someone who has been itching to sever your head too. I don't assume you're interested in meeting him, are you? No, sir. Eleanor appeared as if a snake had clung to her neck. Fuyan's message was clear. If she failed him again, she'd end up in a grave, just like everyone who failed before her. Fuyan calmed down a bit and asked, "Where's that invisible bastard you were talking about?" He's gone silent. The last time I heard from him, he was surveying his playing field around the mansion. Find him. Yes, sir. Remember, the leader isn't as forgiving as me. Fuyan snarled, this is your last chance. Make it count, or you'll lose your head much faster than it took me to convince your shitty family to sell you off. Yes, sir. You will not be. Fuyan didn't even bother to let Eleanor complete her blabbering before disconnecting the call. It was the first time she had failed to complete a task, but Fuyan clarified that it had to be her last time. Although she would like to say otherwise, she couldn't lose Fuyan's support. He was the one keeping the rest of the commanders in check. Had it not been for him, those bastards would have butchered her by now. Find out more about the bastard who ruined our plans. Eleanor snarled at her deputies, I want to know everything about him. Already did. Erase the list of all the mercenaries hired to protect Eula. One of the deputies handed her a file. It has to be one of them. However, since we could not recover the corpse of the one who died, we can't confirm exactly who is behind. Stop blabbering. Eleanor yelled at the top of her lungs as she began going through the list. It didn't take long for her to find the one she was looking for. She remembered the faces of those protecting the front wall during their attacks. Her photographic memory was a blessing in this case. This Reaper person. Check if anyone saw him around the front walls during the attack. Once you're done doing that, call Mr. Phantom. I don't think we'll be able to do this without his aid. Are you sure about? Just do what I told you. Chapter 405 Mastiness Messenger 1. The rest of the week in the mansion was peaceful. Quite weirdly so. Apart from a few minor skirmishes, The atmosphere around the estate was hushed. The guards had religiously thrown themselves into training, and the mercenaries were having a time of their living bossing them around. The guards had formed various factions within themselves and supported several mercenaries. The most popular among these factions was the one led by Lihud. His feminine looks, coupled with his shy and kind demeanor, had both males and females flocking toward him. The most vulgar faction amongst the groups had to have been Weimer's. Within 5 days, Weimer had turned his faction of guards into complete warmongers. It didn't matter if the enemy was weak or not. They headed straight into fights and returned with the enemy's crushed skulls. Maybe calling them a cult of warmongering drunkards was more suitable. There were a lot of people who wanted to join Ashton's faction as well. But they failed. Why? Because Ashton wasn't interested in having a faction. If he wanted an army, his summons and skellies were more than enough for him. Not to mention, with them around, he did not have to worry about being stabbed in the back. However, much to Ashton's annoyance, even his harshness could not discourage the guards from trying over and over. That's why he had been holed up inside Vulcan's forge for most of the time. After all, it was the only place people could not force their way into, even if they wanted to. Vulcan didn't mind it at all. After all, he had found someone to yell at 24/7. Not to mention all the free labor he got from Ashton. As for his training, it was going smoothly. Ashton could create some primary weapons with his hammer, and the gauntlet made by Vulcan. Most prominent of which was a sword. At least it was supposed to be one by Vulcan, like to call it the Hammer of Worthlessness. It might have been the first blade created by Ashton, but Vulcan did not show him any mercy once he began critiquing his work. Vulcan simply couldn't hold back once he began bashing Ashton. You can't even forge basic weapons. How the hell will you make sophisticated beings automatons? Vulcan barked at the top of his lungs. Shouldn't we take it slow? Ashton barely managed to get a word in, but got reprimanded almost instantly. Slow? Slow? Vulcan shook his head, dismayed. I'll take 7 generations of dwarves to teach you if we take things slow. I don't know about you, but I'm sure as hell not sticking around this dastardly place for such an absurdly long period. Before Ashton could get bashed anymore, there was a knock on the door. Earlier, no one wanted to disturb Vulcan. But since Ashton turned the workshop into his residence, guards and mercenaries have often visited the place. Swear. If it's those guards again, I might as well break my oath of nonviolence. Vulcan angrily muttered before walking towards the gates. Melt the blade and remake the sword from scratch. Ashton sighed and got to work. He grabbed onto the sword, and within moments the blade turned into molten Nyx metal once again. TSK. But you didn't expect to be treated like this after leaving Earth. Recently, Astaroth had been taking advantage of Ashton's docile state. He would bicker with him like usual, especially when Ashton was busy creating his own way of forging. Ashton would usually ignore him, but this time he chose violence. But you didn't think you'd end up without a body when you left your homeworld? Ashton mimicked Astaroth. You want me to create automatons? Then shut the FCK up and let me learn. The way you're going about it, I'll be the one doing the learning. Don't you already know about it? Ahem. I try not to remember the past. If I had a brother who slept with my girlfriend, I wouldn't want to either. Go back to forging. Ashton chuckled and picked up his hammer. Although he still preferred using his hands, he had no intention of testing the limits of Vulcan's anger. Brat, you're off training for the day. Vulcan returned with a not-so-pleased expression. The matriarch has summoned you. I already told her I'm not the head of security. If she needs something, she can call Lihud. Whatever it is, go and tell her yourself. After saying that, Vulcan grabbed Ashton by the collar and threw him out of the workshop. Everything happened so fast that Ashton did not even get time to argue or fight back. But more than that, he was surprised how easily Vulcan tossed him out like a rag doll. Damn, what's the deal with the old man? He's going senile or what? Maybe he found out you have no talent in forging. Bitch, please, if I have the talent to tolerate you, I have the talent to conquer the galaxy. Firstly, ouch. Secondly, that's not going to happen. While having back and forth with Astaroth, Ashton entered the mansion. The guards and the servants, everyone acknowledged him in one way or the other. One of them escorted Ashton to the meeting room. The room was nothing but extravagant. The antiques and decorations spread across the room made Ashton wonder how much money Euless family had. With the shitty amount they are paying us, I didn't think they'll be this rich. Ashton thought I should ask them to double the pay or something. Apparently, they have a business of antiques. Apart from that, Vulcan said he works for them, and we both know how valuable the things he created are. Ashton nodded as he sat down. A minute later, the chamber doors were opened again, and Eula walked in with her mother and a human. What's going on here? Ashton asked. This gentleman arrived from Colonel Tower this morning and asked for you, Eula answered. Association Vice President Maston sent him with some crucial intel. Chapter 406 Maston's Messenger 2. A short, average-built, brown-skinned man with tired eyes sat in front of Ashton. His lips covered most of the lower part of his face, which did not go well with his large ears and chiseled jaw. He had curly, black hair dyed with scarlet-colored roots, and wore thick circular glasses. Hello. I'm Shator, and you possibly haven't heard about me. But I have heard a lot about you from the vice president. Shator said while extending his hand towards Ashton. Ashton shook his hand and immediately returned to the topic. You had some information for me? Yeah. Just a moment. Shator began rummaging through his backpack and, after a couple of minutes, remerged with an envelope. You'll understand everything when you read the letter, but the gist of it is, Phantom is on his way here. As soon as Eula's mother heard Phantom's name, her face was drained of colors. While Eula just sat there still processing the news, Shator wanted to say a lot more, but Ashton's expression made him quiet. Ashton was a bit annoyed at him because he revealed such information in front of the clients whose life was on the line here. How could someone sent by Maston act so carelessly? N0VL next. Calm. The last time I heard, it was impossible to gather any intel about him. Then I wonder how Maston got such crucial information. Ashton tried to alleviate the situation. I don't mean to offend you, but you almost make it sound like he informed you about it himself. That's exactly what he did. Shator replied. The letter in your hands was sent to us by Phantom himself. The frown on Ashton's face was more profound than the Mariana Trench when he read what was written on the envelope. To Mr. Reaper, Ashton Fenrir. From Phantom. Oh, the bastard knows your real name. Interesting. His intentions are as bright as day. The fucker wants to provoke me. Either the Phantom was a fool, or he was confident in his abilities. Ashton couldn't decide what it was. But he opened the letter, and the surprises kept on coming. It was a 4-page long handwritten letter. The content of the first page was straightforward. It was an open challenge that he, the Phantom, would march into the mansion, kidnap Eula, and no one would be able to stop him. What caught Ashton's attention was that the letter was addressed to him. Not the Mercenary Association, not Maston, but him. The Phantom was openly mocking him, but at the same time, he was praising him as well. In the letter, the Phantom mentioned how he had no intention of getting involved between Eula and the Metal Sharks as he simply wasn't interested in the bounty. However, upon hearing about Ashton, he changed his mind. At no point did the Phantom say he was there for Eula. The only person he wanted to meet was Ashton, and push him to his wits' end before assimilating him into one of his countless selves. Oh, and before you think him bluffing, read the letter in its entirety. The letter read, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. What the hell is this? Ashton thought his shock resistance was high enough for him never to get surprised again. But he was wrong, terribly wrong. So much so that he did not have the will to read the letter out loud. N0VL next. Calm. The remaining pages of the letter contained information about him that no one in space should have known. Going through the letter seemed like he was reading his biography. Ashton Fenrir, born and raised in prison. You got separated from your parents at age 5, Earth years. Then turned and raised into becoming a cold-blooded killer by his mistress. Little did she know she was sharpening a blade that would stab her in the back. Months passed and you slowly got powerful and made strong connections. Once prepared, you denounced your mistress' authority over you and began serving the king instead. All the while working as a mercenary on the side. Your power soon overgrew the limits placed on Earth and became stronger while gathering allies. Then you proceeded to establish your estate, a little place called Livon. Pretty name, by the way. However, even that wasn't enough for you. After all, your hate for your creators was immense. You fought and won a war against your so-called mistress, protected your region from an outbreak of corpsification gas, fought a battle against advanced alien species and won. Then decided to explore space and ended up on planet Euphoria, left the place after successfully capturing the 4th seat, and became a mercenary. You have quite a few achievements at such a young age. That's why I will make you a part of me. I'll be ashamed to see a treasure like you get wasted. That's enough for now, and I'll tell you more about yourself when we meet. Till then, try not to die, baby Ash. Bye. The fact that his enemy knew more about him than anyone else in space made Ashton slightly uncomfortable. But it also solidified something. The letter mentioned a pet name only his father used to call him. Ash, it's a common pet name. I shouldn't dwell on such small things. Ashton shook his head and burned the letter to a crisp. The fire inside him was burning more fiercely than ever before. Celeste. Yes, master. The sorceress replied from within his shadow. Stick to Eula. You're going to be my eyes and ears around her. You know what I mean, right? Yes, master. Celeste replied as she merged with Eula's shadow. After that was taken care of, Ashton turned toward Shator. Is that all? Think so. Shator replied, it was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Reaper. If you don't mind, I'll take my leave. I'm afraid I can't let you go. Ashton smiled as he got up. What do you mean? Shator smiled nervously. It'll be a shame to let the enemy walk out, wouldn't it? As soon as those words left Ashton's mouth, he drew bombed and severed Shator's head right in front of Eula and her mother. Shator's headless body fell to the floor, staining it with his blood. At the same time, his head rolled over and ended up at Ashton's feet. What did you do? Eula's mother shrieked while hugging her daughter. Kiki. The severed head sniggered upon witnessing the shock over the ladies' faces. You are sharper than you look, Ashton. Kakik, how amusing. Chapter 407 Ashton's Army 1. To the head talked. Eula's mother shrieked. How is something like this even possible? Even Ashton was a bit surprised. Although he expected something to happen, the situation in front of him was unlike anything he had expected. While reading the letter, Ashton used detection on Shator. It was a routine for Ashton to use detection on any person he met. However, he wasn't expecting to see something weird, but he did. Shator did not have a name, and a blinking icon could be seen in place of his name that said none. At that moment, Ashton knew something was off about Shator. The man wasn't what he was claiming to be. But that suspicion alone wasn't enough for Ashton to kill the man on the spot. Shut it, woman. Let the men have a chat. The head barked before excitedly turning toward Ashton. Now where was I? Oh yes, Ashton, how did you know something was off? Tell me. I made sure to leave no stone unturned when I took the form of the messenger. 3 strikes. That's what Ashton was waiting for. He would strike him down if he found 3 things wrong about Shator. He already got 1, and now he only needed to find 2 more suspicious details about the person. The second strike came in the form of Shator's expressions. As Ashton went through the letter, he couldn't help but notice how Shator was reading his face. It was almost as if he wrote the letter himself and was gauging Ashton's response and drawing some satisfaction from Ashton's panicked expression. The third and final strike was Shator's failure to produce the required password. As usual, Maston and the mercenaries had set passwords for various scenarios. Sharing of intel was one such scenario where a password was required. That was why Ashton asked Shator if there was something else he had to say. Ashton knew it was time to strike the messenger down when he failed to produce a password. Even if he was wrong, the association wouldn't blame him because the messenger failed to produce a password, which was more than enough for him to act the way he did. Let's just say you're a fool. Ashton lifted the severed head and whispered, What did you expect? You'll walk into the lion's den and then walk away without any harm? Suddenly the messenger began laughing and said, You're sharp. It's good, excellent. It'll be fun to play games with you. But I must go now, and I'll meet you soon. Having said that, the body, along with the severed head, turned into dust, leaving no clues behind. The entire scene left Eula and her mother in shock. The phantom. He was right before them and no one could even recognize him. After all the security measures they took, he was able to invade the property and make a fool out of everyone. Had it not been for Ashton's quick thinking, who knows what might have happened? Eula could have been killed or worse, kidnapped under false pretense. Thank you for helping us out, Mr. Reaper. Eula finally said something. Don't know what else I should say. You don't need to say anything. Ashton mumbled, trying to pretend everything was fine when he himself was a bit shaken. It's our fault for not being able to recognize him first. He continued, that said, we need to tighten the security right now. Please stay indoors till I make sure something like this does not happen again. Eula nodded, and Ashton left the mansion after ensuring that Phantom wasn't hiding amongst the staff. Rather than returning to the workshop, he headed towards the training grounds where the guards were being trained. What are you planning next? I can't do this by myself. My summons might be strong, but I cannot reveal that strength just yet. Otherwise, Phantom might get cautious. And his overconfidence is the greatest weapon that I can use against him. Just like I did it inside, I don't want to lose that advantage yet. So you're trying to say since he isn't afraid of the guards or the mercenaries, you're going to use them and bait Phantom into thinking you have tightened Eula's security. But when he strikes, you'll use the summons to get rid of him. Exactly. But I don't think Phantom will use his main body to attack us. At least not at first. He'll most likely use another clone or whatever that strange ability is in order to gather intel and attack only when he is sure of his win. You sure know a lot about him just after one meeting. Call it a hunch. Novel bien. Your hunches are always correct. Well, most of the time. As soon as Ashton reached the makeshift training grounds, the guards immediately noticed him. Within moments, roughly 70 guards had surrounded him. All of them wanted to know why he was there, but none of them was prepared for the response they got. A few of you wanted to join me, Ashton mumbled. Do you still want it? The guards stared at each other, not knowing how to respond. But one after another they nodded. All of them wanted to follow Ashton and get to the point where they could challenge him. All right, but I'm not going to blindly take all of you in like the rest of the mercs did. Ashton declared, you must prove to me that you're worth my time. How do we do that? One of the guards asked. It's pretty simple. Ashton said thoughtfully, are you willing to die for me? What? I asked, are you willing to give up on your life for me? If yes, then well, proceed to the next test. Or else you can go back to training like you were. You have a minute to decide. The crowd began whispering amongst themselves. The guards had not expected Ashton to take them in as apprentices like the rest of the mercenaries did. But they weren't expecting that Ashton would ask them to give up their lives, and it was something they had not thought about. A minute passed and roughly half of the guards left. Although they wanted to get close to Ashton and learn more from him, they loved their lives more. Ashton stared at the ones left and smiled. Now that we have weeded out the cowards, let's begin the tests. Chapter 408 Ashton's Army 2. The first test Ashton had in mind was a simple one. The guards just had to stand still, that's all. He'll be firing 3 shots at them. If they manage not to move or flinch, then they'll pass the test and head to the next and final test. However, Ashton forgot to mention one small thing. He did not know how to use a gun. It has to be a way to test out willpower. A guard thought as he stood in front of Ashton, he won't hit me. So as long as I don't move, I'll qualify for the next round and maybe get a recommendation to become a mercenary. A recommendation? That was the second reason the guards were so hellbent on joining Ashton's faction. They did not treat the mercenaries with respect early on because of the crap Euless consorts used to fill their ears with. But after getting to know more about the mercenaries, the guards could not ignore the opportunity anymore. A recommendation from a high-ranking mercenary of Colonel Tower could make their lives 10 times better. Also, when the guards learned that the association's vice president handpicked the team of mercenaries leading them, they decided to do anything and everything to get in the good books of the mercenaries. That being said, since Ashton was the strongest amongst the mercenaries, it was obvious he had to be the highest ranked amongst them. Therefore, his recommendation was naturally worth more than the rest of them, and that's why they wanted to join his faction. Ashton's continuous rejection only added fuel to their desire. The guards thought the only reason Ashton wasn't interested in establishing a faction was that he was well aware of the value of his recommendation. Unfortunately, the guards couldn't have been more wrong even if they tried. Not only was Ashton a new entrant in the mercenary world, but he did not have the authority to hand out recommendations as it was a facility given to mercenaries once they reached rank 4. On the other hand, Ashton was still stuck at rank 2 as he had not completed a single job till now. Since the guards did not voice their desires, Ashton was utterly unaware of why they were ready to die if it meant they could be around him. Oi you! Ashton called one of the guards. You have learned how to fire these things, right? You got to be the dumbest person here. No one in their right mind would want to join you now. Yes, we just learned it yesterday. The guard responded, I mean, it's not like we couldn't shoot before, but yesterday we learned how to aim. I take that back. All of you are equally dumb. Truly a match made in heaven. Ashton shook Astaroth's words out of his head and took the plasma pistol. Theoretically, using a gun was the same as using a crossbow. Since he had experience with the latter, it should be fine. Hopefully. None of the guards said a word and watched on, and they didn't think it was their place to intervene in a test. In contrast, the guard who bravely volunteered to be the first candidate was too scared to speak up. Initially, he had assumed Ashton was trying to scare them, but now he wasn't so sure about it. Those that possess healing abilities keep on standby. Your friend here might end up needing it. Ashton mumbled before pulling the trigger. The bullet whizzed past the guard's left ear and hit the tree behind. It was a close call, so much so that it felt like Ashton was a sharpshooter shooting warning shots. Maybe he really was trying to scare us off. As soon as the guard thought that, Ashton took another shot. But this time the guard wasn't so lucky as the plasma bullet hit him directly on the shoulder. The guard fell to his knees, wailing in pain. A sizable hole could be seen between his shoulder blades. Everyone was processing what had just happened there. Did Ashton intentionally hit the poor guy? Or was it truly a mistake? The hell are you looking at? Ashton barked at the healers. You have a job to do, don't you? Why wise? The healers replied and immediately took the man to the infirmary after doing first aid. Alright then, who's next? Ashton asked while playing with the pistol. It seemed the guards were no longer as enthusiastic as they had been. After witnessing what Ashton did, most of them no longer wanted his recommendation. In a matter of seconds, the crowd had reduced once again. Only 11 guards were left behind while the rest escaped before the lunatic shot them. I guess there were some cowards hidden amongst the brave. Ashton clicked his tongue. Who wants to go next? This time, a guard stepped up and fearlessly stood in front. Ashton had not expected anyone to step up, and seeing someone made him smile. Your gamble paid off. You knew some cowards were hiding amongst the crowd, so you shot one of them to get rid of all of them. A good plan. What are you talking about? You unintentionally shot the guard. You thought I did it intentionally? I should say a prayer for those who stayed behind. You do that. In the meantime, Ashton shot 3 shots rapidly, one after another. The guard made it without a single scratch anywhere on his body, which was the same for the rest. This made Astaroth doubt whether Ashton was lying before. But according to him, he got used to the gun afterwards. Congratulations, all of you passed the first round. Ashton announced while cracking his knuckles. We'll start the next round tomorrow. Is that okay with all of you? Would you mind telling us what it is? The guard who qualified first asked. A duel with me, of course, Ashton replied with a surprised face. If you manage to last 30 seconds with me, you'll qualify. Quite simple, don't you think? Chapter 409 Creating a Combat Technique 1. Back to Forge then. There's no time for that. Ashton sternly replied. Learning a new skill, especially one that would end up providing him endless weapons in future, was necessary. But not when war had been declared on oneself. Vulcan wasn't running away anywhere. And neither was the workshop. For now, Ashton had to focus on dealing with the phantom, which in his current state might become a challenge. Then where are you headed now? To train. Ashton nonchalantly replied while heading towards. Define train. Ashton sighed heavily. In recent weeks he had been thinking about something. Ever since he left Earth, he faced situations where he had to flee instead of fight. First on planet Euphoria and now Phantom was challenging him as well. At first he couldn't understand why it was happening. After all, he had no doubt in his mind that he was progressively getting stronger and stronger. Even on Earth he had to evade some fights, but it was mainly because of the politics involved and not because of his weakness. But things were different now, yet he was being forced to back off more often than he would have liked. I was wondering why it was happening to me, and it dawned upon me. Ashton continued, ever since I reached a higher realm, I forgot about the things that got me here in the first place. What do you mean? My tribrid genes. Ever since fighting the Hydra, I stopped fighting like a Zompirewolf. Instead, I subconsciously chose to fight like a Zyran or a space human would because those genes were superior. Ashton continued, how often did you notice me fighting as I did back on Earth? Sure, I use my summons now and then, but apart from that, my genes remain pretty much unused. Now that I think about it, you're right. If the foundation gets weak, no matter how lavish the mansion on top of it is, it's bound to crumble down sooner or later. A weird analogy, but it fits in with the situation. Let me point out something else. Back on Earth, you also had to hide your genes so that no one got suspicious of you. But in space, no one would give a damn about you. No offense. Exactly. I could have used my insignificance to go wild with the genes and test my limitations. Instead, I kept on wasting both my time and potential. It almost feels like someone intentionally made us forget about it. I mean, why would we forget about our most unique weapon? After all, there are a lot of humans and Zyrans in space, but there's only one Zompirewolf. Ashton nodded but did not respond otherwise. His head was already preoccupied with Phantom and his relationship with his father. Others might decline his proposal. Hell, they might even lock him up if he revealed his intention of capturing Phantom and not killing him. Phantom had an immediate kill-in-sight order placed on him by countless crime-fighting associations. He was deemed to be so dangerous that no one wanted to take the risk of capturing him, only for him to escape from their grasp and wreak havoc. That's why Ashton had to move in secret. Answers were more valuable to him than saving Eula and a few others. Call it unorthodox and selfish, but that's precisely what Ashton had in mind. I think no one would notice us here, Ashton mumbled and got naked. What the hell are you doing now? You want me to shred my clothes when I transform? Ashton stated matter-of-factly and began transforming. It was the second time he had transformed into a Zompirewolf, but it still felt weird. The gigantic wings on his back lifted him off the ground, but since he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention, Ashton stuck to gliding over the ground rather than full-fledged flying over the ocean. You can fly with that bulky body of yours? Impressive. What's next? Now we fight. After getting the hang of it, Ashton decided to train while flying. But for that, he required a strong training partner, and thankfully he knew a powerful opponent. Come out, Atlas. You called? The mutated Zyran arrogantly asked. Atlas was the only one amongst Ashton's summons who did not respect him blindly. Instead, Atlas only admired his master's strength, and it would appear even he had sensed Ashton had gotten a bit rusty, which resulted in his arrogant behavior. Usually, Ashton would have slapped the hell out of him for talking rudely to him. But now wasn't the time to waste on shit like that. But he made a mental note to discipline the fucker soon. I can almost feel your itch to fight just by looking at you once. Ashton remarked, let's get rid of that itch, shall we? Atlas didn't reply with words but with action as he launched himself at Ashton, his battle axe hanging over his shoulder. Under normal circumstances, Ashton would have stopped the attack with ease. But since he was training to achieve a new fighting style, he found dodging to be a good response, at least for now. But it didn't appear Atlas would let Ashton off the hook so quickly. Using trees as footholds, Atlas continuously kept changing his direction in an attempt to confuse Ashton. Damn it. I didn't think he would use the surroundings like this. Ashton panicked. Although he had managed to dodge the strike so far, with each attack, Atlas was getting closer and closer to him. Seeing no other way out, Ashton summoned Bomband and decided to fight seriously. Clank. The next moment the blade and the axe collided and kept clashing over and over. The loud sound of metal slamming against each other inevitably fell on Vulcan's sensitive ears. These guard brats got serious about their training for once. Vulcan mumbled before continuing his work. Maybe the future isn't completely hopeless after all. Unlike that lazy disciple of mine. Where's that moron? Chapter 410, Creating a Combat Technique 2. The city of contingency on Earth had turned into a wasteland. No life could blossom in the once hustling and bustling region. The sky had long forgotten its actual color. Even the sun could barely penetrate the thick foliage of black clouds. Half of the Lycanian Empire slowly became the feeding grounds of brainless undead. Well, it was wrong for someone to say the kingdom even existed anymore. With the rise of the undead came the fall of the kingdom of Lycania. The nobles who once worked under the king's leadership declared statehood, which meant they were no longer a part of the kingdom but instead they were an independent state. However, their premature reaction only did more harm than good. They were not prepared for the hordes of undead that came rushing towards their region in search of food. Countless states fell once the undead launched an attack on them. The nobles realized their mistakes. But it was already too late. No one could help them now, even if they desired to. If someone did dare to step foot into the region, they encountered creatures that only a sick, twisted mind could imagine. However, that did not stop a few brave souls from venturing into the unknown, and it was their desperate attempt to deal with the situation beyond their control. While the rest of the regions were desperately trying to hold off the undead, Levon was the only sanctuary on the continent. They were flourishing even in the crisis. Thanks to their partnership with Alucard, the vampires and the Gihalos, they had enough strength to stop the undead from entering their region and push them back without incurring losses. The technological advancements that the Gihalos shared with Evelina were a blessing. The fire was the worst enemy of the undead, and since the Gihalos had many laser weapons available, fighting the undead was a piece of cake. But why were the Gihalos helping the mutants? The answer was simple. Seraph was their god, and since Ashton, who possessed Seraph's crystal, lived in Levon, it was a sacred ground for the aliens. Therefore, they stopped at nothing to make sure Ashton's territory was unharmed in his absence. While the vampires were responsible for protecting Levon, the werewolves and the Gihalos headed out into the areas now referred to as blight zones. Blight zones were the regions where the undead reigned supreme and had little to no other life present. The undead in these regions had morphed and evolved. Anyone who wasn't level 25 or above wasn't even allowed to enter within a 10 kilometers radius. Anything new? Shiera asked Virgil, who shook his head. We couldn't find any aberrant undead in the region. Just a couple of roaming hordes. Alright, the expedition ends here. Tell the recruits to prepare for departure. Virgil nodded and left. As much the former King's Guard hated to admit it, they could not depend on Gihalos forever. It was their battle, not some alien species. But for that, they needed stronger warriors. Unfortunately, ever since contingency fell, there weren't a lot of ways for them to level up. That's why they had to enter the blight zones to train the recruits. Although it might not seem like the safest option, it was the only option they had. Still wondering about our beloved ruler? Virgil asked with a smile. If he was here, maybe we would have already won this battle. Maybe. He wouldn't stop until he did. A smile formed on Shiera's face as she was reminded of Ashton. As to answer your question, yes, I was thinking about what he was up to these days. It's been a while since he left us. Bet he is kicking some alien ass right about now. Virgil laughed. Come on, we must get out of here before sunset. Chew. Ashton sneezed loudly. Who the fuck is thinking about me now? Is running the only thing you're capable of now? Atlas taunted. Ashton did not bother replying since he was preoccupied while balancing himself midair. Unlike while fighting on the ground, Ashton didn't have a solid foothold to do anything. At least that's what he made Atlas believe. If he wanted to, he could use wind manipulation to make strong footholds whenever and wherever he pleased. But for now, he tried to fight Atlas strictly using physical abilities only. If I wanted to, I would have gotten rid of him easily using abilities. But what good would it do to me? Ashton thought, the entire point of this duel is the reformation of my physical capabilities, nothing more. Stop making excuses. You knew what you were getting into before flying around like a deformed bat. Bitch, shut the fuck up before I hurt your ego beyond repair. Silencing me won't stop the truth from spreading. Like your ex's legs? Oi, Atlas. Spank his deplorable ass red. Yeah, I'll like to see him try. That said, I need to end it fast. The moron can go berserk anytime now. There was one thing that Ashton admired about Atlas, his endurance. Not only did he have strong offensive and defensive abilities, but the longer he fought, the stronger he got. It was the blessing he received upon being resurrected by Ashton. Just like before, Atlas was the first to attack. His roar was fiercer than before, hinting that he was going all out this time. Ashton couldn't catch up to Atlas when it came to strength. The countless bouts they shared till now were sufficient for him to know his limits. Intellect works where strength doesn't. Ashton thought and smiled before raising Bomband as if he was going to parry the strike as he had been till now, only for Bomband to disappear a second before the two weapons could collide. While it was too late for Atlas to redirect his attack, it gave Ashton the opening he had been looking for since the duel commenced. By donning blood armor, Ashton pretty much nullified the damage from the hammer before punching a hole through Atlas' stomach. Skill. Wolf's Mark has dealt additional damage to the enemy. Skill. Revenge has reflected the accumulated damage to the enemy. Skill. Blood poison has poisoned the enemy. Looks like I've still got it. Ashton breathlessly mumbled. Now, whose ass did you want to turn red? Chapter 411 Guardian Beast 1. Now that you're done with that, I have some important news. At least let me wear my clothes first. Ashton retorted. After his duel with Atlas, Ashton realized something. There wasn't much he could do without his abilities. Although he strictly used the abilities related to his original genes, he still had to use them to defeat a summon. Like his final fight on Euphoria, Ashton was worried that the Phantom might also use a similar trick to take his abilities away. That was the only reason Ashton was obsessed with fighting without his abilities. It was a shame even Odiga was having difficulty locating the source of the power-stripping gas, as Ashton used to call it. Even those at the Mercenary Association had never heard of a substance that could preclude someone from utilizing their abilities. However, considering that the second seat holder managed to get his hands on something like that, Ashton couldn't ignore the possibility of someone like Phantom having access to such a chaotic device. After all, he was one of the deadliest assassins in the galaxy. The egg. It's about to hatch. What egg? It's not the time to joke. I'm serious. What? Ashton shrieked, but you said it'll take years for. I know, but I was wrong. Or maybe something weird is happening. Whatever the case, just take the freaking thing out before something troublesome happens. All stray thoughts Ashton was having were immediately thrown out of his head. The egg he got after defeating the Hydra was about to hatch at the worst possible time. The creature from the egg could be enormous for all he knew, and Ashton was not looking forward to explaining to Eula and her family what a draconic creature was doing in their backyard. Keeping the beast on public display will expose him to the Zyrants. You got a minute, kid. At least I think you do. Art, you should have told me sooner. I just realized. Fuck you. Please do. What? The egg. Focus on the egg. While Astaroth's words were quite intriguing, Ashton had no time to waste. Without thinking about it, he spurted out his wings and rushed towards the workshop. The egg was tightly clasped in his hands. The workshop was the only place Ashton could hide the creature from everyone else. Vulcan would ask him a plethora of questions, but it was the only answer Ashton had in mind. His training with Atlas had made him used to fly around. Thanks to that, he could speed up more than he had ever before. Ahem, I don't want to rush you or anything, but it's cracking. Stop yelling. Ashton did not doubt that many people would see him flying towards the workshop topless. He would probably be able to weasel his way out of such a situation compared to what would happen if the egg hatched right then. Crack. Ashton looked at the egg and noticed the solid black egg now had numerous white cracks on the surface. The creature could burst out of its shell at any given moment. Shit. Just a little more. Please. Meanwhile, inside the forge. Where's that brat? TSK, maybe I was too lenient with him. Vulcan wasn't pleased with Ashton's absence. Laziness to living beings was like rust to iron. It can make even the strongest people, when drunk in power, could crumble into nothingness. While he didn't think Ashton was one to slack off, his absence made Vulcan doubt whether teaching him was the right decision. That's it. If he doesn't show up before I finish counting till 10, I might just have to kick him out for good. Vulcan huffed, or so I would like to say. TSK, he's too valuable to be just thrown away. I'll figure out a way to punish him some other way. Just as he said that, he felt something approaching the workshop at an alarming speed. The workshop was a sacred place for Vulcan. A place where uninvited guests were harshly dealt with, no matter who they were. Without wasting another moment, he enlarged his hammer and swung it with 1% of his strength. Any more than that, he would probably end up killing the intruder. Clank. The timing was perfect. Whoever the person flying towards him was forced to meet the might of his hammer. I've still got it. Vulcan smirked before restoring the hammer to its original size. Who the hell dared to enter the master's workshop without permission, brat? What were you? Why the hell are you topless? Good physique though. For your age, that is. Ashton verbalized his pain while rubbing his head. Even pain resistance proved to be useless at that moment. What the hell is wrong with you, old man? Your age finally caught up to you or what? Ashton's eyes widened a moment later once the pain subsided. The egg was missing. Ashton began running around the workshop like a possessed man, looking for the egg. There were broken pieces of eggshells scattered around the place he landed, but there was no sign of the egg or the creature within it. Vulcan had never seen Ashton panicking before. Something was affecting his disciple, and being his master, he couldn't just stand still and not do anything about it. However, once he saw the eggshells, Vulcan gasped. After spending a better part of his life living with precursors, he knew numerous things about them. One of which was about the guardian species that they used as pets. Often, the dwarves gave up their smithy in favor of becoming tamers to look after them. While Vulcan's passion for creation was unmatched by literally anything, it would be a lie to say that the guardian beings never fascinated him. It was the only reason how he was able to identify that the egg belonged to one such creature. But he vividly remembered the Zyrans destroying all the eggs because they could not tame the guardian beings. Then where did Ashton get his hands on one such egg? Brat. Be honest with me. Where did you get this egg from? Vulcan's voice was calm, but his eyes were filled with rage. If you lie to me, I swear I'll break my vow and kill you right now. Chapter 412 Guardian Beast 2. What do you mean? Vulcan might have wanted an explanation, but his actions contradicted his words. Before Ashton could utter a single word, Vulcan swung his hammer again. But this time he didn't restrain himself like before. Even though Ashton's enhanced perception warned him of the attack, there was little he could have done at that moment. Vulcan's attack came too quick for Ashton to even try and evade the strike in time. Ashton's life flashed before his eyes as the hammer drew closer to his face. But the next moment it stopped. The attack, which held the power to destroy the entire island, ended abruptly. "Have you gone mad? What do you think you were doing?" Ashton barked at the Forge Master but did not get a reply. It was at that moment Ashton realized something. Vulcan wasn't the one who stopped the attack, unlike what Ashton had expected. The dwarf's face had turned red from applying force through his hammer. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer did not budge from its place. "Ashtaroth? I'm pleased that you think someone like me is strong enough to stop his hammer. But unfortunately, that isn't true." "Then who?" Ashton looked around but couldn't find anyone around either. The bewilderment on Ashton's face was quite amusing. At least for Ashtaroth, who knew who was responsible for stopping the raging hammer. It was rare to see Ashton turn bewildered nowadays since there weren't many things that could surprise him. It was the sole reason Ashtaroth had not said a single word and let Ashton think through his bewildered state for once. In the meantime, Ashton tried to move past the hammer to see if someone was standing behind Vulcan. But an invisible force blocked him from leaving. "What is going on here?" Ashton mumbled. A moment later, Vulcan seemed to have calmed down and restored his hammer to its original size. After taking a deep, he suddenly fell to his knees. It didn't feel like he was paying attention to anybody instead. The aura around him felt like that of a caring parent. It was then Ashton noticed something. A small puppy had wrapped itself around his feet. "What the? Wait, is it what I think it is?" "Yup. That's the one inhabiting the egg till now. Isn't he cute?" Ashton gently lifted the little guy in his arms to get a good look at it. The creature shared an appearance similar to a Shiba Inu, but his tail was at least thrice as long as his body. But on a second glance, his fiery red fur made it seem like he was a fox more than a dog. He also had a white ring of fur around his neck that appeared to emerge from a translucent gem embedded in his neck. Well, his fur is quite soft. Unbeknownst to Ashton, he had been smiling like an idiot since the moment he picked the creature up in his arms. "It suits your cute face." Q, the little guy, agreed while snuggling within Ashton's arms. The creature also seemed to have accepted Ashton as his master or parent or whatever, because the moment Ashton picked him up, he immediately settled within his arms before falling asleep. "No wonder I lost my composure for a moment. I apologize for almost killing you, kiddo." Vulcan shook his head, completely ashamed of his actions. "As much as I would like to blame it on the Shino, I'm the one who lost my composure." "Shino?" Ashton asked. "That's the name of the species that creature belongs to," Vulcan replied while pointing at the dogfox creature. "They are mystical beings, one of the only creatures capable of learning and using magic since birth." He continued, "It was for that reason that they were one of the favorite pets the precursors ever owned. I thought they were extinct now. But I guess I was wrong again." "You seem to know an awful lot about them," Ashton said while smiling. "Since you attacked me and all, why don't you tell me more about them as compensation?" "You sly brat," Vulcan let out a sigh which turned into a smile when he saw the sleeping creature. "Fine, I'll tell you what I know about them." Although Ashton could get enough information about Shino through his detection skill, he decided to ask Vulcan as it would help diminish the tense atmosphere around them. Most of the things Vulcan told him were on point, and Ashtaroth filled the gaps that the dwarf couldn't. There was a reason why the Shino erected a barrier to stop Vulcan's attack. It was to protect his parent. Like most dogs back on Earth, the Shino were highly overprotective of the ones they valued, which was why most of them had been killed by the Zyrans when they launched their invasion. Ashton didn't have a hard time imagining how tough the battle would have been for the Zyrans. After all, a newborn of the species managed to stop the attack of an Enscrade being without breaking a sweat. Although they possess strong defensive abilities, only a fool would ignore their offensive capabilities. "See the colorless gem embedded around his neck? You can say that's his power source more or less." Vulcan continued, "We used to say they were one of the most dangerous species to work with, excluding the Hydra for obvious reasons. They can also mess with someone through their psychic abilities. Whenever they are close to evolving, the gem would shine, blinding everyone around it and change color. A black gem means the Shino has evolved to the highest level and cannot evolve anymore." "I see," Ashton mumbled while gently stroking the Shino's head. If anyone saw them, they'd probably think Ashton had known the creature for a long time when it had only been half an hour at most. "Though of a name yet?" Vulcan asked. "Since he's an expert in protecting me. How about Aegis?" Chapter 413, Soul Imprint. "Why the hell are you idiots sulking now?" Ashton asked his summons. The subconscious of the summons was connected with Ashton's. Technically, their subconscious was linked with Valhalla, the domain Ashton used to store his undead summons, and since Ashton was the owner of the domain, their subconscious was indirectly linked to his own. That's why his summons could also feel whatever he felt or did. Even emotions like love and care could be felt by them. Through this connection, the summons knew how important Anna was to him when he started having feelings for her. Around this time, They realized that Aegis had gotten closer to their master's heart even though he hadn't served him for a single day. They began moping. Well, most of them did, except Atlas and Raven. While Atlas didn't give a fuck about Ashton's personal life, Raven wasn't bothered by Ashton's affection towards Aegis because he knew he was nothing more than a servant to Ashton. In contrast to Aegis, they who had been serving Ashton day in and day out were treated like soldiers. Apart from Sven, none of the 5 summons shared a deep connection with Ashton, even though they had quite literally given their lives to him. Well, it was more like he took their lives, but details like that were no longer relevant. Are you fuckers seriously getting jealous of a pet? Ashton reprimanded them through their shared psychic connection. Grow up, you idiots. Learn something from Atlas. On second thought, don't learn anything from him. That bastard still wants me dead. Atlas smirked while sitting comfortably inside the domain. Valhalla was created as a single unit of space. But as Ashton tamed more summons, the space was divided into several territories, with each summon having their own place to live. The stronger they were, the bigger their territory was. It went without saying that Atlas had the most extensive territory amongst everyone else, and no one dared to challenge him. In other words, if Ashton was the god of the domain, then Atlas was the king. However, unlike Atlas, who quite literally didn't care about Ashton, the rest of the summons fought over their master's affection rather than territory. We have waited long enough. Celeste yelled at the top of her lungs. It's time to decide who is the most loyal to the master. Yeah. What the heck are you idiots talking about? Ashton yelled back at them. Apart from Atlas and Gokung, none of them was even inside Valhalla at the moment and they wanted to fight? Was it even possible? The only logical explanation was they would return to the domain and fight endlessly amongst themselves. Ashton did not want this to happen. After all, he had assigned all of them crucial duties, none of which could be abandoned for a trivial farce. I have trusted you fuckers with important tasks. Don't you dare abandon them and return to the domain. Ashton warned them, if I find you did something you shouldn't have, I'll kill you myself. As soon as she heard this, Celeste's eyes began shining brightly. Ashton knew the masochist within her would act like this, so he hastily altered the statement. Everyone but Celeste. That's not fair, master. Life isn't fair, deal with it. But aren't they dead? You want to join them? Oi bastards, calm down. Don't disturb your master. Astaroth's sudden change made Ashton chuckle. He was expecting the Zyron to retort, but his reaction was surprising. At this point, Sven, who had been protecting Anna this entire time, spoke up. You don't have to worry about that, master. Ashton could almost visualize Sven's smile. We don't need to abandon our posts in order to fight amongst ourselves. Sven's words piqued Ashton's interest, mainly because this was the first time he heard about Valhalla from its residents. What do you mean? He asked. There's a reason why we can resurrect after being destroyed, master. Sven explained the situation in detail. It's because we, as residents of Valhalla, can never die. Essentially, the moment we step foot in Valhalla, it stores a fragment of ourselves to recreate us whenever we die. However, thanks to your evolution, we discovered that we can control our respective fragments even when we aren't in the domain. Celeste continued, we are even using the fragments at the very moment to chat amongst ourselves. That's how we can fight amongst ourselves without stepping a foot back into Valhalla. Interesting. Ashton mumbled while playing around with Aegis. I never knew a simple skill like Valhalla could have such a hidden effect. I would have never known about it if it hadn't been for all of you. And 0VL next. Calm. Same here. Astaroth kept rambling on, but Ashton wasn't paying attention anymore. Instead, his mind was focused on running countless scenarios in his mind. Since there was a fragment of soul imprinted on the domain itself, is it possible for someone to forcefully imprint their soul and live forever without being turned into a summon? Before he could come up with an answer, another realization hit him this time. Even Astaroth was interested in what Ashton was thinking. Since the precursors created all these abilities, it should be possible they evaded death when we attacked them. If that was the case, then the precursors were essentially immortals. This could also explain why they did not fight back when the Zyrans attacked them. It was simply because even if the Zyrans killed them, they wouldn't die, and instead they'll be revived in the place where their souls had been imprinted. But if that was the case, why would they let your kind live? Ashton mumbled it wouldn't be tough for them to seek revenge on a species. Maybe it was in their nature to avoid conflicts? I mean, for all we know, they had lived in the galaxy for billions of years. It could be possible that they got bored of violence and left that life entirely. Either way, the theory is quite interesting. If only we found a way to restore souls, maybe I can revive my father as well. Ashton. The excitement of reviving his father blinded Ashton momentarily. Soul imprinting was a technique even the Zyrans had no idea about, therefore the chances of Ashton finding more about it was slim to none. You're right. I shouldn't let my excitement blind me. Ashton shook his head. Well, at least I know there might be a way to reunite my parents. Chapter 414 Honey Trap 1. It had been a long and tiring day for Ashton. It started with the revelation of Phantom's plan. Then he got busy selecting a few candidates who could protect Eula, followed by the duel with Atlas and Aegis birth. Even he couldn't believe all of it happened on the same day, and the day was yet to end. You forgot about the fight amongst your summons. Right, to think those maniacs would actually end up fighting amongst themselves. Ashton shook his head. Even though Ashton did not see his summons fighting as it happened within Valhalla, he could still feel it all. It almost felt like he was witnessing a duel but through radio. Sven, Celeste and Gokung were the only ones who participated in the duel. Since Celeste was the weakest in terms of physique, she used her head and let Sven and Gokung duke it out first. But it wasn't like she was completely ignoring the action. After every few moments, she would launch a random spell in the direction of whoever was winning. She did it to ensure that both Sven and Gokung dealt as much damage to each other as possible. Celeste's plan was going well, but only for a short time. Soon enough, Sven realized what the Shadow Sorceress was up to and conveyed the information to Gokung. The next moment, Celeste found herself in an unfavorable position, as both Gokung and Sven simultaneously attacked her. She tried her best and eventually managed to subdue Gokung through her shadow abilities. But she couldn't control Sven, who defeated her after some hardships. Even though Ashton did not witness the duel with his eyes, he was still pleased with the performance of his summons. In a way, the fight made him realize the strong as well as weak points of each of them. For example, Gokung had the strength and defense of a titan, but lacked the capability to see through the enemy's plans. On the other hand, Celeste was a quick thinker who could come up with unthinkable strategies to put herself in a favorable position in a battle. But her lack of defense was concerning. Besides that, she had the explosive ability to subdue even the most brutal bastards. Last but not least, Sven. His presence of mind on the battlefield far exceeded anyone amongst the summons. Despite possessing the talent to turn even the most unfavorable situations into opportunities for himself, his strength and stamina were his shining points. It's a shame Raven and Atlas did not participate in the fight. It would have been interesting to analyze them along with the rest. Ashton mumbled, "At least I have this cute guy with me." Q Aegis happily smiled while rubbing his head with Ashton's. While the summons were fighting amongst themselves, Ashton learned about the second ability Aegis possessed. Other than the absolute shield, he also possessed the epic ability called Mimic. The description of the ability was pretty simple. Aegis could completely mimic the appearance and behavior of up to 10 species as long as they fit his proportions. This ability was a lifesaver for Ashton, as he no longer had to hide Aegis because he was a legendary being. Which also meant he didn't have to leave the little guy in the forge as Vulcan suggested. Who would have thought the old bastard had a weak point for cutesy creatures? Judging by how sternly he behaves with everyone else, I thought he would give a hammer to Aegis and yell at him to start hammering something. Novel bien. It does seem like something the old man would do. Ashton smiled. To possess legendary and epic abilities since birth, the little guy truly hit the genetic lottery, didn't you? Q. Damn it, why are you so cute? Sadly, Absolute Defense and Mimic were the only abilities Aegis knew. But according to Vulcan, possessing 2 abilities since birth was quite rare, even for a Shino, so there was that. The only demerit of the Mimic skill was that it blocked Aegis from using Absolute Defense, while he was mimicking some other species. But that demerit wasn't too bad, considering it was an epic skill. Tisk pointing out the flaws of an innocent kid. Had it been me, I would never let anyone criticize Aegis, let alone do it myself. Yes, you're the perfect role model for children. Ashton scoffed. You're the last person in this galaxy someone would trust their child with. Oi, are you trying to say that I'm a bad influence on kids? Looks at me. Do I need to say any more? Thought so. Ashton smirked. Also, I've been meaning to ask you something. Are you gay? Look, what I said back then was a mistake. Both of us were panicking and we said things we shouldn't have. So let's forget about it and move on. But are you? Kid, I'm sorry to disappoint you. But I'm a 100% straight guy. More like straight up gay. Ashton shrugged. I don't have a problem with it. You'd pair well with Lihud once you get your body back. That healer guy? I never thought he was fascinated with men. He is. That's why we are headed there. What does his inclination has anything to do with us? Because he's the one Phantom will most likely target first. Ashton then proceeded to explain his reasoning to Astaroth. The more he talked, the more his words made sense. Lihud was still in the closet. The only reason Ashton was able to know about him was through his detection skill. But in hindsight, his behavior towards Weimar made Ashton think that the team's healer had a thing for the tank. Phantom is a piece of shit who plays with his praise emotions, and guess what? Someone like Lihud is the easiest target for him. Ashton finished his explanation. I am 73% sure Phantom will target him first. But rather than stopping him and allowing him to rethink his plan, we'll use Lihud to lure him in and deal a decisive blow. That bastard likes to play with the heads of others. Let's see how he likes when he gets played for a change. Chapter 4:15 Honey Trap 2. And I foolishly thought this job would be a piece of cake now. Weimar spat out in frustration. Since no other mercenary was aware of Phantom's declaration of war, Ashton had to inform them about it. It would be an understatement to say that none of them was pleased with the revelation. Ashton did not reveal every detail about the letter, and just informed them what they needed to know. While having his faction hunt for Phantom was a stealthier way of handling things, it would take them ages to reach the level of the mercenaries. For that reason, Ashton decided to include the mercenaries in his plan. But what he forgot to take into account was his teammates' reactions. The Phantom was a well-known name in the galaxy. There were a couple of reasons why, even after having a multimillion yenos worth of bounty over his head, no one wanted to mess with him. Firstly, it was next to impossible to find him. However, even if someone managed to get a hold of him, the Phantom's ruthless lust for blood made it impossible for anyone to come back alive after he had set his eyes on them. Even millions of yenos were not enough for anyone to needlessly endanger themselves. But Ashton had no idea about it. Why is everyone so afraid of him? He asked everyone. He might be sneaky and somewhat strong, but it could be possible to get him if we all work together. You probably haven't been in space for long. Miska, the elven sharpshooter, remarked. The Phantom isn't someone our team can handle. I concur, Lihud chimed in. Think about it yourself. Had it been so easy to capture him, then why no one bothered to do it till now? No, it's not the right time to reveal my cards just yet. Ashton thought. For all I know, that piece of shit could already be among us. I have to be careful not to alert him just yet. I already scanned them using detection. Phantom isn't amongst them. Still, he could always kill one of us and get to know about the plan. The risk isn't worth it right now. Ashton had the perfect trap to take care of the Phantom once and for all. But not telling anyone else about it was an essential component of his plan. After all, Lihud wouldn't be much of bait if he knew he was the bait to lure that bastard. However, judging by the look on their faces, it seemed most of them had already given up. If this was the situation, by simply mentioning Phantom's name, who knows what these idiots would do once they come face to face with him. In my opinion, you shouldn't trust them to come forth at the time of need. Ashton silently agreed with Astaroth. Even though he would like to think his comrades wouldn't betray him, it was better to plan ahead while keeping the worst-case scenario in mind. At the moment, Ashton probably knew the most about Phantom, more than any intelligence organization did. That being said, telling them what he knew about Phantom would only make them cast wary eyes on him. That's why it was best to keep what he knew to himself. After all, he wanted the Phantom to fall into the trap, which would suit his own benefit. Not the other way around. Be as it may, it doesn't mean we can neglect our responsibility as Miss Euless escorts. Weimar slammed his fists on the table. We have defended this place for a week. It would be a shame to give in to our fear when the end is in our sights. To agree with Weimar. Lihud immediately jumped to tag along with Weimar. And 0VL next. Calm. Of course you do. Ashton couldn't help but smile. Weimar was a prideful warrior. Obviously, he wouldn't run in his time of need, especially when the enemy's words hurt his ego. That's why Ashton exaggerated the things Phantom said in the letter about none of them being worthy enough of his attention. Weimar's pride would get easily hurt by words, which would prompt him not to back down. Ashton used it to manipulate him into joining the fight against the Phantom. As long as Weimar comes along, Lihud will follow. Sometimes my genius scares me. Too bad it's only sometimes. You're lucky and busy handling things right now. Why do you think I offered my 2 cents in the first place? Even though Weimar and Lihud agreed to join Ashton to try and capture Phantom, the rest were still sitting on the fence about it. However, since Ashton wanted help from only some of them, he came up with an idea. Novel bien. 3 of us in our faction should be enough to handle Phantom. Ashton mumbled. As for the rest, you should focus on defending the mansion from the metal sharks. As soon as Ashton finished speaking, the entire room began whispering. Ashton was giving them an easy way out. While he and the 2 idiots were busy committing suicide, they would only need to do what they had been doing till now. The people from metal sharks would inevitably attack them again, and since they were familiar with handling them, it was the safest place to be. The rest of the mercenaries immediately agreed to take care of the main problem. Just like Ashton wanted. To think the safest place would be the battlefield. Things have certainly changed a lot. They think it's the safest place, but who knows, maybe Phantom would decide to make an explosive entrance rather than a stealthy one. So you mean, that cocky bastard would do whatever he can rub salt on my wounds for when he defeats me? Ashton had a familiar sadistic smile. I can't wait to see the expression on his face once I take care of that bastard. Now, don't get overconfident yourself. I know. It's just that thinking about him makes my blood boil. Chapter 416 Question Master 1. In a flash, 3 days had passed. Apart from occasional attacks from the metal sharks, nothing of significance happened. Except for one thing. Ashton had officially chosen 10 members from the guards to join his faction. Surprisingly, those who didn't get selected weren't salty about it. It could be blamed on Ashton's rigorous selection methods. To be fair to the candidates, Ashton reduced the time limit of his one-on-one duel to 30 seconds. But none of them could even last 10 seconds despite being given a head start. However, someone did come close to outlasting the time limit. His name was Gino. When Ashton first saw him, nothing stood out about him. However, Ashton soon realized even detection skill wasn't absolute. Detection could inform him about the stats and tendencies of the opponent, but it did not tell Ashton how the person would use those stats to their advantage. At first, Ashton was leaning towards not accepting Gino. Fortunately, he changed his decision after exchanging blows with him. Why? Simply because Gino used his brain instead of non-existent muscles. Gino knew he would never be able to lay a finger on Ashton, let alone defeat him. He was unlike the rest, who went all out thinking they could defeat or even deal a blow to Ashton. As a result, instead of senselessly fighting, Gino prioritized his survival over victory. Right before his turn, he had swept up some sand and filled his pockets with it. Once the round began and Ashton got close enough, Gino unleashed his deadliest attack and threw a handful of sand into Ashton's eyes. But rather than capitalizing on Ashton's temporary disability, Gino decided to use the crucial moments to create distance between him and Ashton. He planned to repeat the process till the timer hit 0. Unfortunately for him, Ashton had long since given up depending on his sight. The rest of his senses were just as honed as his vision. Even before Gino got another chance to spray sand into Ashton's face, the match was over. He thought it was over. It came much to his surprise when Ashton not only accepted him into his faction, but also gave him the position of second-in-command. Ashton's faction was much smaller than the others, with only 10 members excluding him. But he wasn't going for numbers in the first place. In fact, the entire recruitment process was a front for him to look for people who could be a hindrance to Phantom or had some ability to protect Eula from the assassin. Once they were prepared, Ashton handed them a few weapons made by Vulcan. Vulcan naturally wasn't going to budge on the topic, forcing Ashton to get his hands dirty. The old man could refuse him, but how could he refuse Aegis' cute face? The overall situation in the mansion was better than ever before. The guards had become quite dependable in accomplishing assigned tasks. The only thing bothering Ashton was the Phantom. It had been days since Ashton killed the doppelganger sent by that bastard, and he was yet to make another move. Ashton could feel he wasn't the only one thinking something was amiss. The mercenaries who used to sit and thoughtlessly chat amongst themselves were now getting wary of each other. Ashton had long since predicted this scenario. Phantom wasn't someone who would fight pretty. Instead, he was a master of psychological warfare. Instead of showing himself, the bastard would cause mistrust to flare amongst sworn allies and strike when the relations are at the worst. This was the reason why Ashton did not want unnecessary people in his vicinity. Having needless additional manpower in this situation was the worst option a strategist could come up with. Amongst hundreds of people, Ashton only trusted a dozen. At least the frequency of the attacks has increased recently. That Phantom guy might be planning on attacking sooner than you think. I hope so. Ashton remarked solemnly. These people won't last for long otherwise. Give them a day or two, and they'll be after each other's throats. Ashton's hunch couldn't have been more accurate because soon enough, a fight broke out in the barracks. Usually he wouldn't have paid any attention to it, but right now even the littlest spark of distress could cause an explosion within the mansion. As a result, Ashton rushed to the site, only to find Weimer and Lyhud were trying their best to control the situation. Surprisingly, the ones fighting weren't the mercenaries or the guards as Ashton had expected but the servants living inside the mansion. Oh right, I forgot the servants used the barracks along with the guards. But now the building was used strictly to house the guards. Ashton sighed. Still, it's better to contain these idiots before things go out of hand. You soldiers have no right to stop us from using our rooms as we please. One maid yelled at the top of her lungs while the rest cheered her on. We are not stopping you from going anywhere. Lyhud tried to calm down the raging crowd, but this room is being used as an armory for the soldiers and the mercenaries. No one is allowed to enter without explicit permission. Please try to understand. A maid wants to enter the armory when no one has had a problem with it before. It's a bit strange. I concur. Something seems a bit off. Ashton used detection on the maid in front and didn't notice anything suspicious. However, the abnormal behavior of the maid caught him off guard. She was sweating even though the wind was pleasantly cool. Calm down, please. Lyhud yelled, if you do not cooperate with us, we might be forced to use physical means to stop you. Now you want to attack us? The maid yelled back before turning to her colleagues. I told you these people are up to no good. A few servants have been missing since morning, and instead of helping us look for them, they threaten us. Are you still going to stand like we're in the wrong? Even if the majority initially intended to stay obedient, upon thinking about the soldiers laying a hand on them, everything quickly turned chaotic. The servants began resisting and attacking the soldiers. The entire place was a mess. Upon hearing 2 people were missing, Ashton immediately went into action. Raven, have you seen anyone enter from the beach side? No, master. I have not. Damn it. Take the skeletons and search the beach for anything suspicious. Ashton yelled as he rushed towards the mansion. Celeste, where is Eula? Taking a shower at the moment. All right. Do not let anyone get close to her until I'm there, understood? Affirmative. This bastard caused a diversion. Ashton yelled through his gritted teeth. I was laying a trap for him. But the bastard had no intentions of targeting anyone but Eula. You thought you outsmarted him, but he outsmarted your outsmartness. TSK, too bad that fucker will have to die. I kind of like him already. Now is not the time for your remarks, Astaroth, Ashton mumbled. Aegis, transform into the biggest and most vicious creature you can and follow me. Q-roar. You're not escaping this time. Chapter 417 Question Master 2. What's going on outside? Juno asked another member of Ashton's faction. It's nothing important. Just the servants have gone mad, and they think we're behind the strange disappearance of their people and causing a fuss about it. The guard replied, I don't think it's anything requiring our attention. Juno shared different views than the guard. Unlike them, Ashton had already informed him about the significant threat they'd have to face. Ever since Juno got to know the Phantom was their target, he had extensively studied every piece of information regarding the silent assassin he could his hands on. The disappearance of the servants did not seem a coincidence to him. It was possible that the Phantom had killed them and used it as an excuse to lit a fire of resistance among the servants. I didn't think the servants have the guts to pull off something like this, Juno mumbled while scratching his chin. Consequential or not, ask someone to keep an eye on the entrance of the mansion. No one except our faction members should be allowed to enter or exit the mansion. On it. Upon being selected, they were assigned one job: to protect Eula and keep an eye on her at all times. So far, they have accomplished their task without problems, but now the peaceful period they had come to cherish was over. Sir, the comms are offline. One of the guards reported, we can't connect with anyone outside the mansion. TSK, this is bad. Gino clicked his tongue as the reality of the situation dawned on him. Send someone and call Commander Reaper right now. Can't be a coincidence. Also, inform everyone else to assemble in front of Lady Eula's room. Our worst fears might have come true. The silent assassin is here. Fuck. The guard yelled and rushed towards the gates. Seal the gates. No one enters the mansion. At the moment, there was no one within the mansion apart from Eula, her mother, and the guards. Most guards and mercenaries were preoccupied with handling the protest led by the servants, and it was the perfect opportunity for someone to strike them right now. I should have known. The servants didn't act out without reason. Someone must have instigated them. Just when we thought things were going smoothly. While Gino was busy thinking about the events of the day, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a maid enter the mansion. What's a maid doing here? I told them not to let. Wait, what is that lady dragging behind her? It was too late when Gino realized what was going on. The maid crushed the guard's head before chowing down on it. A moment later, the maid's form changed. Within moments, the innocent-looking maid turned into a guard. And 0VL next. Calm. Bleg. The sight made Gino empty his bowels. But it turned out to be a mistake. The Phantom had not noticed the needless spectator gawking at him sadly. That wasn't the case anymore. Damn it. Gino realized his mistake and made a break for it. But he had severely misjudged Phantom's strength. All it took was a leap for Phantom to catch up to Gino. However, instead of attacking him, Phantom locked his gaze on him as if he was looking for something deep within Gino. Hey, are you okay? The murderer asked in the most caring tone Gino had ever heard. For a moment, Gino couldn't help but wonder whether his eyes had deceived him. How can someone with such a calm and caring voice kill someone else? There's no way this would be possible, right? I'm fine, Gino replied in his trance-like state. Sadly, the moment he answered Phantom's question, the calm and caring expression on his face that Gino had grown fond of disappeared instantly. Instead, it was replaced by a disgusting look. Phantom was staring at Gino as if he wasn't any different from a pile of repulsive-smelling garbage. But that wasn't all. Gino could sense the aura around Phantom had gotten stronger the moment he answered his question. Could it be? It's already too late, even if you have figured it out. Phantom smiled while carefully running his fingers through Gino's hair. Hoo-hoo, I was going to kill you either way, but your panic-stricken face made my resolve waver. Maybe I should play with you for a while instead, don't you think? Your powers. Gino tried to push Phantom away, but suddenly, he had no strength in any part of his body. His entire body felt as if it was made out of jelly. A moment later, he collapsed on the floor, unable to lift a finger. Aren't you curious? Phantom sniggered before grabbing Gino's chin at a speed that couldn't be seen. Should I tell you? Should I? Haha. The touch. Gino's body was paralyzed, but his mind was in overdrive. It only took him a couple of seconds to realize what had happened. The bastard must have injected some poison while playing with his hair. Damn it. Is this the end? On second thought, playing with you will be a waste of time. Phantom removed his hand from Gino's chin and curled up to launch a punch. May you have a terrible journey to the afterlife. A blue light erupted out of thin air and concealed Phantom's fist in its entirety. Gino knew it was time for him to kick the bucket, but he couldn't bear to see the light that would inevitably end life. Phantom released his attack, and the flames surrounded Gino, slowly eating away at his life force. At least that's what he thought, but strangely enough, the fire didn't hurt him. Not even a little bit. In Gino's religion, it was rude for someone to see their death, or to be more accurate, it was forbidden to see the Grim Reaper as he did his job. It was the reason why Gino had closed his eyes in the first place. But since it didn't feel like he was dying, John defied the rule and opened his eyes. He saw a Reaper in front of him, but not the one he was expecting. "See, Commander?" Gino's eyes widened in shock. Ashton was standing before him, and the flames Phantom had shot his way were circling Ashton like a tornado. It was indeed a magnificent sight. "Stop bawling and get out of here while you can," Ashton instructed before turning towards Phantom, who was still smiling like the cocky bastard he was. "As for you, this place shall be your grave. This soap opera almost makes me want to puke my guts out," Phantom replied while licking his lips. Chapter 418 Question Master 3. Name? Species: Carbon-based spacefarer active, Mimic active. Status: Mimic. Class: Question Master. Subclass: Shadow Assassin Enhancer. Title: Slayer of a 1000 Souls. Evil's personification: the one who died 100 times. Slayer of Ancient Ones. Age? Gender? Grade: C+ tier, evolution is possible. Can rapidly increase when specific criteria are met. Affiliation: Self. Level: Carbon-based spacefarer level. 119, 27%. Mimic level. 129, 27%. Abilities: Self-duplication. Inhumane adaptation. Astral body materialization. Life drain. Extend to view 6 more. Trait: Limitless grower. I didn't think I'll meet you so soon." Phantom sniggered. Ashton was filled with rage the moment he saw Phantom. It was likely that the one before him was yet another body double. "Calm down. Your rage isn't going to finish him off any sooner." The two were in battle mode as soon as their eyes fell on each other. Ashton immediately activated blood armor. Had he been late for even a moment, his body would have been full of holes as Phantom open-fired on him. Phantom's quickness was much higher than Ashton had predicted. His perception saved his ass for once, but Phantom wasn't done yet. In an era of advanced weaponry, Phantom was carrying old weapons, which could only mean one thing. It seems he's aware of your immunities. Most modern weapons utilized lasers as their primary ammo, whether it be plasma swords or plasma pistols. Since Ashton was immune to fire and all associated elements, the modern weapons posed little to no threats to his life. "That bastard knows much more about me than he divulged earlier." Ashton clicked his tongue as a bullet managed to graze his face. "Where's all your bravado gone to now?" "Haha." Phantom shrieked amidst the endless barrage of bullets. "I thought you would pose more of a threat to me, but it seems you're nothing special after all." Upon sensing danger creeping up on him, Ashton made a break for the nearest window and jumped outside without a second thought. Despite how much he wanted to kill Phantom, Eula's safety took precedence over anything. However, Phantom was onto him even before Ashton's feet touched the ground. His enemy was on a completely different level than Ashton had anticipated based on his previous encounter with Phantom's puppet. His class: It's quite an extraordinary one. "What do you mean?" "I might have found out why he's so strong. He's a question master. Basically, whenever someone questions him or someone replies to his question, a percentage of their power gets transferred to him." "What? Was your kind smoking weed while coming up with classes?" "I don't know about it myself." Ashton was beyond furious. At least he wasn't clueless about Phantom's mysterious growth. Phantom struck him again, and Ashton's newly regenerated blood armor shattered again. No matter how hard Ashton tried, he couldn't sustain the armor for long. While Ashton wasn't delusional enough to think the fight against Phantom would be easy, he had not expected it to be utterly one-sided like it had been so far. You can't keep using blood armor over and over. The mana cost of the skill has already gone beyond permissible levels. "I didn't want to use it here, but we have no option." Ashton closed his eyes and entirely depended on perception to defend himself. To equip Hydra's armor, he first needed to create space between them. Unfortunately, his opponent had other plans. Within moments, Phantom had wasted all of the bullets he had. Blood drizzled out of the countless open wounds plastered all over Ashton's body, yet he was still standing on his feet. "Impressive." Phantom's eyes shone. "It'll turn you into the strongest puppet ever created in this galaxy. You talk too much. And 0VL next." "Calm." Ashton's eyes turned crimson red as he lunged at the enemy. Before the final blood armor faded, Ashton activated Revenge Strike. All of the damage from the bullets healed immediately as he punched Phantom straight in the gut, and he was flung back into the mansion. Without wasting any time, Ashton chased after him. But by the time he arrived at the wreckage of the broken wall, no one was there. "Where the hell is he?" "Ashton, don't." Astaroth knew what Ashton was going to say next. Unfortunately, he couldn't warn him in time as a question escaped Ashton's mouth. "I'm right here." Class ability of Question Master is in effect. Question Master will inherit 20% of the target's overall stats. Damage, plus 23. Armor, plus 28. Stealth, plus 22. Stamina, plus 31. Agility, plus 22. Intelligence plus 40. HP plus 2,300. Mana plus 1,600. A bloodied hand burst through the wreckage and grabbed Ashton's knee before crushing it into pieces effortlessly. Ashton's legs gave out, but the nightmare had just started. In his hastiness, the thought of donning Hydra's armor had completely slipped Ashton's mind. Phantom kept attacking Ashton. Blood poured from his mouth and his vision shook. Ashton was having difficulty focusing on Phantom's strange, irregular fighting pattern. Novel Became. Every blow got heavier. Even Ashton's troll-like regenerative abilities failed him at this point. By now, the news of Phantom's arrival, coupled with destruction of the manor, had attracted the attention of the mercenaries who came rushing to aid their comrade. However, they couldn't believe their eyes. Ashton was lying in the pool of his blood, almost beaten to an inch of his life. Weimer's eyes connected with Ashton. The horror in his eyes was enough to send shivers down their spine. Everyone, form a defensive perimeter around Ashton. Lyhud, forget about the rest of us and focus on healing Reaper. Weimer immediately started barking orders to everyone. Weimer might have seen the horror in Ashton's eyes, but he had no way of knowing the true meaning behind his twisted expression. The more people there were, the higher the possibility of them asking and answering Phantom's questions. Moreover, panic and terror always make a mess within people's heads. This leads them to be confused, and this confusion makes them question everything. It was a feast for Phantom and the start of a bloody massacre. Chapter 419 Precursor Slayer 1. It barely took any time for Phantom to strike again. This time he wasn't playing around. As he had no interest in anyone except Ashton, he had no intention of playing with them. Within moments, Phantom had wiped out a third of the guards simply because they couldn't keep their mouths shut. Thanks to that, Phantom had become unstoppable. No matter the species, all living creatures are predictable. Phantom chuckled while licking the blood off his fingers. In the face of death, all they can do is ask stupid questions, which I gladly answer. Phantom was pissed because his playtime with Ashton had been interrupted, and he needed an outlet to let his rage flow. The crowd saw his creepy expression, and the newbies were immediately scared shitless. Still, none of them backed down. Oh, maybe all of you are somewhat interesting. Phantom licked his lips. It's weird, you see. I'm not used to fighting all-out battles, but I guess there's a first time for everything, don't you think? Cut the crap and get here so I can crush your head with my hands, Weimer yelled back. Unfortunately, Phantom perceived Weimer's words as an answer to his question. Just like that, Phantom got even more robust. Copying a move from Weimer's skill set, the bastard charged straight into the guards. Bodies were thrown everywhere like a bunch of sacks. Phantom's charge ended abruptly when Weimer stopped him with his bare hands. At least it looked like he did, but in reality, Phantom had stopped himself because he noticed something more interesting. What is a griffin doing here of all the places? It was Aegis in the form of a griffin, but Phantom didn't know that. Seeing a griffin was a rare opportunity, let alone fighting one. Phantom's eyes shone as he forgot everything about the mercenaries and the guards and headed straight towards the flying beast. Although Weimer's warrior ego was a bit hurt, he knew it was a crucial opportunity to gather their troops. At the same time, Lyhud got the critical chance to heal Ashton. However, as soon as Lyhud got close to Ashton, the latter grabbed in hand and pulled closer till his ears were close to Ashton's mouth. Do not reply to or ask that bastard anything. Ashton weakly mumbled, the more you talk, the stronger he gets. What? How is that even? Don't ask questions. Ashton cut Lyhud off as he forced himself back on his feet. Take the guards and get Eula off the planet now. I'll stall the bastard. You'd be better off committing suicide, Weimer intervened. We have already lost a lot, and I sure as hell ain't letting you die a meaningless death here. However, Lyhud knew running away with Eula was their best option, considering how strong Phantom had become. After quickly patching Ashton's wounds as much as possible, Lyhud grabbed Weimer's arm and made a break for Eula's room. We'll be right back with more reinforcements, he said. Try not to die on us till then. Ashton nodded, and all of them went their separate ways. Aegis was still stalling Phantom as the bastard hurled fireballs one after another toward the creature. Phantom's power-up can't be endless. The fucker is bound to lose the enhancements if you stall him long enough. There's no point in it. The guards had already asked a lot of questions. Ashton gritted his teeth, not to mention he's quite a sly bastard. The moment I start stalling, he would know exactly what I'm up to. That's true. So what do you plan on doing? Plans? When have any of those actually worked for us? You have no chance of winning against him, Hedon. Won't know if I don't try. You're one crazy bastard. Takes one to know one. Ashton smiled. Without wasting more time, Ashton charged at Phantom. Wolf's mark has been activated. Here goes nothing. You should have escaped while you had the chance, Phantom mumbled without even looking in Ashton's direction. The next moment, his punch blew a hole through Ashton's torso. Blood drizzled out of Ashton's mouth, but his fighting spirit was as strong as ever. He swung his claws one last time and managed to gauge Phantom's right eye out. You fucking piece of shit. Phantom yelled out, clasping his bloodied face. Ashton fell to the ground. Although he could still sense everything around him through perception, his physical senses had gone numb. Phantom had gotten a lot stronger, Ashton knew that. However, he had never imagined he would get one-shotted like this. Damn it. You were right. Ashton smiled weakly. I should not have jumped in. What's the point of crying over spilt milk? The disappointment in Astaroth's voice was unmistakable, even to Ashton's fading mind. Somehow, the lack of Astaroth's taunts made Ashton unhappy, and at the same time it made him feel like Astaroth had a plan. Well, you are right about that. You have two options: bleed out and say hasta la vista, or switch places with me, and I'll use admin privileges to heal you back as I did back on Earth when you lost your eye. What's the catch? Since Lucifer won't be able to cover our tracks anymore, using admin privilege as vital as saving a life wouldn't go unnoticed by the Zyrants. In other words, it'll be like announcing, hey dumbass, we're here. Astaroth meant that head by some time, but in the end, the Zyrants would hunt him down. Ashton wasn't delusional enough to think he was strong enough to take on the Zyrants. Regardless of his decision, he would end up in the same place he was. Suddenly something fell out of the sky. Aegis was rushing to save his master, but he wasn't alone. From the corner of his eyes, Ashton saw someone small rushing toward him. Someone with a hammer twice as big as the one carrying it. Ashton did not know how to feel at that moment. You brat, I let you be by yourself for a second, and you get your stomach drilled by a pesky little ant? Even though Ashton was just a step away from death, Vulcan barked at him, hold on. I'll fix you up for good. Chapter 420 Precursor Slayer 2. At least one of you has something in their biological penthouse, Vulcan said while pointing at Aegis. While you were busy acting like the overconfident jerk that you are, he practically dragged me here. Vulcan took a few steps toward Ashton before facing Phantom. Although he said he would fix Ashton up, the Forge Master did not have any ability to fulfill his words. However, he wasn't backing down either. What he had was knowledge, which he had promptly shared with Aegis. It was a skill scroll, the last artifact he had kept from when his father had abandoned the art of smithy to become a tamer. The scroll worked just like the ability pages worked back on Earth. The scrolls held power to grant someone the ability stored within them. Similar to the skill pages, the scrolls could only be used on creatures of mythical origins, not anyone else. Despite how it might look, Vulcan's intentions to keep the scroll with him weren't noble. Instead, he despised his father and kept the scroll with him as a reminder of his father's failure in protecting the precursors. To think something I kept to fuel my rage would eventually come to use like this. He smirked. Fate does work in mysterious ways. Go on, little one, heal your master. I'll make sure no one interrupts you. Thank you. Ashton wanted to say it aloud but was too weak to do anything. But his gaze was enough to convey the message to both Aegis and Vulcan. However, their reunion was ruined by the Phantom, who couldn't be more pissed at the turn of events. I'm sick and tired of you interfering bastards. Phantom roared and charged right towards Vulcan. Unlike Ashton, Phantom had no means of assessing Vulcan's true strength without exchanging blows with him. Otherwise, he would have known not to ever cross paths with someone like Vulcan. Pesky ants like yourself should know to stay in place in the presence of giants, Vulcan growled before swinging his hammer. Till now, Phantom has taken pride in his speed. However, this time his speed had failed him. One moment he was charging toward the dwarf and the next he was lying face first on the ground. At the same time, Aegis changed into his original form. The white fur around his neck began glowing, and within a moment, all the blood Ashton had lost slowly flowed back into his body. His pale complexion was slowly changing, but Ashton could feel his mighty pet struggling. The more Aegis used the ability, the faster his size was shrinking. But being loyal to his master, Aegis kept at it. Phantom's meal was about to be snatched from him, and just the mere thought of it made him go berserk. His lust for Ashton's blood had blinded him to the point he could no longer perceive the power gap between an S-ranker and himself. SK. You are a rowdy one, aren't you? Vulcan sighed in disappointment. I don't know why you are hellbent on killing him, but I can't let my disciple die in my presence. You wrinkly old fart, I'll kill you if that's the last thing I do. Saying so, Phantom let out a stream of hellfire from his mouth. The black flames roared and took the shape of a dragon as Vulcan was about to get hit. Even then, the old dwarf seemed to be dying of boredom. If only I got an obsidian every time I heard someone say that to me, I would be the richest person in the galaxy, Vulcan replied as he vigorously began rotating the hammer in front of him. It's of no use, old man. Phantom happily yelled at the top of his lungs. The undying flames are absolute. Nothing they touch is left unscathed. Phantom was sure of his victory. However, a moment later, the broad smile on his face vanished entirely. Not only did Vulcan survive his ultimate move, he also tamed the hellfire. The dragon which Phantom had proudly conjured turned out to be nothing more than a plaything for Vulcan. How is this possible? Phantom mumbled and collapsed on his knees. You're 1,000 years too young to defeat someone like me. Vulcan laughed. Be glad I took an oath not to kill anyone but the Zyrants or you wouldn't be talking anymore. Haha. Phantom's unexpected reaction threw Vulcan off a bit. The laugh irked him so much that he would kill the bastard right then, and there if he could go against his oath. But then Vulcan noticed something strange. The aura around Phantom got absurdly strong. Although it wasn't comparable to an Shranker like him, it was enough to decimate anyone except him. You fell right in the trap I laid for you. Phantom continued laughing. The stronger my opponent is, the stronger I get. How do you think I was able to obtain epic and legendary abilities that I possess? What kind of absurd ability is this? Vulcan got serious, but to his surprise, Phantom's power grew even more. Ashton was still unable to speak, therefore, he couldn't warn Vulcan about Phantom's ridiculous class abilities in time. Now that Phantom had asked and answered 3 questions, his power levels were at least 60% of that of Vulcan's. By this time, Vulcan more or less guessed what was going on and sealed his lips for good. However, the damage was already done. No one except Vulcan could end Phantom now, and Vulcan wasn't going to kill him because of his oath. The situation couldn't have gotten any worse than it is now. Vulcan was aware of this and kept thinking of ways to clear the mess he had created. But no matter how hard he thought about it, only one option appeared in front of him. The option that he couldn't pick no matter what. I had never had this much fun since that night when I killed a god. Phantom snarled. A god? Vulcan knew what asking a question meant, but curiosity got the best of him. An ancient race. Since you are quite old, you might have heard of them. Phantom broadly smiled, not knowing he was digging his own grave. The ones known as the Precursors. Chapter 421, Creating a Faction 1. Just hearing Precursor come out of Phantom's mouth shocked everyone there. It was hard to believe Phantom could have killed a member of the ancient species. Not because he couldn't have, considering a Precursor would never kill a lower species, anyone could try and kill them if they had the means. However, the surprising thing was that he somehow managed to find one in the first place. After all, the surviving Precursors had gone into hiding or left the galaxy. That said, if he had indeed killed a Precursor, it could explain his arsenal of weird abilities. The question was, what would Vulcan do now? He took an oath only to kill those who had laid a hand on his masters. Ashton thought since Phantom admitted to killing one, it should be alright to kill him. But you can't let that happen. If Phantom dies, so will the last clue about your father. But I don't think capturing him would do you any good either. It's not my place to say this, but interrogating him is impossible. Even you must have realized it by now. Ashton remained silent. Questioning Phantom would only make him stronger. Although Ashton had just the place in his mind to interrogate him, sadly, it wasn't possible. Raphael's domain would have been the perfect place for questioning Phantom, as it was a place Astaroth had complete control over. Unfortunately, Beelzebub was still occupying the domain, and Ashton couldn't simply throw him out of there yet. This made it impossible for Ashton even to try and interrogate Phantom. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vulcan had not spoken a word since the big revelation. But anyone in the field could know how pissed he was. Without warning, Vulcan leapt into the air, and his hammer grew bigger and bigger till it blocked the sky from Phantom's sight. The Hellfire Phantom had used before still revolved around the hammer, giving it a menacing look. Phantom saw the attack coming. However, he wasn't quick enough to dodge the attack just yet. The moment the hammer touched the ground, it felt like a dormant volcano had erupted. Debris was launched in every direction while the earth itself was on fire. Aegis had to use the absolute shield to protect Ashton from getting into harm's way. A second later, Ashton saw a gut-wrenching sight when the dust and debris settled down. There was a massive blazing crater in front of him. Phantom could be seen lying headfirst in the hole, with Vulcan standing on top of him. Ashton did not doubt that Phantom was dead. Although strong, he wasn't strong enough to survive a direct hit from Vulcan. However, Vulcan's mood was far from happy, and a moment later, Ashton realized why. It was another decoy, a strong one, but a decoy nonetheless. This bastard! Vulcan roared in rage. Even the ground shook under as he yelled, and Ashton could understand his frustrations. He felt the same when he finally killed Mara on Earth, only to realize it was just a clone of hers. By this time, Aegis had finished healing Ashton, but he still wasn't strong enough to stand by himself for an extended period. Aegis saw this and immediately rushed to support his master. Ashton stood supported by Aegis' griffin form as Phantom's decoy disappeared into thin air. There was no point in standing in the hole, so Vulcan walked out to check on Ashton but left without speaking to him. The dwarf had his old wounds forcefully opened. The scars, which took thousands of years to heal, resurfaced within moments. It wasn't surprising that he wanted to be alone at the moment. Ashton did not bother him either. After all, he didn't have the time or the leisure to do so. Phantom had turned out to be a lot more complicated than Ashton first assumed. At least he has more information about him, which he could use to his advantage the next time they meet. You seem pretty confident that you'll face him again. As I know we will. Considering that he's no longer infatuated with consuming my body, but killing me instead. That's one way of putting it. By the way, do you think he could have done it? Killing a precursor? Ashton nodded. It's questionable. Even we had trouble killing the precursors despite the fact they weren't fighting back. That said, it's always possible that a precursor willingly gave their life away to a stranger, and the Zyrans had seen it happening quite a few times during the war. I see. After Phantom's death, after his clone's death, the metal sharks took a hasty retreat. Their only goal was to act as a distraction to siphon away some guards and mercenaries while Phantom did his job. Following his death, there was no point in continuing the battle. But the guards and the mercenaries weren't left unscathed. 2 more mercenaries took the journey to the afterlife in the battle, while the number of guards had been halved. Not to mention, the destruction in and around the mansion was unsurmountable. It took days for hundreds of people to clear all the debris, and it would take a whole year to reconstruct the place. Thankfully, Eula and her mother were unharmed in the incident, and were grateful to everyone who helped them evade certain death. Especially to Ashton and Vulcan, who took down the Phantom. The news of Phantom's first defeat spread across the galaxy like wildfire. Overnight, the Mercenary Association regained all of its lost influence. Still, more than that, Ashton and company had become renowned personalities. Maston promised that great rewards were waiting for them when they returned. While Ashton was walking around helping with whatever he could, the people had not seen Vulcan since the battle's conclusion. Ashton had tried countless times to talk to him over the days, but his efforts were met with silence. The dwarf had closed himself within the workshop, not allowing anyone else to step foot in his domain either. Ashton respected his master's wishes and decided to leave without meeting him. The night sky was laden with stars. Their ship was ready to leave, and so were the guests of planet Eva. But Ashton wasn't going just with the surviving mercenaries. He was taking his faction with him. Reaper, we got to leave now, Weimar called out to him. Coming. Ashton replied before turning and looking at the workshop for the last time. Looks like this is it then. Although faint, Ashton hoped to see Vulcan again before he left. But it appeared his optimism was misplaced. After waiting a minute, Ashton gave up and returned to the ship. However, to his and everyone's surprise, Vulcan came rushing toward the ship with a massive backpack. Oi brat! What kind of disciple leaves without his master's blessing? He yelled. Really? He's going to turn this on me? Ashton mumbled and got off the ship. What do you want, old man? Ahem. Considering you're pathetically weak, I have generously decided to accompany you till we defeat that mimic or whatever he is. Hop on. It's rude to make everyone wait like this. Vulcan patted Ashton on the back and went inside the ship. Honestly, I never thought I'd accept such a lazy bum as my disciple. This fucker. Ashton sighed before smiling as he entered the ship. Chapter 422, Creating a Faction 2. A vast crowd was waiting for Ashton and the remaining mercenaries at the Colonel Tower. As soon as their spaceship docked at the VIP port, they could hear the loud cheers of everyone waiting for them. It was a rare occurrence in the mercenary world. After all, there was no space for fans for the mercenaries. Everyone was usually making money for themselves, so much so that they often forgot about the accomplishments of others. However, defeating the undefeated Phantom wasn't a feat anyone would ignore. It was the first time someone had not only managed to evade silent death but also defeat him. At the same time, people from the Galaxy Times wanted to interview the mercenaries. However, Maston had made it clear they would not be allowed to do so. It was because he knew these reporters only wanted one thing from them. The key to defeating Phantom, and Maston wasn't going to let them get their hands on such intel. Weimar was immediately caught in the storm of attention he got. In contrast, Lyhut kept staring at him from a distance. The healer too had a fair share of people cheering for him, but it seemed the one whose cheers mattered the most was busy with someone else. Ashton saw this and calmly approached Lyhut. Since he wanted to use him as bait, he felt it was only suitable for him to try and encourage the man to pursue his heart, rather than letting his feelings go unchecked. How long do you plan on staring at his back, huh? Ashton playfully remarked before smacking Lyhut's back. Ouch, what do you mean, Reaper Hail? Lyhut referred to Ashton with the suffix hail. In Lyhut's culture, hail was used as a suffix towards those who are strong and worthy of one's respect. At the same time, the suffix was also used to acknowledge the superiority of one's skills. At least, that's how Lyhut had explained it to Ashton while they were making their journey back to the tower. Dude, please, everyone knows how you feel about him. Well, except for that idiot. But then again, I don't expect his 2 brain cells to take the obvious signs. Hoo-hoo, Lyhut chuckled before turning a little bit serious. How long have you known for? Pretty much from the moment we left the tower. Well, it's not my place to tell you what to do and what not to. Sometimes letting your heart go is better. I'm speaking from experience. Ah, look at the love guru I raised. I'm proud of you. Lyhut didn't respond, and Ashton took it as his sign to leave. Just like Astaroth pushed him to confess his feeling for Anna, he wanted to act in that role for Lyhut. Hopefully, he'll take his advice and things will get better. Till then, Ashton had his own business to take care of. Reaper. Ashton heard a familiar voice and turned with a broad smile. It had been a little over a month since he had last seen Anna. But much to his surprise, she had changed quite a bit. Her succubi features had grown more prominent, and she had gained 13 levels from the last time he saw her. As she came running toward him, Ashton couldn't help but notice everyone's gaze was on her. The men cheering him on just a moment ago now had daggers in their eyes, waiting to kill him. Their lust for your blood is much higher than Anna's lust for you, huh? Shut it and try not to ruin the moment, will you? All right, you have earned that much. See you later. Anna forced Ashton into quite an intimate hug, which he was more than happy to reciprocate. Behind her were the twins. They kept their distance but made sure to greet Ashton. Ashton might not have seen the twins in a romantic light, but they were still friends, so it would have been rude of him not to acknowledge them. Whoa, you're quite plump. Anna licked her lips. I could say the same for you. Ashton laughed. Also, I know the meaning behind your gaze, but I'll have to wait. I need to take care of some business first. Of course, Anna replied before planting a kiss on his lips before letting him go. That'll be enough to hold me off for a few hours. I knew this bastard was a playboy. Weimar rushed to Ashton and swung his arm over his shoulder. Look at him. He already had a girlfriend, haha. By the way, I'm Weimar Reaper's trusty shield. You might have heard of Moore Lyhud, let me speak. Ashton shook his head in disappointment as Lyhud dragged Weimar away. TSK, love will cause your brain to rust. Vulcan suddenly appeared behind them with Aegis, who immediately jumped over to Ashton's shoulder. Cute. He's so cute. Anna and the twins simultaneously exclaimed. Aegis wasn't in his authentic form, but he looked cute regardless. However, the surprises weren't over yet. Even though Aegis did not like to be touched by anyone, much to Ashton's surprise, he immediately jumped from Ashton's shoulder to Anna's chest and warped his hands around her neck. This is new. Ashton looked at Vulcan, who was just as clueless as he was. In the meantime, Maston returned after safely escorting Eula to her room. However, Eula let Ashton know she wanted to talk to him in private before leaving. Here is the star. Maston warmly welcomed Ashton but immediately bowed when he saw Vulcan. Two never thought I'd be fortunate enough to stand in the presence of an elder dwarf here of all place. Vulcan looked annoyed by Maston's words. However, he read the room and decided it was best to accept his greetings before leaving. He is not a people person. Ashton clarified as he greeted Maston. I see. I'll apologize to him at a later time. But for now, let us proceed to the meeting room. There's a lot to discuss and not much time. Maston said after regaining his composure. The leader couldn't make it here tonight, but he has sent his congratulations to you and wished to meet you some other time. Chapter 423, Creating a Faction 3. As Ashton and Maston walked into the meeting room, he was surprised to see a lot of unfamiliar faces. It seemed all of them were busy chatting, but the room turned eerily silent as soon as he appeared. Ashton immediately scanned everyone in the room. Now that he knew how Phantom worked, he wouldn't have been surprised to find him in the room. Thankfully, Phantom wasn't present there. However, there was someone Ashton had known for some time. Odiga. I should have known only you would pick a corny name like Reaper. Odiga smiled as the newcomers filled the remaining empty seats. It has been a while. It seems Lady Shadow already knows you. Maston raised an eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Reaper is an old acquaintance from Euphoria. Odiga replied, we have worked closely on a few occasions. I hope you won't let your relationship affect your work, Lady Shadow. Someone from the room's far end remarked, the same goes for you, Mr. Reaper. Try not to let your relationships intervene with your business. That's my advice as a senior. Shut it, balls. We all know how great you are. Odiga retorted. Ashton saw the person and didn't know how to describe him. His appearance was quite distinctive to say the least. His oval-shaped head was overladen with excess skin. Just looking at him reminded Ashton of a man's balls. Just like what Odiga called him. Although Ashton's assumption was right on point, when Maston introduced him to the man, Ashton couldn't help but think it was a prank of some sort. It had to be. Reaper, meet Lord Testickle. He's one of the 7 great generals of the Orion Empire. Maston gracefully introduced him, but Ashton knew Maston was trying his best to suppress his urge to laugh. If I were him, I would have sued the living hell out of my parents. Didn't they throw you on the streets because you were born with a Mournblade? How about you sue them for that instead? Although I didn't, they were in prison the last time I saw them. I'd say karma got the revenge for me. I'm surprised something worked out in your life for once. Me too. While Maston introduced Ashton to everyone, Ashton could not help but notice their gazes. It felt like they were sizing him up as if they couldn't believe someone like him fought and survived against Phantom. Ashton couldn't blame them. In their eyes, he was a newbie youngster. How could someone like him defeat Phantom when even the brightest minds of the galaxy couldn't devise a plan to accomplish it? But more than that, he could feel their emotions through perception. Despite what they thought, they were afraid of him. Not scared per se, but they were cautious. People like Ashton were dangerous. They were only an asset till they were working with them, but the moment such a person turned against them, it would be a catastrophe. That was probably why some of the galaxy's most influential people had gathered in the room to meet a low-ranking mercenary. By doing so, they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, they'll be able to get first-hand information about Phantom and come up with ways to counter his reign of terror, and finally, they will form crucial connections with someone who was just as dangerous, if not more. It was no wonder Maston said Ashton would get his rewards here. Not only would the Mercenary Association reward him for his feat and the information he would give them, But so would the remaining 6 people. Oi, I can almost see the greed within your eyes. Tone it down a bit. Yeah. Enough greetings. Shall we get to business now? Maston ushered the meeting. It felt like Odiga was waiting for Maston to say that. As soon as he was done, she jumped to ask a question. Did you manage to uncover the identity of Phantom? No. The coward used a decoy to attack us. Ashton replied, however, I have some information about his class and abilities. Everyone's ears perked up as soon as Ashton said that. So far, Phantom had been a complete enigma, thanks to his 100% fatality rate. That's why any information regarding his class and abilities was priceless. Ashton knew the value of the information he held and wouldn't reveal it so quickly. Just like anything in the universe, information too was tradable for the right amount. Nouvelle Bietham. Being a mercenary, Ashton wanted to benefit as much as possible. That's why he intended to monopolize the priceless information under his possession. Didn't you say you wanted to share information with them, so that they can help you find Phantom faster? I did. Ashton smugly replied, I don't have the time or the means to track the bastard down. But they do, since they have literal armies under their command. However, I never said I'll give out the information for free, did I? You sly bastard. I love it, haha. People seemed to notice what was happening inside his head, and immediately put their offers on the table. Testicle offered the Orion Army's support and priority treatment regarding missions associated with them at whatever rate Ashton wanted. Lord Nix, a prominent figure representing Perseus Arm, offered him one of the fastest spaceships at his disposal for Ashton and his team. Ashton was incredibly thankful to him because he was planning on getting a ship either way. As for Maston, well, he lifted any and all restrictions imposed on Ashton as a new rank 2 mercenary. In other words, Ashton was promoted to the highest ranks of a mercenary unofficially, since it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the mercenaries working under the association. This meant he would have to progress like the other mercenaries to improve his rank. Ashton would still receive all the benefits a rank 7 mercenary would, despite being at rank 2. Ashton didn't ask for anything from Odiga. But even then, she offered to join his crew in her intelligence association. In a gist, Ashton would become the new leader of one of the most sought-after intelligence associations. The gifts didn't stop coming. From money to soldiers and close working relationships offers. Whatever Ashton wanted, he got it within seconds of mentioning it. Honestly, he got a lot more than he wanted, but he wasn't complaining. By the time Ashton gave them what they wanted, he was one of the most decorated mercenaries in the Colonel Tower. The meeting lasted a little over an hour. Once the promised money was transferred to Ashton and the delivery of the spaceship scheduled, he left to do what he had wanted to do for a long time. Before someone asks, no, it wasn't Anna, but something related to work. Are you sure you want to create your own mercenary faction? Annabot asked Ashton for confirmation. Joining a mercenary faction was one of the fastest growing methods. Most of the valuable requestan often requested to be assigned to a faction rather than an unknown group of mercenaries. However, only some could create a faction. Generally, mercenaries rank 6 or above are allowed to make a faction. But none of those restrictions applied to Ashton, so he didn't waste time creating his army. Even Eulis' request was one asking to be assigned to a mercenary faction. However, most factions refused to take on the deadly request, and those who did weren't up to the mark. That's why Maston had to create a group of mercs by himself to help Eula out. Yes, please, Ashton replied, and he was handed a ton of documents to go through within moments. Had it not been for detection, he would have gone through the text for hours. After signing the necessary documents, Ashton was handed a new mercenary card that reflected his new rank and the new faction he had created, known as Ghosts. So far it was a fairly small faction. Along with the 10 guards he picked up from planet Eva, Weimar and Lyha joined his faction. Anna was a part of it as well, and so was Vulcan. However, he was not listed as a fighter but as a technician. It was to maintain his secret identity as Thori. Nouvelle Bietham. Faction name Ghosts. M Faction Captain. Reaper. Click to view more information. Faction rank 3. Members information. A grade members 0. B grade members 3. Click to view more details. C grade members 3. Click to view more details. D grade members 5. Click to view more details. E grade members 4. Click to view more details. Mission completed 0. Reputation. Trusted by the association. References. Association VP Maston. Galactical performer Eula Mendova. Lady Shadow ONI. Lord Testicle, General of the Orion Empire. Click to view 3 more. Rating. Will be available upon successful completion of a mission. Not bad, Ashton mumbled to himself. You can accept missions from Counter 7. Annabot remarked, have a nice day, Captain. Ashton nodded and left for the mentioned counter to seek a mission suitable for them. Usually, a newbie faction would only get a few opportunities to get contracted. That's why there was a need to get some references. The more well-known the referee was, the higher the chances of getting employed. The reference system was one of the reasons why Ashton wanted to get recommendations from as many influential people as possible. Recommendations from Maston, Eula and Odiga were more than enough for him to garner attention. But Ashton decided to go all out and mentioned everyone he had met in the previous hour. Let's see if there's any mission. What the fuck? Ashton stood dumbfounded in front of the holographic screen. It hadn't been 10 minutes since he created the faction, yet he had received over a dozen job requests. Maybe I should have toned down my references a bit. Chapter 424 Joint Operation 1. The news of Ashton's feat, coupled with his references, had caused quite an uproar in the mercenary world. Still, not every client wanted to hire them as they were a new faction. But the number of requests Ashton had received was unprecedented for a new faction. Ashton stood there gawking at the screen, overwhelmed with the job requests. After regaining his composure, Ashton rearranged the quests based on the type of job. To his surprise, most of the jobs were transportation or escorting, similar to Eula's escorting job. Although the pay was quite well, he wasn't too keen on accepting these job offers. Although he didn't say it explicitly during the meeting, his sole focus at the moment was to get strong, that is, leveling up, so that he could face Phantom on his own the next time they crossed paths. If I want to catch that bastard alive, I have to get stronger than I am. Getting strong alone wouldn't help you. We need to figure out a way to interrogate him as well. If only we could somehow kill Beelzebub, all the problems would be solved. Go ahead and kill him. That is, if you want the Zyrans to chase our ass to hell. Ashton didn't respond, mainly because he had nothing to say. If only Bauman had an ability like Raphael's, then he wouldn't have to worry about handling Phantom. Now is not the right time to focus on Phantom. Ashton shook his head and went back to reading through the job list. But in the end he gave up on it as well. His mind was all over the place. However, there were a couple of reasons why he waited to accept any quests. Firstly, although he was the captain of his faction, it wasn't right for him to select a job request himself. Consulting others like Weimer and Lyhut on the matter would also give him the insight to learn about different jobs, and further solidify his knowledge of the mercenary world. Secondly, he didn't want to rush straight into fighting as soon as he finished one job. After all, taking appropriate rest was just as crucial as busting their asses to earn money. Not to mention, it wasn't like they could leave the station before the promised spaceships were delivered to him, and it was more like they had to stay in the tower for a week at the very least. With hundreds of thousands of yenos in my account, money will not be a problem for a while. Which means I can take on jobs which give less money but more experience. What happened to the greedy bastard from before? Novel Biathom. Then there's Vulcan's training too. Right. I should have a chat with the master soon. But for now it's time to rest. I'll conduct a meeting tomorrow. Try to fool someone who doesn't know you. You just want to get laid, don't you? You should be glad at least one of us gets to do that. Why the fuck are you jealous? However, before Ashton got the chance to proceed with his plan, he noticed something. Not so far away from him stood a small group of people. All it was one look at their uniform for Ashton to get reminded of his first day as a mercenary. The so-called elite mercenary group. The Goldwater mercenaries. These bastards never learn, do they? Like the first time they met, the Goldwater mercenaries were still busy hogging all the lower-level quests. Even after the humiliation they had to face the last time, it didn't seem they had learned their lesson. Why don't you go and get acquainted with them? They are your old buddies after all. You snatched the words right out of my mouth. Ashton smiled and casually walked up to them. Oi, Squareface. Ashton yelled while the mercenaries were busy chasing away other low-ranking mercenaries. I have wanted to chat with you since our last meeting. Kern Oma, the deputy captain of the group, turned around with his eyes blazing in rage. Not only was he having a bad day, but now some idiotic bastard dared to mock him. Forgiving the fool wasn't an option for him. However, when he saw Ashton's face, all the rage in his eyes evaporated instantly. The way Ashton publicly humiliated them was vividly imprinted on his mind. It was sheer bad luck that out of all people Goldwater mercenaries could have faced, their path was interrupted by someone who had the direct support of the Mercenary Association. Mr. Reaper. It's an honor to meet you. Kern replied with the fakest smile Ashton had ever seen. What is someone like yourself doing on the lower floors? Nothing much. Just saw your familiar face and thought to meet you. Ashton responded, what are you doing on the lower floors? Monopolizing low-ranking quests as usual? It's not like that. Kern had a burning desire to cuss Ashton out, but he knew very well that if they got in a feud now, even the association would support Reaper and not them. Their last encounter had caused Kern some grief from his superiors, so he was more careful with engaging Ashton. It was peculiar for someone from the Goldwater group to be so polite with another mercenary. But more than that, the low rankers wanted to take a job request and make a break out of there while the Goldwater mercs were busy. Kern and his subordinates knew what the other mercenaries were doing. Sadly, there was nothing they could have done with Ashton present there, as they did not want to have problems with him. As for Ashton, things were going just the way he wanted. It was a well-known fact that Kern's squad wasn't under direct protection from their rank leader. Hell, it would be surprising if their leader was even aware of their existence. Still, since they wore Goldwater's colors, No regular mercenary wanted to mess with them. But it was different with Ashton. With Maston backing him up, the roles of the prey and the predator had reversed. It was Goldwater's turn to know how it felt to have all the job requests forcefully taken away from them. I have never seen someone get this petty before. Why? Did the Zyrans not have mirrors? Chapter 425 Joint Operation 2. One reason. A faceless calm voice echoed in the dark. Give me one reason I should not shred you down into minced meat this instant. Eleanor couldn't speak a word in the leader's presence, and she couldn't even if she wanted to, as she had her tongue ripped out mere moments ago. That was the price of her failure to capture a direct descendant of the first succubi. Apart from the monetary and personnel losses, the Metal Sharks had received an irreparable blow to their name, and that was something the leader wouldn't forgive or forget anytime soon. However, Eleanor wasn't the only one being punished there. Xing Fuyan, one of the leader's confidants, faced similar treatment. He did not get his organs ripped out like Eleanor, considering how much he had accomplished for the Sharks. But Fuyan's soul-haunting cries could be heard every few seconds. Even though Eleanor knew she was fucked, she couldn't help but think who was facing it worse, she or Fuyan. While she was lost in her thoughts, someone grabbed her before tossing her around the pitch-black chamber. She had already faced this situation a few times, but it still hurt like hell. It was thanks to that Eleanor's body was covered in bruises and fractures. Yet the leader didn't show a shred of mercy to her. She had no idea capturing Eula was this important, or else she would have escaped from the organization's clutches when their defeat became a certainty. It was foolish of her to think she'd managed to get off by getting demoted or a severed arm. Hell, never in a million years would she have known the order to capture Eula came from the leader himself. If she did, Eleanor would have given it her all to capture Eula or die trying. For death had become something she now yearned for. Fuyan has been a close ally for decades, but that do not matter to me. However, I have decided to spare his life for something he found by himself. The leader mumbled. Eleanor did not have the strength to listen to the mysterious electronic voice. However, what the leader said next immediately caught her attention. Fuyan found someone more suited for our needs. An easier target, but more important than that pop star. The only question is, will you or will you not prove your worth to me? Eleanor immediately got to her knees, begging for another chance to make things right. Without her tongue, she couldn't form a single proper word, but that did not stop her from trying her best to convey her words. The voice never spoke again, but the room was lit a moment later. The entire room had been painted with her blood. However, it wasn't senseless scribbling. Eleanor could read the words that the leader wrote by smashing her all around the room. Words that made her feel both hope and despair at the same time. Do not disappoint me again. At the same time, Fuyan's shriek was heard one last time before everything went silent again. The Palace of Pain had gone quiet once again. Chew. Anna sneezed louder than ever. Who the fuck is talking about me now? I didn't know you got fans in space? Ashton playfully remarked while going through the mission catalog. While everyone was busy claiming job requests, a few were left as they failed to gain attention from the lower-ranked mercenaries for various reasons. Ashton wasn't planning on taking on a request, but when he saw Kern's relaxed expression, he took all of them. As soon as he did that, Kern's expression turned gray quickly. The job he wanted to claim now belonged to Ashton. The only thing was that Ashton needed to know which quest the Goldwater mercenaries were so desperate to steal. Needless to say, Kern wasn't going to let him know, so they left in a huff. That's why Ashton was going through the list, hoping something would point him in the right direction. However, before he could get far in his search, there was a knock on the door. Anna went to check it, and a moment later, Ashton heard her gasping in confusion. After rushing outside, he found Eula kneeling in front of Anna. "What's going on here?" he asked. "I was hoping you'd have the answer for that," Anna mumbled. Before Ashton could ask Eula what the hell she was up to now, she spoke first. "Please grant blessing over this humble servant of yours, Goddess Lilith." Anna and Ashton both stared at each other. They couldn't decide whether Eula was off her rockers or had mistaken Anna for someone else. Regardless, Ashton did not find Eula's behavior acceptable at all. "Is this what you wanted to talk about?" he firmly asked Eula, to which she nodded. "I know you are confused by my rambling, but I assure you I'm here to help you." "I see. No wonder your girlfriend felt familiar to me after she became your mate. My stupid ass thought I was getting that feeling because of our bond." "What do you mean?" "Let's just say you might have turned Anna into a primordial being." "Speak English, mofo." Translation: Anna might have inherited the genes of the first of the succubi when you turned her. Which means other succubi think of her as a goddess. End translation. Rather than clearing his confusion, Astaroth's words had the opposite effect on him. How could he turn Anna into something like a goddess of all things? But then again, he was the reincarnation of Seraph to the Jihalos, so it wasn't senselessly weird. However, he still had a question in his head. Why the hell were you carrying succubi genes in the first place? He asked Astaroth, to which he did not get a straight answer. "Let's just say I had a fun time with them." "Weren't you a virgin, though?" "Novel bien." We did mental stuff, mostly. No wonder your head is fucked up. Chapter 426 Joint Operation 3. So, you want us to recover a magic artifact that no one had heard about? Ashton asked as soon as Eula was done putting in her request. That's the gist of it. She replied, only someone from the direct lineage of Lilith can recover the artifact. Since my family is the only pureblood succubi family in the galaxy, the metal sharks targeted me to force me to get to Lilith's staff. It was all news to Ashton. The rumor about Eula offending the metal shark was a hoax she used to hide the real reason behind their relentless attacks. Even Ashton found it hard to believe that a galaxy-wide criminal organization was targeting a pop star just because of a stupid remark, and his instincts proved to be correct this time as well. However, he couldn't blame Eula. If what she said was true, then thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people wouldn't stop at anything to get their hands on the artifact. What do you think, Astaroth? Well, Eula's tale seems too far-fetched to me. An artifact that can give immortality to its wielder? It sounds like something from a great action movie. And a walking Zompirewolf doesn't? No, because a ton of hybrids were already roaming the galaxy. It was only a matter of time before a tribrid joined in. But then again, the succubi and incubi were known to take their secrets to the grave, so it might be possible, unlikely, but possible. While Ashton was busy discussing everything under the stars with Astaroth, Anna asked the most obvious questions that Ashton did not seem to care about. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not putting in a request with the association as you don't want to spread the information, right? Eula nodded. Then what makes you think you can trust us? Anna asked with her arms crossed in front of her mounds. For all you know, we're mercenaries. The only thing we are loyal to is money, not people. Eula smiled as if she had expected the question to be hurled at her. She looked Anna straight in the eyes and said, neither you nor Mr. Reaper is that kind of person. She continued, this last month I have had the pleasure of working with Mr. Reaper, and I know someone of his character wouldn't betray a client for money. Also, considering the high regard he holds you in, you're not someone like that. Am I wrong? Anna didn't speak at all, knowing Eula had more to say. Also, I'm not telling you to recover the staff for me, but yourself. Anna raised an eyebrow when she heard that. Eula was not only handing them such priceless intel, but she didn't want to artifact either. What kinds of things have this succubus been sucking on? Are you serious? Anna questioned her while trying to get Eula's true intentions out of her. Completely. Eula replied, at first I wanted the artifact to myself for safekeeping, but now I have realized someone like yourself deserves it more. Not to mention, even if I get the artifact, I wouldn't be able to bring out its true power. But maybe you can. Anna was surprised, but she still had her suspicions. Devotion could be blinding, she knew about that. However, she refused to believe that Eula's intentions were pure. It could be that she wants the metal sharks to leave her alone, and by having me take the artifact she would get rid of the threat looming over her head. Anna thought. The two succubi were too involved in their talks that none of them saw Ashton exit the room. He had hoped Astaroth would be able to shed light on Eula's words, but the fact that he couldn't meant one thing. The artifact itself predates the Zyrans. That was the only explanation Ashton could come up with, and if it was true, then only one person could confirm or deny the existence of such an artifact. Master, I have a question. Ashton exclaimed while kicking Vulcan's doors in. Did the precursors ouch? Who the hell do you think I am, your friend? Vulcan barked back and slapped Ashton in the head. Watching his master get slapped, Aegis immediately jumped off the bed and loudly barked at Vulcan. Even though Vulcan was his primary caregiver, Aegis still loved Ashton more than anyone else in the entire universe. What do you want now? Vulcan sighed and turned around, allowing Ashton a complete view of his room. Damn old man, did you decide to open an armory here or something? Ashton mumbled. No matter where Ashton looked, weapons or armor were scattered all over the place. Even now, Vulcan was carrying a sword in his hands. Damn. Did you come here to ask stupid questions? Vulcan imitated Ashton's voice, and here I thought maybe you got a useful brain cell in your head for once. Useful brain cell while this Zyran cancer lives within me? Impossible. What the fuck did I do now? I heard you sniggering a moment ago. Bitch. What are you here for? Vulcan dropped the sword he had been polishing and got serious. I wanted to know if your kind ever created a device that could grant eternal life to someone? The look on Vulcan's face was terrifying. Even Ashton couldn't help but subconsciously take a couple of steps back while Aegis ran and hid behind Ashton's legs for the first time in his life. Eula told you, didn't she? Vulcan mumbled while shaking his head. That girl would get herself into trouble one of these days. Suddenly it all clicked in Ashton's head. He always found it weird why Vulcan stuck to Eula's family for centuries when he could have ruled over the galaxy or something. But now everything made sense. Despite his claims, Vulcan was there to protect Eula and her family, and by doing so, he would indirectly help preserve the artifact. Stay away from the Staff of Eden, Vulcan sternly warned Ashton. You might be the chosen one or some shit, but even you can't tame the staff. No one can. Chapter 427 Joint Operation 4. What do you mean? Ashton asked Vulcan. There is a reason why that staff was left untouched by the Zyrans, Vulcan replied, slowly regaining his composure. Even the strongest amongst them couldn't tame the staff that held the power of creation and destruction. Ashton felt it was story time, so he picked Aegis up in his arms and sat down. Vulcan did not bother waiting for him, and kept narrating what little he remembered about the staff. The dwarves were responsible for making and maintaining almost everything the precursors ever touched. However, not once were we allowed to see, let alone touch the Staff of Eden. He continued, obviously being restricted only made us more eager to use the staff. But none of us wanted to disrespect our creator's wishes. None but two morons and humans at that. I'm willing to bet 1,000 yenos, it was a distant relative of yours. Ashton did not strike back as the tale was more important to him than Astaroth's barking. Vulcan remembered that a human couple called Adam and Lilith sneaked into the Forbidden Sector to see why the staff held such significance to the precursors. The security wasn't tight because the precursor believed no human would defy their instructions. But they were mistaken, as the seed of curiosity often defied the authority of a higher being. However, halfway through, Adam had a change of heart and no longer wanted to disobey the precursors. But Lilith wasn't as docile as her partner. Once she set her mind on something, she would stop at nothing to achieve it. Adam knew only the precursors could stop Lilith, so he left her and rushed out to confess to their lords and get their help. However, by the time they returned, it was already too late, and Lilith had got hold of the staff, which slowly corrupted her. Her appearance changed drastically, and she had evolved into something of her own creation. That's how the first ever succubus came into being. Vulcan sighed. As a result of her actions, Lilith was immediately banished from Eden, the precursor's home world. But before she was thrown into the endless space, something weird happened to the staff. What could possibly happen to such an overpowered artifact? No one knows, as the precursors never mentioned the staff ever again, Vulcan replied. But if I had to guess, I'd say Lilith wasn't the only one who got corrupted that night. She corrupted the staff? But how is that even possible? Think of it like this. The staff was a puddle of the purest water in the universe, and Lilith's touch was like sewage. Now you see what happened? It was a weird analogy to explain something, but it worked. Since the precursors were the purest beings in the galaxy, they could use the staff as they pleased and hence did not want anyone else to contaminate the staff. Therefore, they prohibited anyone from even looking at it. But something felt a bit weird about the story. Ashton couldn't point it out, however. He knew there was more to the tale than what Vulcan told him. Either Vulcan didn't know the complete truth about the story, or he was purposefully excluding some details to make the precursors seem like the good guys. Victor's version of the story is often popular, but more often than not, it's covered in lies. Unfortunately, there's no one from whom we can get the other side of the story. I wouldn't be so sure of it just yet. As long as I can get some soul fragments I can reconstruct. Do you know how to? I'm working on it, Ashton thought, but first I need to take care of something else. Ashton wanted to call out Vulcan on his lies. From the moment Vulcan began narrating the tale, Ashton had used heartbeat sense on the dwarf. A couple of times Ashton knew Vulcan was lying, or at least he was omitting the truth. Rather than calling him out without proof, Ashton decided to get the complete story from somewhere else, hopefully. But there was one thing he wanted to confirm first. Master, please don't answer my next question with a lie. Ashton mumbled as he turned around to leave. Do you believe Lilith was the one who corrupted the staff? Vulcan did not respond, but in his silence was the answer Ashton had been seeking. I see. Ashton left the room with Aegis right behind him. Maybe we should talk about it sometime later when you have made peace with your thoughts. Meanwhile, Anna and Eula were busy discussing the specifics of the mission. Since they couldn't take a request to retrieve the staff, as it would inform people hiding in the shadows about the artifact's whereabouts, Eula suggested Anna take a job request that would land them on a wild planet called Acuna. Acuna was a planet overrun with wild beasts, which meant many job requests came from there. The quests varied from subjugation to defense to escorting, so the team should be okay with taking on a job from Acuna. By this time, Ashton returned from Vulcan's chamber and joined in on the plan. Once you are done taking care of the job request, you can look for the artifact without any disturbance, Eula eagerly told the couple. Although she had a point, there was one thing she was missing. A quick search pointed out that Acuna was roughly 4 times the size of Earth. That said, looking for an artifact no one had ever seen before was too far-fetched. I agree, Anna mumbled. Finding a needle in a haystack would be much easier if he had a magnet. But other than the artifact's existence, we know nothing about it. Ashton knew Vulcan would be of help in verifying the artifact. However, after witnessing his reaction to the mention of the staff, Ashton decided it was better not to include the dwarf in the planning for now. Although it would put us at a disadvantage, it's the right choice. And 0VL next. Com. In the meantime, since Ashton had already accepted a lot of job requests, he was going through the list to see if there was any request from Acuna. To no one's surprise, there was a chain request on the list. A chain request was multiple quests marked under a single job request. At the same moment, Ashton had a realization. The Goldwater mercenaries might have had their eyes on the same job. Maybe we don't need to be so clueless after all. Ashton smiled. What do you mean? Anna asked. Well, if we don't know about the artifact, we'll just have to team up with those who do. Ashton replied, get ready. A joint operation is in order. Chapter 428 Frenemies 1. This request. Are you sure about it? Maston asked Ashton. I thought after all that happened between the two of you, you'd not work with them no matter the reward. Ashton knew what Maston's reaction would have been regarding his request. After all, he saved Ashton from trouble when the Gold Watermercs tried asserting dominance over him. I believe people can change. Whether it's for the worst or the best depends on them. Ashton replied, but I would like to be optimistic for once and put my faith in them once. That's all. Maston knew Ashton well enough by now. Although new in the mercenary world, Ashton wasn't someone who would forgive anyone who tried to boss him around. After witnessing what the Gold Watermercs had tried doing to him, there was no way Ashton would act all friendly with them. Yet, he was requesting cooperation with the Mercs to reconcile their differences. Bullshit. Maston wasn't a fool to fall for Ashton's words. There had to be something going on inside his head. That said, if Ashton wanted to extend an olive branch towards the Gold Water, there was nothing Maston or the association could do to stop him. As far as acknowledging the proposal for a joint operation was concerned, the Mercenary Association couldn't intervene in the matter. They were only allowed to serve as a medium for two factions to discuss their partnership, nothing more. Whether the factions agreed to work with each other or not was none of the association's concerns. But they were free to express their will if they suspected foul play from one or more parties during the operation, which was what Maston was doing right now. Ashton's action against the Gold Watermercs wasn't going to be an issue. The problem will start if the entire Gold Water faction decides to strike back. If that happened, even the whole Mercenary Association wouldn't be able to stop them. That's why he needed to make sure Ashton did not do something that could come back to bite him in the ass later. I'll forward your request to the Gold Water folks, but I'd suggest that you don't try to fool around with them. Maston sternly warned Ashton, their leader might not give a shit about his soldiers, but he does care a lot about his reputation. If anything goes wrong, he will stop at nothing to avenge his loss of influence. Relax, although it might not mean much coming from my mouth, I have no interest in waging war with them either. Ashton replied with a carefree expression, I just felt bad for taking all the quests from under their nose, so I wanted to do a good thing for once. Who knows, maybe we'll become sworn allies by the end of the job. For your sake, I hope that's what you truly want. Maston replied before tossing a card to Ashton. Lord Testicle's promised ship arrived an hour ago. You can use that card to access the special dock. There, you'll meet Cass and she'll be your pilot for now. Ashton was happy about getting his spaceship, but he was surprised to find out Maston gave him a driver as well. Truth be told, he did not want an unknown person on his ship. But more than that, he understood what Maston was trying to achieve. I'm hurt, sir. Ashton smiled faintly. I thought you would trust me by now. Oh, I trust you. Maston smiled back. I trust you enough to do something you'll regret. That's why I'm sending a close associate to help protect you from taking stupid decisions regarding the life of your crew. Fine. You can do as you please. Ashton waved his hands and got up to leave. But do you genuinely think anyone can stop me from doing stupid stuff? Trust me, no one can. I have tried and failed countless times. Maston and Ashton soon parted ways. Unlike Maston's thoughts, Ashton wouldn't do something even remotely stupid while handling the mercenaries. The plan of action was already in place and now he needed to follow through with it. Revenge? Who the hell would want to take revenge on someone weaker than them? On his way to the docks, Ashton mumbled, what I'm about to do is exploit a bunch of fools. Sometimes I find that smile of yours to be quite intimidating. Are you sure you're not a villain instead? Am villain or hero, who the fuck cares? But if I wanted to pick a role, I would rather be called an antihero. Those folks enjoy the better of both worlds. Can't argue with that. Wait a minute. That's your ship. I don't know, but I'd like to think so. As Ashton stepped foot in the docks, his mouth was left open. Lord Testicle wasn't lying when he said he'll be handing Ashton one of the best ships in his fleet. Completely covered in black, the destroyer-class starship was a flying wonder. The ship was similar to Lycaon's ship in size, but was much faster, and had better defensive and offensive capabilities. The ship was laden with not one but two EMP pulse cannons, which Ashton was yet to see in action, and could carry various missiles on board. On the sides, the ship also boasted 10 autocannons that could shoot down any foe who dared to get close to the vessel. Other than the offensive armaments, it's a bit lacking in defense. The shielding isn't as efficient as I would prefer, but I can work on it sooner or later, provided I'm given the necessary resources. A feminine voice stole Ashton's attention. As he turned around, he noticed an ashen-skinned woman dressed in a jumper. Her orange eyes and pointy ears immediately gave away her identity. A dark elf? She's pretty far from her planet. You must be Cass. Maston told me about you. Ashton extended his greeting to her, Reaper. Yes, Maston did mention you were a handful, Cass replied. Now I can say why he thinks that way. I assume you want to tour your vessel, Captain? Chapter 429 Frenemies 2. This thing is quite spacious, Ashton said as Cass showed him around the ship. All starships have ample space. But this has all the facilities a person would ever require, let it be business or pleasure. Cass replied. Judging by her voice, it felt like she had a cold personality. However, whenever Ashton asked about the ship, her character immediately did a 180. Cass had no interest in anything but ships, just like he was obsessed with getting strong every waking moment. Similarly, Ashton realized if he wanted to know more about Cass, it was best to acknowledge her interest in spaceships and go from there. Even Astaroth approved of her, which was rare, especially because he had no interest in getting to know the people around Ashton except Anna. She's pretty bubbly for a dark elf. Is that weird? Of course it is. Dark elves are known for their hostility towards other races. Not to mention, arrogance runs in their veins like Viagra in the Zyrans. Whoa. What? We'll talk about it some other time. Let's focus on elves for now. So where was I? Right, arrogance. They are arrogant, but they have the skills and the looks to back it up. Amongst the elves, they are supposedly the most attractive subspecies. But what makes them dangerous is that they know how to use their looks as weapons. Countless kingdoms perished in the pursuit of having close relationships with the nobles amongst the dark elves. Interesting. Ashton got to know a lot about the dark elves through Astaroth. The dark elves never viewed anyone as their equals, not even their kin. This mentality slowly pushed them to form relations with inferior species to ensure the survival of their kind, even if the nobles perished. On top of all that, they were known never to put their trust in anyone's hands, let alone show motions of love and compassion. Because of these reasons, Astaroth was surprised to see Cass working with Maston. Now for the part that would be most interesting for a mercenary, the stimulation chamber. Cass pointed at an empty glass chamber. I was surprised to find the latest model had been installed in the ship. Someone might have owed you a lot to give this to you as a gift. You can say it was something like that. Ashton politely smiled before turning his attention to the chamber. Why did you think I would be interested in this glass room? The look on Cass' face was comparable to an adult's when a child asked them a stupid question. But that expression soon disappeared, and she returned to her usual cold demeanor. In simple terms, a simulation chamber is an outrageously expensive training room. It's a privilege to own an outdated model of these moneymongers, so you can understand what you see in front is nothing short of a treasure. Treasures and bitches, two things worth living for. Yet you didn't get any. Cass continued, when you enter the chamber for the first time, the AI integrated with the simulator will perform a cerebral scan. Once that's complete, you'll be able to recreate a perfect copy of any friend or foe and fight them. But that's not all. You can also enhance their talents to fight them when they are at their true potential. For example, you can spar with someone at rank C, upgrade them and get a feel of how they'll fight if they ever evolved into a rank B or higher rank. For obvious reasons, since it's a system-based calculation, there's always room for errors. But you'll be able to get the hang of how an already strong person would be like when they become even stronger. Cass provided an extensive explanation to the point it felt like she was mansplaining things to a man. Despite all that, Ashton understood what a goldmine he had been given by Lord Testicle. Although fighting virtual enemies wouldn't help him level up, he would get an invaluable fighting understanding that he lacks. But more importantly, he would be able to find and strike the weakness of strong enemies like Phantom without having to face him again. Damn, that's quite an incredible invention. Your people didn't have these. You think if we did, we'd have a hard time fighting against our enemies. So much for being a top-tier civilization. Ashton smiled that said, this simulation chamber is invaluable like Cass mentioned. Cass could see Ashton's interest towards the simulation chamber, and was about to suggest he have a go at it. But before she could, uninvited guests showed up. At least she thought they were uninvited because Ashton was supposed to be there alone. Wow, can you guys see the perks of being spoon-fed by the vice president? Kern, or Squareface as Ashton called him, showed up with his group. I would kill to have a ship half decent as this one and an exotic pilot. Just look at that. As soon as Cass heard Kern's view about her, she bared her fangs. She was used to being treated by men like she was something to pleasure themselves with, but that didn't mean anyone could disrespect her. Unexpectedly, Ashton decided to show Kern his place again before she did something stupid. Oh, you'd have to do more than kill someone to get a beauty like this. As for girls, you'd have to reconstruct your face to get a shot at sleeping with a pig. Squareface. Ashton fired back to business. I assume you got my proposal? Ashton's words wiped the smirk off Kern's face. In a momentary lapse of judgment, Kern had forgotten about the deal Ashton offered them. It was regarding the job his mercenary group wanted to take, but unfortunately, Ashton bought the right to the request. Which meant Ashton was indirectly employing Kern and his squad to work for him. Therefore, angering him was the last thing Kern should do, at least till they accomplished their goal. Yes, I did, Kern replied. We are willing to accept the contract terms. But only till the defense part of the job. The subjugation of wild beasts is not something my team has much experience with, so we'd rather not cause unnecessary problems with the group. It's fine by me. Ashton shrugged. We'll leave tomorrow, so be ready or we'll leave without you. Understood. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 430 Beast Horde of Acuna 1 and 0VL next. A week later, ghosts and Goldwater mercenaries landed on Acuna. The planet, much like Earth, was covered in water, with only 34% of the surface being mapped landmass. The atmosphere was filled with oxygen and carbon dioxide along with a similar composition as on Earth. If Ashton hadn't been confident about their location, he would have thought they were back on Earth. However, they weren't alone, and thousands of mercenaries could be seen no matter which direction Ashton looked. By the sheer number of mercenaries present, Ashton and company realized it was a much bigger deal than they initially thought. After finding and docking at the provided space, Ashton walked out with his team, followed by Kern and his soldiers. "I'll stay here," Cass remarked. "Someone needs to look after the ship." "I'll join you as well," Vulcan remarked and immediately walked back inside with Aegis. It didn't appear Cass was pleased with Vulcan's sudden announcement, but it wasn't like she owned the ship. If a crew member wanted to stay back, it was Ashton's decision to let them stay, not hers. When Ashton did not stop Vulcan, Cass made peace with the fact and left for her chamber. That said, she would have preferred to be left in solitude. Vulcan also wished the same, so there would have been a little friction between the two. "He's still upset?" Anna asked Ashton. "Seems like it." Ashton shrugged. "Sometimes I get confused whether he's the grown-up or I am." In the meantime, a welcoming party was already waiting for them there. However, Ashton stopped as soon as he saw humans standing before him, and Anna immediately realized why Acuna looked so similar to Earth. "It's like a second homeworld to them," she whispered in Ashton's ears. Ashton nodded but didn't speak a word otherwise. He was once a human too, so he knew what kind of resentment the humans carried for the mutants who drove them out of the Earth. The Earthlings didn't know they'd get to meet their long-lost relatives on Acuna otherwise. Ashton would have been more discreet in his approach. What's done is done, focus on the task at hand. Unlike Ashton's reservations regarding humans, a light-skinned human walked up to him and warming greeted them. "Mr. Reaper, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The man said, "It's an honor to meet the one who stopped Phantom." "You're too kind, mister." Arno Greaves, the man gave him a short and curt nod. "I'll be serving as your guide for the duration of the visit. If you have anything, feel free to ask me." They were honored to meet him? Either they had no control over their expressions or were terrible liars. In either case, it certainly did not feel like Arno's words were true. Although he had done a great job of hiding his genuine emotions, it was apparent the rest did not want mutants on their planet. And 0VL next. Sadly, they did not have the privilege of being selective about whose help they needed. The situation was dire, and they required whatever little help they could get. "Please follow me. I'll escort you to your quarters," Arno said before leading the way. "Meanwhile, Parva, please take the GW mercenaries to their lodgings as well." "Consider it done, Captain." A man with the physique of a mountain replied, "Please follow me." As Ashton made his way into the fortress city of Xana, he couldn't help but marvel at the technological advancements of the humans. Although the mutants chased them out of the Earth, the Acunians were far more advanced than those on Earth. Arno took his sweet time showing Ashton and his group around the city. However, the weapon store was the most impressive thing that caught Ashton's eye. The weapons being sold there were of decent quality. However, they were still better than the weapons the guards Ashton picked up from Eva. "You can leave the humans to make weapons no matter their situation," Ashton said. "It's a quality that I adore. With unprecedented attacks from friends and foes alike, can anyone blame us?" Arno immediately replied, "We humans have a saying, always hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst." Considering most of the problems can be solved by swinging weapons, would make necessary tools first and foremost. Initially, Ashton had planned on asking Vulcan about making weapons for the ghosts. Still, considering how sulky the dwarf had been recently and that he had a lot of money, Ashton decided to buy some weapons instead. However, before Ashton could do that, Arno stopped him. This confused everyone. Selling weapons to an outsider would only bring prosperity to his people, so why was Arno stopping him? "If you want weapons, you can get them from the army barracks instead," Arno suggested. "Those weapons are of much better quality, and have been proven useful against the monstrous horde that's headed our way." "Fair enough," Ashton mumbled, and they continued their tour. Even though a guillotine known as the monster horde was hanging over their heads, the city was awfully energetic. People were going on and about their business as usual. Ashton was sympathetic towards them, but their gaze slowly changed his mind. They didn't need to be thankful or anything of that sort towards a mercenary, but they should tone their anger a bit more. "Just ignore them," Arno remarked. "They have a bad habit of dragging skeletons from the past and act like sore losers. You are unlike any other human I have met," Anna said with a smile which made Arno blush. After all, it wasn't every day that a guy got complimented by a succubus. "Well, there's a reason I was chosen to be your guide." Arno sheepishly mumbled, "My mother was a werewolf, and my dad fell in love with her and then had me. Unfortunately, other werewolves caught on to their affair and killed my mother as my dad fled the Earth with me." It seemed Arno wanted to talk more about his life but stopped when they reached their destination. Seems I'll have to cut our conversation short. He said, rest well. The Supreme Commander will address the participants tomorrow morning. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 431 Beast Horde of Acuna 2. But the man told us to rest. Weimar yawned while complaining, but Ashton had none of it. Train the soldiers and then you can sleep as much as you like. Ashton barked before turning toward the rest of them. All of you E&D graders, you'll have to train for 2 more hours. That is if you don't want to get demoted. Ashton thought he would hear more whining and complaining, but to his surprise, no one said a word. His soldiers were more than willing to train harder and improve their grades, as no one liked being weak. Obviously, they needed help to achieve that. That's why Weimar and Lyhud were in charge of training them to be decent warriors. What are you going to do? Lyhud politely asked. I'm going to train Bella. Ashton replied, she's been having trouble with some technique, so we'll work on that. Oh, I'm sure you'll be working on something, Weimar winked. I hope one day your brain starts working as well. Saying so, Ashton and Anna left the group and headed towards the forest. The training was an excuse to keep everyone else busy, while the duo did what they had arrived to do in Acuna. Sadly, the Acunian soldiers were manning all exits out of the city. Since the beast horde could attack at any moment, no one was allowed to enter the forest. Although the soldiers said it was for their safety, Ashton thought otherwise. No one was allowed entry to the forest because they didn't want anyone inciting the beasts to attack when they weren't prepared. No matter the reason, if the beasts attacked the city now, the result would be devastating. If that's the case, what are they doing outside? Ashton pointed at the GW mercenaries who were roaming outside the fortress walls. They have explicit permission from the Supreme Commander. The soldiers replied, now go back inside if you don't want any trouble. Your hospitality is amazing, Anna chimed in, no wonder we drove you idiots out of the earth. Let's go, it's no use talking to them. Shots fired. I repeat, shots fired. Ashton was not expecting Anna to react with such ferocity, but when she did, he couldn't help but smile. She's got a mouth 100 times deadlier than mine. Yeah, for once I'm glad I'm not inside her. Watch your words, bastard. Sorry, my bad. Unfortunately, the soldier did not find Anna's remark as hilarious as Ashton did and grabbed her shoulders as the duo was retreating. While Ashton could stop him if he wanted to, he did not move from his spot. Why? Because Anna was more than capable of handling idiots like him on her own. What a moron. Ashton thought while Astaroth began saying prayers for the guard's unfortunate soul. The next moment, the soldier was thrown right outside the gates he was protecting so eagerly. A single punch is all it took for Anna to neutralize the threat. The loud noise of the soldier banging on the doors attracted much attention. A couple of them rushed to check on the guard who was flung away, while the rest starred daggers at Ashton and Anna. They obviously didn't know the whole story and assumed Anna was in the wrong just because she was a werewolf. Talk about being racist. The pedestrians were angry and immediately took to arms. Although Ashton thought their reaction was cute, he did not like the idea of a clan of hyenas challenging a pride of lions. It doesn't look like the guards have any plans of stopping them, Anna mumbled. You beat one of them and still expect them to maintain order? Ashton smiled, well, it's not like we can't handle them. Want me to burn them to a crisp? As golden ember began circling around her fingers, Anna suggested, or do you want to chop off their limbs instead? Calm the fuck down, woman. Ashton was surprised by Anna's readiness to kill people. I knew leaving you with the twins was a bad idea. What did the 3 of you do on your trip? However, their amusing conversation was cut short when one of the guys rushed to swing a heavy stick at Anna. Unfortunately for the man, the blow was stopped by a skeleton twice as tall as the one using the stick. Within moments, the entire crowd was trapped by the skeletons on the outside and inside. The moment they saw armored skeletal soldiers rising out of the ground, all of their fighting spirits evaporated. Even the uncaring soldiers realized the graveness of the situation and rushed to control the situation before all hell broke loose. Fortunately enough, Ashton didn't need more skeletons to join the ranks. Otherwise, the place would have transformed into a graveyard before the beast horde appeared. Alright, tell me whether you are a bunch of fools or racists. Ashton remarked, we are mercenaries employed to help you out of a crisis, and yet you think it's acceptable to attack us? After a lack of response from the crowd, Ashton spoke up again. Alright, let me rephrase my words. We are mercenaries called to take care of something that you fools can't, and you think you can take us on? I don't know about you, but humans back on Earth do have brain cells. So use those if you can, and think people think. Zyron's research was accurate, humans are dumbass. It appears the Zyrons are closer to humans than previously thought. Bitch, I was on your side. It doesn't matter whose side you're on, I'll roast you whenever I can. That's the rule of law. Eventually, Ashton called the skeletons back, and the crowd immediately dispersed. As soon as they did, Ashton heard the sound of someone clapping. It's rare to see a fellow mercenary use words instead of weapons, the man said. You are a unique one amongst us, mister? Ashton looked at the brown-skinned man and knew it wasn't his first time facing beasts. There were countless scratch and bite marks spread throughout his body, But the unique thing about him was his eye patch and the triangular skull tattoo he had on his shoulder. This wasn't the first time Ashton had seen the tattoo, and it was the logo of one of the many blacklisted mercenary groups. However, this particular tattoo belonged to the same group that kidnapped Anna back on planet Euphoria. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 432 Beast Horde of Acuna 3. It seems you aren't very talkative. The man said it's good for business and makes you feel all mysterious and strong, but if I were you, I'd drop the act in front of a senior. Without speaking a word, Ashton leapt at the man. Whether the man was unprepared or weak, Ashton's punch landed on his face, sending the former on a trip outside the city walls. Everyone stared at Ashton as if he had a personality disorder. Just a moment ago, he was trying to stop unnecessary fights, but now he had started one himself. Even Anna was confused. Unlike Ashton, she had no idea why Ashton was so furious all of a sudden. Anna did not remember who kidnapped her because she was drugged and couldn't see their faces, let alone a tiny tattoo. In her eyes, the fourth and the second seat holders were the ones who kidnapped her. As for the man's lackeys, they weren't going to stay still while some punk attacked their boss. However, a moment later, they were too scared to move when they saw two shadowy figures crawl out of Ashton's shadow. "Your command, master?" Sven and Raven simultaneously mumbled. "Protect Anna till I'm gone," Ashton replied in his emotionally void voice. "If anyone makes a move, do with them whatever you wish, but make sure they die." Anna got scared looking at Ashton. For him to react this way, the man from before must have done something terrible. "Ash, what's wrong?" She softly mumbled so that no one else but Ashton could hear her. "Oh, nothing much." Ashton was momentarily back to being sunny as he replied, "That fucker owes me a debt, and I'm settling it today." Having said his piece, Ashton spurted out his vampiric wings and followed the man from before. No one dared to move in his absence, not the crowd or even the soldiers. Sven and Raven were undead soldiers blindly loyal to their master. Ashton's mood affected them, and since he was pissed beyond the limit, so were his servants. Back outside. And 0VL next. Calm. See cough. And 0VL next. Calm. The man with the eye patch slowly tried to regain his balance. His plans were in disarray, not because of his lack of planning but because the information given to him by the clan master was entirely off the mark. How could a Kraid brawler throw a punch like that? The man struggled to get back on his feet while coughing up bloody saliva. Being a member of the cult of Cosmos, he knew everything that happened on planet Euphoria a few months ago. The metal sharks required a succubus for some experiments, and when the cultists found one on Euphoria, they decided to collaborate with the sharks and kidnap her. However, due to the foolishness of the second and fourth seat holders, not only did they fail, their branch of the cult took a hit they were still trying to recover. That's why when the man saw Ashton and a succubus back in Colonel Tower, they planned to take back their lost honor by kidnapping the succubus for good. After all, taking down a crank brawler was no big deal for them. Sadly, the cult's latest information appeared to be outdated, and now his life was in danger. "Chet, I need to get away from here as soon as possible." The man was about to make a break for it when Ashton landed in front of him with a loud thud. His eyes were colder than they had ever been, and just looking at him was like staring at the Grim Reaper. "That symbol on your shoulder, which group does it belong to?" Ashton asked while slowly approaching the man. "You don't know what you're talking about, man. You must have mistaken me for someone else. But since I'm kind and you most likely don't want trouble, how about Warji? You psychotic bastard." Ashton hurled another wind blade in the man's direction, cutting yet another slice off his left ear. "I have no interest in hearing your rambling," he said. "If you want to live, then answer me or else I wouldn't hesitate before killing you." "Kill me? Who will give you your answers then?" The man yelled while holding onto his ears. "So you do know something. That's all I wanted to know. You can die now." Ashton aimed for the man's neck and shot another wind blade. But this time it was deflected at the last moment. "As much as I would love to see some bloodshed, let's leave it for when the beasts appear, shall we?" A muscular, ruddy-skinned man with dark blue eyes was standing between Ashton and his prey. The man was also carrying a blue blade which he probably used to deflect Ashton's attack to save the bastard's life. "I'm Nico Versetti, the Supreme Commander of Xana, and as you can see," Nico mumbled while wiping sweat off his face, "I had to stop my training in the middle to stop two paid mercenaries from killing each other." Nico then stared down both Ashton and the guy with the eye patch before turning back to Ashton. "Although it looks like you were the only one doing the job correctly. Ashton, he's an A-grade warrior. Calm down before you do something stupid." However, Ashton paid no attention to Astaroth's words. "I don't think this matter concerns the city," Ashton replied in a calm yet firm way. "That man pay for what?" "I'm afraid you don't understand the situation you are in, kid." Suddenly, Nico's bubbly personality was replaced with hostility. At the same time, Ashton was surrounded by 6 more A-grade humans, all of whom had their weapons pointed at him. Nico continued, "Every mercenary we have employed is under the city's protection, including you and him. If you have to settle your differences, do so after finishing the job we are paying you for." Nico then left, and the others followed their leader, but not without giving Ashton a piece of their mind. Normally, I would have killed the one causing a ruckus to teach everyone a lesson, but I'll make an exception, as it would be a waste to kill a strong guy like yourself. The bald man wielding dual energy blades remarked while others laughed. Supreme Commander doesn't give second chances all that often. A woman approached Ashton as the group left. Being chivalrous is good, but not to the point of being stupid. See you tomorrow. As for you, Cyclops bastard, get out of here before I kill you myself. Chapter 433 Beast Horde of Acuna 4. Once Ashton entered the gates, everyone stared at him as if he was a psychopath. But no one spoke a word against him and soon dispersed to get on with their lives. The eyepatch guy, or Cyclops as he was called, threw a smirk in Ashton's direction before making a hasty retreat. It was as clear as the skies above that this wasn't the last time they would see each other. All this while, the Supreme Commander's team kept an eye on Ashton's movements. What happened? Anna placed her hand on Ashton's shoulder, but he just shook his head. Not the right place to talk about it. While recalling Sven and Raven, Ashton mumbled, just some idiots got in the way. Let's go. Anna was still confused by Ashton's sudden outburst, but she knew it wasn't the time to push him for answers. After all, he had a habit of not troubling her with unnecessary troubles. In the meantime, the team members who subdued Ashton assessed the boy with attentive eyes. While they did not give a crap about Cyclops, Ashton was of great interest to them because of his recent feat. However, after seeing them, they had trouble digesting the thought that Phantom had lost to someone like him. For being so proficient in necromancy, that kid is quite strong. The woman from before remarked, but not strong enough to defeat the silent assassin. I agree with Kalia. That boy is weaker than my 7th wife. The dual wielder laughed. I can't see someone like him beating Phantom. Your wives beat you though? A small girl indifferently remarked. The rest of the team restrained themselves from commenting, but not for long. Since the Mercenary Association had confirmed that Ashton fought and survived Phantom, it was clear the boy had some trick under his sleeves that helped him, and Nico wanted to know what it was. There's more to him than meets the eye. Tell that half-breed bastard Arno to keep a close eye on him. The skinny man said, for now, let's prepare for tomorrow's operation. When Ashton and Anna returned to their quarters, everyone could sense something was off. Weimar and Lai had dismissed training and rushed inside to get the story. Good, I was about to call you. Ashton mumbled while pointing at the seats in front. I have something I'd like to share. Weimar and Lai stared at each other. Although they trusted Ashton enough to follow him, they knew little to nothing about him. Hell, they didn't even know his real name. So the fact Ashton wanted to open up to them about something was entirely unexpected. However, they did not waste any moment in joining Anna, who unequivocally was just as confused as them. Once everyone was settled down, Ashton told them everything. He didn't reveal his name to the tank and healer, but he told them about what happened on planet Euphoria. Even Anna was a bit surprised at the events that followed her kidnapping, as she had been unconscious through most of it. The more Ashton talked, the more enraged Weimar got. Even Laihud, who was well known to keep his composure no matter the situation, was having a hard time keeping his emotions in check. Finally, when Ashton was done narrating everything, they realized why Ashton lashed out at strangers. I think I know which group they are. Laihud broke the silence based on their tattoos. It's the Cult of Cosmos. Simply put, they are an organization that works with various terrorist organizations for mutual benefit. Everyone knows what they do, however, due to a lack of sufficient evidence, they are nothing more than a mercenary faction in the eyes of intergalactic law. Weimar chimed in, a load of cosmic shit, that's what they are, in my opinion. But, they have a fucking tattoo on their body. Anna said that should be enough to take action against this cult or whatever it is. It's not a crime to get a tattoo, Ashton shook his head. Even if they are caught, the cult can say they do not have any relations with the criminals and be done with it. As for the tattoo, anyone can get their body engraved with stupid shit. Frustration was all over their faces. Sadly, there was nothing they could do about the cult. However, Ashton wasn't going to let the matter go so quickly. Cyclops was possibly the only key that would reveal why they were after Anna, and he wasn't going to miss it because of some mentally disabled Supreme Commander and his warning. What do we do now? Lai had asked. You guys don't agonize yourselves regarding the cult. I'll handle them. Ashton replied. Weimar, tell the guys to stay away from those cultists once the beasts appear and focus on completing the job. Laihud, you'll be in charge of keeping an eye on everyone. Bella, you'll focus on burning those creatures while staying hidden from vision. He continued, I'm sure those bastards will pull some shit tomorrow. If we have to beat them, we'll just have to pull something bigger than they can. The Supreme Commander might not like it, Weimar pointed out, but it only made Ashton laugh. There were a few reasons why Ashton did not fight with Nico. First, he was his employer for the time being and getting into an altercation with him would only hurt the faction's reputation. Secondly, he had an army backing him up, so it would not be wise to fight him heathen. The other mercenaries might join his side and make things more difficult for Ashton. Lastly, Nico would have a moral advantage over Ashton, and the ghost says he was fighting for his people and country while Ashton, a mercenary, would be fighting for money and rewards. Hence, people throughout the galaxy would believe Nico's words or his. However, Ashton could quickly get rid of most of the reasons with ease. Once chaos breaks out, it would be every man for himself. Nico and his army would be divided and too busy to think about the safety of the mercenaries, unlike what Nico said to Ashton's face earlier. During that chaos, maybe a beast or two would take care of the cultists. After all, beasts are unpredictable and can do anything they please. That way, no one could blame Ashton for mistakenly tripping over something and stabbing Cyclops while protecting himself. As for Nico's moral high ground, no one would want to associate with someone who employs galactical terrorists for help. For obvious reasons, Ashton wouldn't be the one to reveal that information. However, no one could stop the news from accidentally getting leaked to the media, especially if that source were someone as renowned as Eula, who already had a beef with terrorists. No one would doubt her for a second, making sure Ashton had a way out if things went south regarding Nico. I sure hope that Supreme Commander doesn't get in my way, Ashton smirked, unless he wants to commit a career suicide. Chapter 434 Beast Horde of Acuna 5. The next day arrived, and everyone gathered for the debriefing. With the mercenaries at the center, the army from Acuna had surrounded them. At a glance, it felt like the mercenaries were being taken hostage, and were prepared to get sacrificed to calm down the raging beasts. The only thing was that none of them was carrying weapons, or else the mercenaries would have wiped the floor with them. After a few more minutes of waiting, Nico finally arrived with the rest of his team. Unlike the last time Ashton saw him, the Supreme Commander was dressed in armor, befitting his stature. Firstly, I would like to show my gratitude towards you brave mercenaries who answered our call for help, he said. Your support in such a grave situation is something the people of Xana would never forget. That said, I'm not going to lie and say all of us will survive this trial of the gods. As he said that, a live map of the forest was displayed in front of them. Ashton immediately noticed that something was off. The horde's size was much larger than they had been told while accepting the job. The murmuring around him showed that he wasn't the only one to notice the discrepancy. At that moment, Ashton realized why the guards were stationed around them. This cunning son of bitch. Ashton mumbled under his breath. Don't worry. I got a reply from Eula and Odiga. Anna reassured him the plan has been set in motion. The second this fool tries to stab us in the back, they'll take action against him. Ashton nodded and focused on the quarrel between Nico and some mercenaries. Do you take us for fools? The man roared over the crowd of murmuring voices. The size of that horde is more than 10 times what was mentioned in the contract. I know how you feel, Nico interjected. However, just like you, we received this information just an hour ago. I'm sure you did, Ashton scoffed. A person would have to be a complete moron or have been completely charmed by Nico to believe his words. Ashton's heartbeat sense had already confirmed Nico was spouting lies left and right. It was highly likely that the Ocunians were well aware of the horde's size and knew the mercenaries wouldn't help them if they revealed the truth. So they decided to fool everyone into thinking that the horde of regular size, which was about 1,000 beasts, when their numbers were more than 10,000 at the very least. Lying to the Mercenary Association, they sure are quite bold, Ashton mumbled. But the association verifies the job requests like these before issuing them, Lyhud replied. Not necessarily, Weimar chimed in, they only do it for fairly new clientele. However, since countries and cities throughout Acuna get attacked biannually, they likely took their word for it. Ashton nodded. Although he knew the mercenaries would feel wronged by the association, Ashton understood why the association decided to save resources by unnecessarily sending people on Acuna to confirm the legitimacy of the same job request over and over. At the same time, if any mercenary made it off the planet and reported Nico's betrayal to them, things would be over for Nico and Acuna altogether. After all, the association would blacklist them, and they wouldn't be able to hire legitimate mercenaries again. So that's why he decided to have us surrounded by the guards, Ashton mentioned. These bastards do not intend on letting us go back, Anna concluded Ashton's words. Once beasts are repelled, they can report us killed in action, and no one would ever know the truth of what happened to us. These sly bastards. Weimar gritted his teeth but kept his voice on low. At this moment, the army men surrounding the mercenaries threateningly took a step towards them. At the same time, Nico continued sadly, since the contract binds you, you cannot leave until the first phase of the job is completed. Bullshit. The man spat on the face of the soldier next to him and pushed him out of the way. I don't care about the rest of you, but I'm not tolerating his BS anymore. Bang. Following the resounding gunshot sound, the man fell to his knees while staring at the gaping hole in his chest. No one could comprehend what happened there. They all turned around to see Cyclops had shot the man down and walked up to join Nico on the stage. At that moment, everything became obvious to Ashton. Why had Nico requested help from the cult, and why had he rushed to protect Cyclops from getting killed? Acunians and the cult had been in cahoots all this time and played the mercenaries like fools. It's been a long time, brother. Cyclops proudly proclaimed while hugging Nico. Indeed it has been, Nico replied, smiling before leaving Cyclops to take charge of the debriefing. Why the long faces? Do you think I'll kill you all? No way, I'm not that kind of a man. But I will give you a way out of this mess. Cyclops said while laughing, all the while pointing at Ashton. Anyone who kills him and brings that succubus to us would be allowed to leave. However, if you decide not to fight, I'll feed you to the beasts lurking around the city walls. Ashton's soldiers immediately formed a perimeter around him and his lieutenants. Although Ashton was touched by their action, it was unnecessary. The mercenaries, excluding Nico's soldiers, outnumbered them 20-1. It was unfair. For the mercenaries and the cultists, that is. Ashton broke the makeshift barrier and calmly walked out in front. Nico couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Ashton's calm expression. It was almost frightening. And 0VL next. Calm. I'm not here to beg for our lives or to tell you not to attack us. Ashton had the widest smirk on his face. Do what you want to. I won't blame you for trying. But I would like to tell you something. Firstly, no matter your decision, they plan to kill all of us. Without a shred of doubt. Secondly, somebody, even someone like the Phantom, couldn't kill, so take that information and do what you will. And last but not least, Ashton said while opening the gates of Valhalla behind him, anyone who raises their weapon against us dies. That's my word. Chapter 435. You should have known better. What is this? Numerous people exclaimed the moment the dead army walked out of Valhalla. The skeletons were frightening enough, but what followed was even worse. The aura of death flowed through the endless portal along with Ashton's shadow generals. Since Ashton had leveled up quite a bit recently, the growth of his shadow generals had also skyrocketed. By looking at them, the mercenaries understood why Ashton acted so bold, even in the face of death. He had outnumbered them since the beginning. Your command, master. All his summons knelt to greet him, but most surprisingly, Atlas had decided to join them for the first time. However, now wasn't the time to look surprised. With his back turned to them, Ashton pointed at his team and said, if anyone dares to take a step towards them, send their heads flying. Understood. As soon as Sven said that, the skeletons surrounded everyone in the area. The message was clear: if the ghosts weren't going to survive, neither were the rest. Celeste raised a shadowy barrier to protect the ghosts, while also prohibiting the rest of them from escaping the carnage that would come in the form of the beasts. At the same time, a bunch of skeleton mages helped her reinforce the barrier to improve its sturdiness further. Ashton wanted to test the barrier and launched a punch at it with all his might. His knuckles began to bleed, but the barrier remained unscathed. Nico would have a hard time breaking it, let alone the beasts. Raven surprised Ashton the most. While inside Valhalla, he didn't idle around. He took some skeletons under his wing and taught them the way of the assassins. Watching a small number of hooded skeletons with daggers was a cute surprise. On the other hand, Atlas stood beside Ashton with his warhammer sling over his shoulder. Although Ashton didn't know what caused the change in Atlas, he was happy nonetheless. Aren't we going to fight? Weimer was confused. And believe me, we will. Ashton calmly replied, but not just yet. With the preparations completed, all they had to do was wait for the beasts to do their dirty work. Once Nico, Cyclops and their men had been weakened enough by the beasts, Ashton would put the final nail in their coffin. Nico was an experienced warrior and knew he was at a disadvantage. It wasn't the first time he had crossed paths with a necromancer, so he thought he would quickly take care of Ashton. Ashton wasn't unlike any other necromancer he had seen, and judging him like one was something he would have to pay the price for. Although Ashton followed the same tactic of using the number to his advantage, that's where the similarities between him and any other necromancer ended. Ashton's summons were unlike any other Nico had seen before. While the skeleton soldiers Nico had fought before would flail their swords around, hoping to hit someone, Ashton's summons were built different. Not only the skeletons had specific roles they filled, but Ashton's undead summons were comparatively just strong as their master. TSK, we underestimated that bastard, Cyclops mumbled while staring daggers at Ashton, who was still smiling from ear to ear. We wanted to use the horde to our advantage, but the plan backfired on us. Nico replied, we might be strong, but we can't handle the beasts and the bastard one after another. Despite his backstabbing ways, Nico was still loyal to his people, and thus wanted to protect them from the beasts. However, there was no guarantee that Ashton and his army wouldn't attack them from behind if he focused on taking care of the beasts. Being sandwiched between two deadly forces was the last thing Nico wanted for him. Also, Ashton might destroy the city as revenge if he was killed. After all, he was a mutant, and the animosity between them and the humans ran deeper than the most grievous wounds. Nico had to do something to unfuck the situation. How long will it take for the cult to arrive? Nico asked Cyclops. A week at least. Cyclops begrudgingly replied. Then that's enough time to prepare for them. What do you? Ashton couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the surprising turn of events. Out of all the scenarios inside his head, he never thought Nico would stab Cyclops in the back. Cyclops' lackeys were too shocked to do anything. Using that to their advantage, Nico's team slaughtered them. Once that was done, Nico walked up to Ashton and offered his hand. I hope we can temporarily put our differences aside and get rid of the horde first, he said unapologetically. Let's not punish the innocent for my misdeeds. Ashton looked at Anna, who shook her head. Weimar and Lyhud both had similar reactions, and they were right. If Nico could betray Cyclops without a second thought, he wouldn't hesitate before doing the same to them. Ashton nodded in Celeste's direction, who immediately lowered a portion of the barrier. To everyone's absolute horror, Ashton accepted Nico's offer by shaking his hand. "What are you doing?" Weimar yelled in absolute horror. "Relax," Ashton replied, "I know what I am doing." "You made the right choice," Nico smiled. "You are more humane than you look." Saying so, Nico turned around to leave. However, Ashton still had fingers firmly wrapped around his hands. "What are you doing?" Nico angrily asked. "You should have known better than to get this close to a vampire," Ashton whispered in Nico's ear before baring his fangs. "It's just been a while since I had a taste of human blood." Nico's team saw what was happening and immediately rushed to protect their leader. However, it was too late. Ashton had already dragged Nico inside the barrier as Celeste closed it. The soldiers kept attacking the barrier with all their might, but they couldn't do a thing to protect their beloved Supreme Commander, and only watched in horror as Nico flailed his arms to push Ashton away. Sadly, a vampire's venom had a 100% fatality rate for humans. But since Nico was an Agrade being, the poison wasn't enough to kill him, but it was enough to paralyze him, allowing Ashton to do his job without any disturbance. "Let go." Nico barely mumbled before everything went black in front of him. "Do you want to resurrect the selected being?" "Yes," Ashton replied before wiping his bloodied mouth. "I can't let him go without fulfilling his wish of fighting the Horde, can I?" Chapter 436 Master of Death. Necromancers were failed byproducts in the form of living beings that couldn't properly utilize the magic around them. That was the general consensus amongst the species living throughout the galaxy. They weren't off that mark either, as most of the necromancers only bothered to learn curse spells and, at most, raise a bunch of undead to support them. However, most curses they used were easily countered with the help of basic healing abilities. It was rare to find a necromancer or a dark mage, as some called them, who could cause severe and lasting damage to anyone. The combination of advanced technology and the easy availability of healers almost made necromancers useless. That was one of the primary reasons why Nico had his guard down, despite seeing how strong Ashton was just a day ago. In the end, his negligence and overconfidence became the reason for his death. Being an Agrade being also made Nico a bit arrogant, which bit him in the ass later. At that time, Nico's team could only be enraged. This wasn't the death someone of his caliber deserved. Their emotions were already all over the place, but once they saw Nico getting up, they thought he miraculously survived and were filled with joy. Sadly, that wasn't the case because a moment later, he was kneeling in front of Ashton just like the rest of his summons had moments ago. Their Supreme Commander was gone. The man in front of them was nothing more than a twisted doppelganger and nothing more. "How could you?" The dual-energy sword wielder yelled at the top of his lungs. "Killing him using treachery wasn't enough, so you decided to defile his corpse? I don't think I have fallen enough to be lectured by backstabbing bitches like yourself." Ashton shrugged before walking to the edge of the barrier, while the new shadow soldier closely followed him. "There's a saying back on Earth, I don't know whether you people remember it, but it went like, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Your leader wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. How is that wrong?" By this point, Ashton was inches away from the man, who subconsciously jumped back. The Zompirewolf had done a number on them by killing the strongest man in the city so effortlessly. Being pleased with the fear in their eyes, Ashton retreated to finish the job as the resurrection ceremony was incomplete. The shadowy figure of Nico was eagerly staring at him like a dog expecting pets. I know. You want a name, right?" Ashton asked, and the shadow nodded like the cute little puppy it was. Seeing their leader in such a pitiful state broke whatever resolve the Acunians had to fight back. When they left Earth, their forefathers had sworn not to ever feel the humiliation of defeat again, especially at the hands of a mutant. However, history was repeating itself. The humans have been defeated once again, and this time their defeat was more humiliating than before. At least that is how they felt at the moment. "Considering your treacherous ways of living, I should give you a name which reflects that," Ashton mumbled while scratching his chin. "Dolos, that's how you'll be known from now on." "Thank you, Master," Dolos gleefully replied. Ashton immediately used detection on Dolos to review his information. Based on the stats, Dolos was somewhat superior to Atlas. However, his skills could have been better. Overall, he was an excellent addition to the team. The shocker came when Ashton noticed Dolos' class. "Shadow Tyrant? What the fuck even is that?" Ashton mumbled. "I have known my fair share of undead, but this is the first time I have heard of something like this." Ashton expected some pop-up to emerge and quell his doubts, but sadly, nothing happened. However, there was a more important thing that immediately stole away his attention. The synergy effect is activating. Conditions fulfilled. Master of Death, epic synergy. Whenever 5 or more undead beings gather close to their master, all necromancy abilities receive a buff. The level of skeleton soldiers is increased to match the lowest level among summoned undead. Specialized skeletons share their battle IQ with that of the undead summons. The user can call forth up to 20 zombies to aid in battle from Valhalla. The level of the zombies is half the level of the user. Undead genes must be active for this ability to take effect. Storage size of skeletons in Valhalla is increased to 450. The user cannot make more undead soldiers until a lich is summoned. Fuck Dolos, focus on this. Astaroth's excited voice was enough for Ashton to know he had hit the jackpot. The lowest level undead summon had to be Celeste, but even she was at level 76. Keeping the synergy effect in mind, Ashton essentially had an army of crayed skeletons at his command, most of whom would share battle IQ with Atlas and Sven. Summoning zombies was a decent bonus as well. And 0VL next. The only issue was the lich. According to the synergy effect, he could no longer make an undead summon for himself until he summons a lich. Sadly, the method of summoning a lich was unknown to him. Oi bastard, why do you keep forgetting about my existence? You know how to summon a lich? No, but you have something that could help. Open your inventory. Ashton was confused and not in the mood for one of Astaroth's pranks. However, since he did not know anything about the topic, he trusted Astaroth's words. See, I told you I had something for you. An old book was glowing within his inventory titled The Grimoire of Death. It was the same book Astaroth picked from the Eastern Palace after passing the Forgotten's witty trial. If anything can help you, that's it. Congratulations on doing the right thing for the first time in your life. Yeah, I agree. Choosing you as my host wasn't the right thing. Author's note: in Greek mythology, Dolos or Dolis was the personified spirit of trickery, cunning deception, craftiness, treachery, and guile. Thus I thought it was a fitting name. Source: Wikipedia. Chapter 437. Come one, come all. As much as the people of Xana wanted to attack Ashton and his troops, they had no choice but to ingest their anger. However, there was another bitter pill they couldn't swallow. Novel Beatham. With Nico and Cyclops gone, no one could save them from the horde, even if the mercenaries decided to spare their lives. Typically, they would have begged the mercenaries to stay and help, but that wasn't an option anymore as they were the ones who tried to exploit them as free labor. No one in their sane minds would help them after the stunt they pulled. Hell, they would be lucky if the mercenaries decided to leave them alone and go their way. Let's leave before things get chaotic here. One mercenary suggested. No one opposed his suggestion. It would take around 3 hours for the horde to reach the city's outer walls. The mercenaries had plenty of time to depart and leave the treacherous bastards to fend for themselves. However, there was someone who objected. Surprisingly, it was the man Nico, and the cultists wanted to screw over the most. Don't give me that look, I'm not pitying them or anything. Ashton shrugged. I don't know how loaded your bank accounts are, but I'm not leaving without recovering the fuel and traveling expenses I had to incur. Fuel prices are no joke. Now that Ashton pointed it out, the mercenaries were unsure about leaving without appropriate compensation. After all, some of them had to pay thousands of yenos worth of fuel to get to Acuna, and leaving barehanded would only do them more harm than good. That said, they weren't sure how will they get their money back. With the contractor dead, it wasn't like the citizens of Xana were going to empty their pockets for them. To top it all off, Nico employed them, not the citizens, which meant they were not bound to pay mercenaries for their work. However, judging by Ashton's confidence, they knew he had some plan in his head. We don't need them to pay us. The treasure is headed our way after all. Ashton said with a smug smile. Surely you don't mean. One of Nico's former teammates began to yelp, but Ashton immediately cut him off. Of course I do, Ashton said before facing the mercenaries. We'll sell the beast corpses and make ourselves some money. Unfortunately, that'll mean we will be saving these ungrateful bastards in the process. Don't fret, though taking the corpses should be enough punishment for them. Xana wasn't a city with a lot of ways to generate revenue. Being located on a distant island of the planet, the only resources they had control over were the beasts and very few natural resources. Whenever a horde appeared, they would subdue the beasts and then sell them off at high prices. Without significant competition, they could set ridiculous prices for raw materials generated by the beasts, and the buyers had no choice but to agree to their outrageous prices. That said, if the mercenaries took everything from them, Xana would die a slow death. Without the corpses, they won't be able to hire help even from the shadiest organizations, and without help, they won't be able to repel future hordes. Forget about hiring help. They won't be able to repair the damage caused by the hordes, and fighting savage beasts in that condition was nothing less than suicide. With his plan, Ashton was essentially ramming them to their doom while coming out as a good guy for helping them. You can't do this. Kalia, Nico's left-hand woman, yelled at the top of her lungs. That's not what the contract. Contract? What contract? Anna acted surprised and gasped. Oh, you mean the contract which became void when your leader died? Sorry to say, but you can do nothing to stop us. I'll offer you a new contract. Kalia panicked. We'll pay you 4 times the money Nico offered, but please just leave half of the corpses to us. At this moment, Ashton had enough of their bullshit. These bastards did not hesitate for a moment before screwing others over, but now that they were facing the same treatment, suddenly it was unfair? A contract? It seems you're unaware of the situation you're in. Ashton calmly walked up to her. You're fucked. You wanted to fuck us over, but I shoved a reverse card straight up your asses. Get lost if you don't want someone else to shove something in your ass. I almost believed you were doing it for revenge, huh? All warfare is based on deception. You thought of the line by yourself. Nah, Sun Tzu did. Unlike a certain bodiless bastard, I don't take credit for someone else's work. Different from the other mercenaries, Ashton was full of funds. Loss of a few thousand yenos wouldn't have any long-time consequences for him either. However, he needed corpses, a lot of corpses, for some other reason, namely to create a lich. At least that's what was written in the grimoire. The reason why he wanted other mercenaries to contribute was to ensure the safety of his faction. While he was strong enough to protect himself and his lieutenants, the others were inexperienced and could become dinner for the beasts. Having the support of other factions would solidify the position of his forces. The mercenaries get their money, Ashton gets his corpses, and together they'll get their revenge on Xana. It was a complete win-win situation for them. After pondering for a few more minutes, most of the mercenaries agreed to fight off the horde together while some left to inform the association about the crap Xana had pulled. I'm pretty sure they just wanted an excuse to run away. Weimar shrugged. What a bunch of cowards. Everyone laughed at his reaction. In the meantime, Ashton and the leaders from the other factions were busy holding a meeting. They had decided to fight, but they needed a strategy first. Thankfully, Astaroth and his years of experience were on their side. Chapter 438. Come one, come all. Xana had 6 outer walls as its primary defense. Each wall got thicker to make it progressively difficult for the beasts to break through and reach the central city. So far, the walls have been enough to protect the citizens. However, this time the horde was much larger than ever before, and the horde might rip through the walls if left unchecked. We'd need to thin out the flock as much as possible. Scar, a green-skinned hulking disaster, suggested. A funneling strategy might be the best option for us if that's your goal. Ricochet was one of the few native Acunian who decided to aid the mercenaries despite being shunned for it. It was all the more reason for Ashton to like him. Most people would crack under such pressure, but Ricochet was a diamond wasting away in a coal mine. That's what we'll do then, Ashton mumbled. Astaroth had suggested a similar plan of action, and Ashton was waiting for his turn to pitch the plan. But Ricochet and his quick thinking beat him to it. Instead of letting the beasts freely move around the walls and attack from various places, it was better to allow them a narrow passage so that they'll focus on taking the easy path. Astaroth further suggested they could set up some traps, but it was too late for that. Tell Weimar to take a few people and create a small path for the monsters through the walls. But only through the first 3 walls, leave the rest untouched. Got it. Ashton gave instructions once everyone agreed on the plan. Atlas, take 50 skeletons and help him out with the task. Yes, master. Ashton could see the uncomfortable gazes coming his way, but he paid no attention to them. His summons were the ones whole-faced the horde heat in. If anything, the rest should be grateful for their sacrifice. Now that the primary step was taken care of, they needed to refine their plans a bit. The funneling strategy would only be successful if they managed to avoid overcrowding the space. Failing to achieve that would bite them in the ass. We need high firepower to avoid such a scenario from becoming a reality. Ricochet said, the defenses we have installed might not be enough to deal with them. That can be taken care of with ease. Ashton smiled, and as he did, loud hovering noises were heard outside. Everyone rushed out to see Ashton's spacecraft hovering over the city and a few others. Being a light battlecruiser, the ship was enough to keep the beasts in check if things started to get out of hand. That should do the trick, Ricochet mumbled. There were a few more things to discuss, like the division of the loot and battle positions, but for now they had prepared as much as they could. And 0VL next. Calm. Most of Ashton's skeletons had to be stationed outside and on the first wall, as none of the mercs wanted to work on those posts. Some might think they were behaving cowardly, but Ashton understood their reasoning. Being on the front line meant accepting a death sentence. It was the least defended place, hence the survival rate was the lowest. That being said, the job there was the easiest. All they had to do was kill and maim as many beasts as possible. Since the job was simple, Ashton decided to make the best use of his skeletons. That said, he also had an ulterior motive, which was to judge Dolos' capabilities when it came to leading the troops. If the bastard proved to be useless, Ashton would discard him and create a new summon in his place. After all, he already had a few suitable targets in his mind. The rest of the walls were occupied by other mercenary groups. As for him, Ashton decided to take command of the second last wall along with his undead summons. If the beasts got past him, then it was all over. There was no one to help him except Cass, who was hovering between the walls. The troops were stationed and the sun went down. The night was eerily and unexpectedly silent. If someone had said a horde of more than 10,000 beasts was about to attack, people would have laughed at their faces and moved on. I don't think they are coming, Weimar sighed. Sometimes I wonder how someone as restless as you are still alive. Anna laughed. Just then, Cass said the words Ashton had been itching to hear. They're here. Sirens were blaring, and everyone rushed to their posts. Even Nico's former team joined in as it was high time. A moment later, trees were ripped apart as thousands of creatures rushed towards the city. Their crazed eyes didn't care if they had to trample over each other to reach the target. They just wanted to rip something. Anything with flesh was a welcome sight for them. Even the ground wasn't left untouched either, as the horde's raging steps sent tremors through the land. For the first time, Ashton had thoroughly researched the types of beings usually seen around Acuna. That's why he was surprised when he saw trolls rushing towards them. However, he wasn't the only one who took notice of it. What are trolls doing here? Anna questioned, but Ashton had no answer. They are not native to this planet, are they? The trolls aren't the problem, Lyhud remarked. If they can appear on a planet they shouldn't have existed, then who knows what else would appear. While handling trolls wasn't a big deal for them, that said, their sudden appearance undoubtedly wasn't a welcoming sight. But now wasn't the time to ponder. Cass, blow them up before they reach the walls. Ashton commanded, they'll destroy the walls if we leave them. Without wasting precious time, Cass immediately fired missiles at the charging trolls. Under the continuous barrage of rockets and lasers, the trolls' regeneration abilities were a joke. However, Cass had to use up all she had to stop them. Without Cass' help, Ashton didn't have a way to control the raging beasts. The battle had barely started, and things were already turning out to be hopeless. Anna, hold the fort. Ashton kissed her before jumping off the wall. Where are you going? Animal control, Ashton replied before running to the outer walls. Chapter 439. Come one, come all. 3. The starless sky was filled with smoke and dust. The smell of burning flesh and blood filled the smoky air. It didn't take a genius to know what was going on. Yet, it was better not to let the civilians ponder the details of the horrific scene from outside the walls. Watching the monsters was like watching the cornfield sway under the wind. Napalm missiles soared in the sky before dropping down on the beasts like magma from hell, but the beasts didn't stop as Dolos yelled fire. At the top of his lungs, boom, boom, boom. Numerous turrets rapidly rained havoc on the incoming beasts, while the skeletons tried their best to stop them in their tracks. The mercenaries were dealing a lot of damage, however. The endless horde seemed unaffected no matter what was thrown at them. When it felt like the situation was under control, another wave pushed past the injured ones and continued attacking whatever they saw. It didn't take long for them to push back the skeletons. Solo, one of the mercenaries stationed at one of the countless turrets, barely had the time to think as he kept hurling one artillery shell after another at the beasts. When he joined the group called the Vengeful Spirit, this wasn't how he imagined leading his first mission. Maybe I should have left with the rest, the blondie-haired metahuman mumbled to himself. At this rate, I'll die even before I rank up. He looked at the horde's ever-growing size and knew it was only a moment before the beasts would break past the first wall. Despite knowing how shitty it was, Solo couldn't help but think how the guys over at the second wall should slow down the horde. Either they'd achieve that by killing the beasts or being killed by them. Even in death, they should buy the rest of them some time to fight back. What's happening? Solo questioned a tentacled alien stationed next to him. I'm not sure, the alien replied. It seems the beasts are falling back. A moment of relief washed over their faces. It felt like they were dealing more damage to the beasts than they had assumed. Everyone began celebrating. However, Solo knew the beasts had no reason to stop attacking now. They had already pushed the defenders to their limits, so why stop now? Numerous creatures could be seen lurking around the edge of the forest, and it felt like they were waiting for something. Take cover. Solo yelled as soon as he realized something was off. Sadly, most mercenaries were less attentive than him, and became a target of the countless spikes hurled at them by the monsters. Blood and impaled corpses painted their side of the wall. The battlefield lay quiet, for it was now a graveyard of the unburied. In one swift move, the beasts destroyed whatever little bit of momentum the mercenaries had going for them. Solo carefully walked out of his hiding place, only to puke his gut out after witnessing the spine-chilling scene. Among the mangled corpses lay his comrades, and most were smiling, not knowing they had already embraced the afterlife with open arms. It's over. Solo fell on his knees, his clothes soaking up the blood of his comrades. The battle was lost, the enemy had won. At that moment he couldn't help but curse his greed. Had it not been for the money, he would have left Acuna with the rest of his team. The monsters were only a means to kill his friends in the end. He was the one who took their lives, and this feeling was eating him alive. The horde resumed his march, and there were no turrets to push them back this time. As everything seemed lost, something whizzed past his head. Solo turned around to see Ashton heading straight for the horde. Looks like he lost his lid as well. Solo mumbled, we're doomed. A few moments ago, Ashton flew over the walls as fast as he could, flapping his gigantic wings. People saw him rushing towards the beasts, and they were either baffled at his stupidity or filled with admiration towards his bravery. I hate to say this, but it is unlikely for the funneling strategy to work now. Their behavior is strange, and it's not how beasts would usually act. Aston replied, "It's almost as if they are being controlled by someone or something." I was thinking the same thing. Just then, an explosion interrupted their chat. A wall had fallen, but surprisingly it wasn't the first but the second. As Ashton neared the rubble, he noticed most of the people stationed there were dead. The few who survived were in no condition to fight, either mentally or physically. We thought we were being smart, but it was the other way around. Ashton shook his head and rushed into the area between the first and the second walls. As soon as he landed, he immediately ordered the skeletons to retreat. After all, the spell he was about to use did not differentiate between allies and enemies. Come one, come all. He yelled and slammed his fist on the ground. Skill. Heaven's downfall is taking effect. Not only did the earth split apart, everything in front of Ashton was set ablaze with hellfire. As soon as a beast stepped foot in the area, it burned to a crisp. More than 100 creatures were sacrificed to hellfire instantly. But Ashton wasn't done. To everyone's horror, he charged into the fiery pit without hesitation. But the flames didn't harm him, and it almost felt like they were bowing down to greet him. Those who saw Ashton couldn't believe their eyes, while at the same time, his faction members gleefully watched on. The hell are you bastards smiling for?" Weimer slapped one of them on the back of the head. "You get to smile like that when you achieve half of what our captain has. Now focus on your job instead." Why, sir? Chapter 440, Scorching Rain. Ashton had a contingency plan ready in case the formations collapsed. With the second wall destroyed and his skeletons rendered useless, it was time to implement the solo contingency plan. Although it meant he would have to fight the beasts alone, it was the best chance he would get at subduing the creatures. After all, most of his skills were structured to fend off hordes. Skill. Blood Mist is in effect. Since Heaven's downfall wasn't enough to kill every beast, Ashton decided to take things up a notch and activate another A1 skill. But unlike Heaven's downfall, the targets didn't need to step into an area. Instead, Blood Mist traveled to the targets. In other words, there was no way for the beasts to run away from the fog. Not to mention, Ashton could manipulate the winds using wind manipulation for faster propagation of the poisonous mist in the direction of the beasts. This concluded Ashton's contingency plan. However, not everything goes according to plan, for better or worse, and Ashton would learn that shortly. Skill. Blood Mist is evolving to skill Blood Rain. Active skill. Heaven's downfall is combining with Blood Rain. Passive skill. Draconic Physique is combining with Blood Rain. New epic skill. Scorching Rain Level 1 has been created. You can view the details of the skill in the Skills tab. Note: the user can still use the skills mentioned above separately as well as in the combined form. What the hell? Ashton did not plan for this to happen. All he wanted to do was to simultaneously use Heaven's downfall and Blood Mist to deal as much damage as he could to the beasts. Instead, he ended up creating a new skill. Blood Mist turned into crimson clouds dancing in the night sky, and the next moment, something unimaginable happened. Ashton couldn't comprehend what was happening, but a mixture of fiery poison rained down on the beasts. Interesting. You knew this would happen? I had my doubts. But nothing is predictable regarding skill combination, thanks to various RNGs. 2. Learn what? Don't burden your feeble mind with unnecessary things. Focus on the battle. The emerald green raindrops burned everything they touched. Those fortunate enough died as the raindrops drilled through their body and melted essential organs. But the unlucky ones had to suffer the torment of the sickening poison that rapidly spread through their bodies. However, that wasn't all. As much as the rain harmed the beasts, it reinforced Ashton's genes and abilities along with his skeleton soldiers. The cornered beasts again resorted to using the same skill they did to destroy the second wall. Thousands of spikes covered the skies before zooming in on Ashton. The onlookers gasped in horror. All of them had witnessed the destructive force of the spikes and knew the chances of Ashton's survival were low if not nil. While most mercenaries were worried about Ashton's well-being, the Goldwater mercenaries could not help but smile internally. It was no secret they loathed Ashton, and that's why his death was more than a welcome surprise. Goldwater mercs were so sure of Ashton's defeat that they almost left their posts to escape the horde. One can imagine the shock on their faces when Ashton was unrazed by the destructive attack. Take a lot more than that to kill me. Ashton smiled as Bone Goliath deflected all of the spikes headed his way. How is that even possible? Kern mumbled in frustration, that bastard is resilient like Kochega. Kochega? Some would think you were hoping for Reaper's death. Lyhud appeared behind the GW mercs like a ghost. Unlike his faults, Kern was a seasoned actor. Without fumbling, he recollected himself and faced Lyhud with a smile. Only then did he realize that Lyhud wasn't the only one behind him, but the rest of Ashton's faction was as well. No, I was complimenting his resilience. He said, my sincerest apologies if it came off as me wishing ill upon Mr. Reaper. Kochega? What's that? Anna asked Ricochet. Think of it as a space cockroach. Anna's eyes were red as soon as she heard that. Was this worm comparing Ashton to a cockroach? He was courting death. 3. Thankfully, Lihud was there to keep her in check. As much as Lihud despised the Goldwater mercenaries, he knew nothing good would come from needlessly fighting them. You should expand your vocabulary to find a better analogy, Lihud said with a smile, or else you'll end up in deep trouble one of these days. Aha, yes. Kern gave them a fake smile. So what are you doing here? I thought we weren't supposed to leave our assigned spots. Does it look like everything's going according to plan? Anna snarkily commented, the beasts are not getting past Reaper. And if they did, nothing would be able to stop them. Not you at least. Anna's remark made a vein pop out of Kern's forehead, but his smile was as radiant as ever. Kern was an great being, yet a mere creator was spouting shit about him? Had it not been for Maston, he would have made Reaper and his little lover into his bitches without hesitation. Sadly, he could only imagine how he would torture them to death, but keep his hands stuck to his sides for now. However, someone radioed in on their conversation before he gave in to his anger. Unless y'all are a bunch of professional wall climbers, boarding a ship would be the quickest way to reach Reaper. Cass' voice echoed through the secure channel, hop in, and I'll take you as further as I can without injuring the baby. The baby? Weimer voiced his confusion. She means the ship. Lihud replied, come on, let's get going. Author's note. 1. AoE skill, area of effect skill. In simple terms, skills/abilities that affect multiple targets in an area. 2. RNGs or random number generators are a way to introduce a touch of randomness and causality in games. Credit Google. 3. Courting death. It references Chinese novels' most beloved and cringeworthy phrase. You can now die of cringe, as I did while typing it. Chapter 441 Archive 1. Ashton had the beasts pinned under the thick foliage of the forest for cover. Sadly, there was only so much the trees could have done, and their safe space was rapidly shrinking. The raining poison was too potent for the trees to outstand the relentless barrage. Whenever the beasts tried to fall back, Ashton pushed the cloud further in their direction using wind manipulation, causing more devastation over and over. But when all seemed lost, many flying creatures appeared on the horizon and rapidly flew in his direction. What are they, kamikaze birds or something? No, they are something that'll ruin your day. What? Have patience and learn something yourself. Although a bit taken aback by such suicidal maneuver, Ashton wasn't all that worried about them. No matter how large and robust those flying creatures were, they won't stand a chance against scorching rain. Therefore, it surprised him when they didn't die even after spending minutes under the bloody rain. The birds covered the clouds, giving the beasts a fighting chance without worrying about the rain. How the hell are these birds not dying yet? Ashton cursed out in frustration. They have some special coating on themselves which they use to adapt to the harsh environment of Acuna. It seems their coat is resistant to your little concoction. Simply put, no matter how deadly your skill is, it's useless if it can't enter the target's body. While he was focused on the birds, the beasts on the ground charged at him. Despite trying to move the clouds away from the birds, Ashton had little success stopping the beasts as the raven-like birds quickly covered any gaps he created. Ashton was caught in a dilemma. If he focused on the birds, the beasts on the ground would eventually break through the walls. But if focused on the beasts, more and more of them would keep charging in and swarm him. In a flash, all the progress he made was ruined. I need to stall them till I get rid of those pesky birds. Summoning the bone Goliath had consumed most of the skeletons available, and the Goliath himself wouldn't have been nearly enough to stop the horde for an extended time. Time to fight like a necromancer. Translation. You want to fight like a bitch? You're a part of this bitch, so shut the fuck up. Although Ashton wasn't particularly fond of summoning an army to fight in his stead, he didn't have a choice in the matter. The support from a few zombies he could call from Valhalla will have to be enough. But then it clicked him there was someone who specialized in disrupting a cluster of monsters. Someone he had long since forgotten about. Almost instantaneously, a portal opened behind him. It wasn't the one leading to Valhalla, but to the Eastern Palace on Earth. As soon as the portal opened, someone popped their head through it. You want something? A surprisingly calm and soothing voice asked him. It's nice to meet you too, Ursa. Ashton casually greeted the siren. I see you found some clothes. I thought you didn't like seeing me naked, so I thought I'd wear something. Ursa smiled. I can take them off if you like. Not now, first get here. I'm in need of your help. Ashton mumbled while canceling Heaven's downfall skill so he didn't accidentally kill her. Ursa did as told and immediately realized what was going on. The horde, you want me to distract them, right? Ashton nodded, but don't worry, you won't be alone. Saying so, he opened yet another portal, which led to Valhalla. However, instead of something coming out, a portion of the undead world itself fell out of the portal, becoming one with the ground below. Within moments, something weird happened. Countless hands reached out of the portion of Valhalla, ripping it apart to reveal 40 zombies climbing out of there. Unlike the skeletons, these zombies weren't as mindless as some other creatures but carried specialized weaponry. Some of them carried swords and battle axes, while some had a shield twice as large as their bodies. A few even took bows and arrows, and the rest were mages. All of them bowed before Ashton, eagerly waiting for his command. Ensure her safety, that's all. I don't care about anything else. Ashton commanded before flying towards the birds above. The zombies nodded and assumed a defensive formation with Ursa at the center. At the same time, Goliath stood in front of them like an impregnable wall. Skill. Aggravate has been activated. The aerial beast saw Ashton coming and immediately attacked him. As he neared them, Ashton realized why scorching rain did not affect them. Their wings were made of some metal that protected them. However, their metal wings weren't strictly used for defense, as Ashton realized a moment later. Hundreds of birds threw themselves at him like javelins. The control they had over themselves was impressive. Even with wind manipulation, Ashton would have struggled to pull off maneuvers like them. Sadly for the birds, just because Ashton couldn't match them, it didn't mean he couldn't disrupt them. Instead of using wind manipulation to move away from them, he used it to pull the birds towards him. Ashton struck as many of them as he could using Aggravate, making them bleed uncontrollably. At the same time, Ursa let out Siren's cry, attracting the beasts towards herself. Ashton and Ursa attacked the beasts on two fronts simultaneously, causing an uproar among the beasts. This sudden attack was Ashton's makeshift plan, and he decided to render it useless when he caught on someone kind of centralized intelligence controlling the beasts. After all, counterattacking two different fronts at once would be difficult regardless of how intelligent the one controlling the beasts was. It's just the beginning, Ashton thought, and dove towards the monsters headed towards Ursa. Enraged birds followed him since he had angered them. Everything happened so quickly that the beasts had no chance of survival. As they neared the beasts, Ashton retracted his wings and fell to the ground. However, the birds couldn't abruptly stop their momentum. As a result, the birds hit the beasts like bullets from a high-caliber machine gun. Each bird hit around a dozen of beasts. As a result, thousands of beasts were dead and more were injured. Still, thousands of creatures were alive, and it would have taken hours to kill them all by himself. Thankfully, Ashton wasn't by himself. After all, no one could have done a better job scavenging than the Wraithwolves. Another portal opened up, and this time, hundreds of Wraithwolves climbed to hunt down the survivors. They have been breeding a lot more than I thought they would. Well, it's a good thing. Now you don't have to worry about them dying often. I'm no Zyron. I care about them as I care about my summons. You make me regret being a Zyron more than anyone in the universe. What's going on here? Weimer questioned as soon as Cass landed the ship. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Beasts are attacking each other, and Reaper is chilling amongst them? They are his pets, Anna replied while patting the nearest Wraithwolf's head. Don't worry, they won't harm anyone unless Reaper instructs them. Either way, let's make ourselves useful, shall we? Call everyone else for cleanup. On it, Ricochet exclaimed and contacted the rest of the mercenaries. The Horde had been dealt with, however. Their job was far from over. Chapter 442 Archive 2. Within moments, everyone from the mercenaries to Acunians was hard at work. Ashton couldn't kill all of the beasts, but he took care of the majority. Those who survived were too afraid to show up again for a long time. At least that's what everyone was hoping. Even in victory, their task was far from over. Just because the beasts had been dealt with didn't mean everything was fine. After all, the one controlling them was still somewhere out there. As for the beasts that ran away, they didn't flee from fear alone. They were running away in confusion, as if they weren't aware of what had happened moments ago. As if that wasn't enough, Ashton couldn't brush off the feeling of someone watching them, hidden deep within the foliage of the endless forest. The alarming thing was, even with his heightened perception, he couldn't feel anyone's presence in the woods. Whoever it was, they had to be master in becoming one with their surroundings. It wouldn't be wise to chase after them just yet. I know. I'm not going to face an unknown enemy unprepared. It's not like your plans live to fruition either way. Just look at what you planned and what happened today. Technically, that was your plan. Feel free to bitch about your failure now. I liked you better when you had 2 intelligence points. I liked you more when I didn't know you existed. The burning pain of humiliation aside, that was a good one. Thank you. Been learning it all from you. Reaper, you good? Lyhud rushed to check him for wounds, only to be left with his mouth hanging wide open. As absurd as it was, there wasn't a single wound anywhere on Ashton's body. Yeah, I'm fine, Lyhud. Thanks for asking. Ashton replied absent-mindedly, finally turning away from the forest. Tell the others to collect some corpses and leave. I don't think those beasts would appear here anytime soon. Wait, you're just gonna let them have it? Weimer expressed his displeasure over Ashton's decision. They didn't even do anything. Be that as it may, it won't be fair to withhold them from getting what was agreed on just because I made a decision. Ashton replied. Everyone would have gotten a chance to fight if I didn't charge at the Horde like a war-crazed maniac. Still, it's not like they'd have been a lot of help. Anna chimed in, but it's your decision at the end of the day, and what's next? We need to fulfill Eulah's request. But I don't think it'll be that easy. Ashton scratched his chin. Ashton didn't mention why it would be challenging, But Anna instantly knew what he meant. Since no one had found the artifact till then, it only meant it had been hidden in a remote location or someplace none of them would ever find it. Blindly going around the planet looking for the artifact would take them decades, if not centuries. Even then, there was no guarantee they'd ever find the staff on their own. They desperately needed clues, and the only ones who could provide some were the humans at Ashton's mercy. Weimer, keep a portion of the corpses separate from the rest. Ashton instructed him, be sure to throw some rare ones in it as well. Oh, you're amassing some for your exclusive use? Weimer asked, hinting at Ashton's necromancy. Nope, you can say. It's for donation purposes. Donation? To who? Some grumblers. What do we do now? Nico's former teammates were busy having a deep discussion amongst themselves. They had hoped the beasts would be able to complete what they failed to do. Sadly, that wasn't the case. Not only did Ashton survive, but the mercenaries also did not suffer enough loss for the army to overwhelm them into submission. As if that wasn't enough, the number of beasts he soloed was more than they had ever killed, even if outside help. Those corpses were worth an astronomical amount of money. Even having 100 or so of them should be enough for the city to last for a decade. With the cult representatives dead, we can't even contact the cult. Someone let out in frustration. Even if you could contact them, how would you explain their people died? Yet another blue-haired individual spoke up. I heard one of the branch leaders has the ability to interrogate the dead. A single fallen cultist is all they need to know how we stabbed them in the back. Enough. Kalia slammed her fists on the table. As she gazed around the room, all she saw were a bunch of defeated people struggling to keep their heads in the right place. More importantly, she couldn't believe they still wanted to kill Ashton, even after what they had witnessed. A bunch of dancing monkeys. That's what you all look like right now. She yelled again. Instead of thinking of ways to ensure our people's survival, you are busy cooking up ways to get revenge? How dull-headed can you possibly be? Kalia's words seemed to bring some sense of duty within the people. They were well aware of what was essential and what wasn't. Still, they were in denial. Denial that their strongest warrior was dead. Denial that a mutant defeated them once again. Denial that they had no leg to stand on anymore. Without speaking another word, Kalia got up and turned to leave when her subordinate stopped her. Don't tell me you lectured us only to leave? Leave? I would have left this forsaken planet long ago had it not been for my loyalty towards these people. Kalia sternly replied, even now, I will do anything to ensure their survival while you wallow in self-pity. As soon as she said that, Ashton appeared before them like a shadow. The humans immediately jumped back in surprise. Large beads of sweat trickled down their heads from anxiety. At that moment, they knew Ashton could have shortened their lifeline based on how much of their conversation he had heard. I heard you were willing to do anything? Ashton asked Kalia with a smile. If that's the case, then I might have a proposal for you. What proposal? I assure you you'll love it. Chapter 443 Archive 3. Despite protests from others, Kalia knew better than to argue with Ashton. The reinforcements they had called from the capital would take a couple of days to arrive there, as Cass had shut down the teleportation network a while back. Those reinforcements were the only chance they had to re-establish order in the city. But till then, they'd have to entertain whatever Ashton deemed fit for them. Don't worry. Unlike what you know about mutants, we too have hearts. Ashton played a sympathy card on her. It'll ensure the safety of your people till you get back on your feet. How very generous of you, Kalia sarcastically replied. Sarcasm is not going to help your case in the slightest. Ashton sighed before stopping at the main square. These are for you. Kalia looked up and couldn't believe her eyes. Hundreds of relatively intact monster corpses had been neatly arranged in stacks. A few human scientists were already fawning over them like flies. Their excited squeaky voice was all she needed to know the value of the corpses. She stared at the mound, then at Ashton and then back at the scientists. Dozens of thoughts rushed into Kalia's head at once. Why was Ashton showing her this? Well, the answer to that was quite obvious. Ashton was dangling a bone in front of the dogs to get something from them. The question was, what could he possibly want from them? After all, Ashton had already taken control of the city. Anything he wanted from them, he could have taken without any resistance from their side. Apart from that, there was no reason for him to be kind to them all of a sudden. Keep at it and you'll overthink yourself to death. Ashton scoffed. Sometimes the reason can be much simpler than the absurd theories the brain comes up with. You can't expect me to believe you suddenly became our benefactor, can you? Kalia replied once she got her head back in place, especially after what we planned to do to you. Ashton sensed a bit of regret in Kalia's voice. Unlike the rest of them, she was genuinely worried about the people, and wanted to do anything to help them. Her sensitivity and loyalty were why he chose to strike a deal with her instead of anyone else. It is as you said. I shouldn't be generous to you or anyone who decided to mess with us, Ashton calmly said. That said, I'm not petty enough to punish innocent civilians for the mistakes of a few. Especially since I once was a human too. Bullshit. Kalia called him out. You're no human. Anyone with half a brain cell can determine that much. And anyone with a quarter of a brain cell would know the difference between past and present tense. Well, it doesn't matter. I want to enter the archives, and in exchange you can have these corpses your scientists have been drooling over. Kalia was taken aback. The existence of the archive was a well-guarded secret even amongst the Acunians. As the name suggested, the archive was a record of everything the humans had ever encountered on the strange planet. They started centuries ago and have been maintaining the record ever since. What worried her the most wasn't how Ashton got to know about the archive but why he wanted to access it. An outsider like him had no reason to enter a sacred place important to humans. I'm afraid no such thing or place exists. I don't know how you got that information, but Weimer, has everyone received their share? Ashton unhesitatingly interrupted Kalia. Yup. All of it locked and loaded. Weimer replied with a thumbs up. A shame. But I guess there's nothing else to do. Ashton shook his head as he pointed at the corpses in front. Get someone to burn them all. Since we can't take them with us, we might as well get rid of excess luggage. All right, I'm going to call Bella for help. Weimer mumbled and was about to leave when Kalia jumped to stop him. The corpses were vital for their survival, and she couldn't allow them to be taken away or worse, destroyed. So much for doing a humane thing. She blurted out, her eyes red and flaring up from a mixture of emotions. That's the problem of showing pity to fools like you. Ashton said while gesturing for Weimer to stop. You see kindness as weakness and strictness as tyranny. You should be well aware of the situation you are in right now. Ashton got awkwardly close to Kalia's face before continuing. This city of yours is nothing more than a whorehouse for the mercenaries. The only reason they have been holding back is me. The moment I let go of those sickening bastards, the things they'll do to you people. Even Satan would have a hard time keeping a straight face. Your compliance is the only thing that can save your people now. So either you do as I say, or this city of yours will be left in dust before the reinforcements you are so dependent on ever get a chance to fire a bullet at us. Ashton's warning rang inside Kalia's head for a long time. She didn't know how, but she could tell Ashton wasn't joking. If she failed to appease him, everything Nico had worked for would be useless. There was hope before. Just a tiny flicker against the wind. But not anymore. If Ashton was already aware of the reinforcements coming, they were of no use anymore. A surprise attack was the only thing that could have stopped Ashton. But with the element of surprise lost, there was nothing they could do to defeat the mercenaries. I can't decide by myself. Kalia's hostile tone was nowhere to be heard now. The rest of the council has to agree to it as well. Then I believe you'll do a great job convincing them. Ashton smiled reassuringly. Off you go now, and remember, time is ticking. Chapter 444, a quest like no other. The next day. Rain on Acuna wasn't anything like on Earth. The winds were less violent, but the icy cold raindrops felt like miniature daggers, ready to skin a person alive. To make things worse, the raindrops were known to move horizontally instead of vertically, making it more difficult to trace the path ahead. The way through the forest was muddied, forcing everyone to move at a snail's speed. Thankfully, since Ashton and Anna both shared an affinity towards the fire, the coldness of the weather had little to no effect on them. As for the sharp raindrops, they had borrowed special armor from Kalia to protect themselves. Ashton and Anna were the only ones who entered the forest to look for the artifact. He had a plethora of reasons for not allowing the rest to follow them. The most important one was to fulfill Eula's request and add a new weapon to his arsenal. Since Eula was adamant about not letting anyone else know about the artifact, Ashton decided it would be best to travel in a pair. Also, traveling in a large group under those weather conditions would have further slowed their speed, and time was something Ashton couldn't afford to lose. As for the rest, Weimer and Lyhud were watching the city in Ashton's absence. Their main job was to stop reinforcements from breaching the city until they returned with the artifact. Goldwater mercenaries were also helping them, but Ashton knew it was only a front for them. It only took an hour before a handful of them left the city, and they have been on their trail ever since. Ashton paid no heed to their presence because if he wanted, he could have erased his presence in a moment. If worse came to worse, there were other ways of handling them as well. Killing them wasn't off the book either. After all, framing the beasts for attacking them wouldn't take much convincing to make everyone believe him. Also, since Ashton had instructed them to stay in the city, they were neglecting his orders by following him, so their death was none of his concern and wouldn't cause any immediate problems for him. That said, Ashton had ulterior motives for allowing them to follow him. Half a dozen rank C mercenaries were more exceptional meat shields. In a twisted way, the mercenaries could be thought of as alarms to notify them of an attack. Obviously, Anna knew all about it. Not to doubt you or anything, but how can you be so sure this is the place where the staff is hidden? Anna questioned Ashton as they took refuge in a small cave to catch her breath. I'm not sure, but I feel this has to be the place. The archive clearly stated that whatever's in the cave is the reason the beasts act weirdly. Ashton mumbled while staring at Seraph's crystal in his hand. While Ashton went through the archive earlier, Astaroth shared some interesting information. Apparently, Seraph's crystal was something of a precursor artifact itself, given to him by the precursors themselves. If it was true, Then it was clear these artifacts were doing something to make these creatures go wild. Ashton's deductions were based on the Gorillan cave where he found the crystal, as it was a likely example of the case. The creatures living in that forest back on Earth were also behaving strangely until Ashton took control of the crystal. Just like the creatures of Acuna were behaving strangely. However, at the end of the day it was just a theory. A likely one, but a theory nonetheless. But it was the only hint Ashton could find about the staff's existence in the archives. Well, there's nothing to lose at this point, Anna said as she stepped out of her rain protective armor, but I can't say I'm not surprised at their sudden obedience. It almost feels like the humans were happy to send us off. Of course they were. Ashton shrugged. There's a reason why not much is known about the cave despite the humans living on the planet for centuries. Within the archives, the Black Cave was referred to as the Cave of Death. The reason being no human being who went inside the cave ever returned, and out of the 99 expeditions sent to uncover the truth about the cave, all ended in disaster. Moreover, since no technology seems to work within the cave, they couldn't even send a robot to do the work without sacrificing manpower. In the end, humans decided to give up on the cave altogether and focus on more important things. That was the reason why Kalia and the council were so eager for them to leave. In their eyes, they were getting rid of Ashton for free, and in his absence it would be easy to handle the rest of his faction. Little did they know Ashton had left Sven and Dolos to protect his people while he was gone. If they foolishly attacked anyone they shouldn't have, his summons would ruin the entire city. After a couple of minutes, they were ready to explore the cave. The inside of the cave resembled the boundary between day and night. Despite the outside being fairly lit, the insides were completely dark. Other than the periodic sound of dripping water, the entire place was shrouded in eerie silence. It wasn't the first time either Anna or Ashton had encountered a place right out of a horror movie. But even then it was quite an unnerving experience. With a snap of his fingers, Ashton created a small orb of fire to light their way as their flashlights weren't working. Even the glow sticks they brought were proving to be useless against the endless darkness of the cave. It's quiet, too quiet even. Anna mentioned, didn't the humans mention howling sounds and whatnot? But this place is as quiet as the Queen's funeral march. Ashton had noticed something similar, but before he could reply, the entire cave was filled with a putrid smell. A smell both of them were oddly familiar with. Undead. They simultaneously exclaimed and got ready to fight. Flames began circling both their fists. Anna's hair turned red as if lava was flowing through them. Without wasting another moment, she hurled a fireball ahead of them, hoping to hit something. But what they saw next left both of them shocked. Everything ahead of them, from the floor to the ceiling, was made up of rotten flesh. The yellowish-black mass in front would make even the strongest men empty their bowels right then and there. I guess now we know why it was so quiet inside the cave all of a sudden, Ashton mumbled. As much as I don't want to say it, it seems the cave is a sentient being. What makes you say that? Honestly, it's just a hunch. Course it is. Anna sighed. As much as I love you, I hate it when you voice your so-called hunches. I know that feeling. What you love me to. I agreed with the latter half of Anna's statement. I have no interest in you, of all people. Apart from your bullshit, do you know anything about this? Can't say I do. As far as I'm aware, even the Zyrans have no records of encountering anything like this. That wasn't what Ashton was expecting to receive as an answer. But seeing as he didn't have any other way, he decided to summon a bunch of skeletons and have them lead the way to see what would happen. But it seemed it wasn't going to be so easy as a notification appeared as soon as Ashton tried using Valhalla. A domain of the dead already exists in the vicinity. Unless the field is deactivated or the caster is killed, the skill Valhalla can't be used. Upon defeating the owner of the domain, the user can integrate Valhalla with the existing domain to establish control over the dungeon. An emergency mission has been issued. Objective: clear the dungeon. Task: Phase 1. Hunt down all undead beings inside the dungeon to weaken the boss. Phase 2. Once the creatures have been dealt with, the boss would reveal itself. Get rid of the boss. Undead creatures receive a 20% stat bonus inside the dungeon. Progress. Phase 1. Undead critters killed. 0/400. Killing each undead weakens the boss by 0.1%. Undead wraiths killed. 0/20. Killing each undead weakens the boss by 1%. Undead generals killed. 0/4. Killing each undead weakens the boss by 10%. Phase 2 boss killed 0 to 1. Reward: random increase in stats, total points, 100. Grim Reaper's Gauntlets, Special Summoning Skill Scroll, Evolution of Necromancer Class. Mission commissioned by the system. Priority level 1. The host cannot ignore the mission. The dungeon's exit will remain sealed until, and unless the mission is completed. Anna received the same notification as well. Like any normal person in her shoes, she was a bit worried. However, Ashton's confident smile quelled her tension away. It's annoying that I can't summon friendlies here, but a 20% stat increase doesn't seem bad at all. Chapter 445 The Art of Necromancy 1. Unaware of the danger Ashton had thrown himself into, Vulcan was busy mending and crafting weapons on the ship while playing with Aegis. Staying true to his words, he wasn't going to aid Ashton in any way. After all, the staff was a dangerous artifact that should remain hidden, especially now when corrupted minds were abundant in the galaxy. Vulcan wasn't judging Ashton, but there was the risk of him losing the Staff of Eden to someone whose goal could be destruction on a scale unforeseen by anyone. Not to mention, the trial to obtain the staff would take a lot of work. The precursors would have made sure of it. But then again, it wasn't the first time Ashton had defied the odds and overcome trial, which no one would dare to attempt, let alone survive. Am I in the wrong? That single thought shook his resolve. Not helping Ashton was one thing, and letting him die was another. Vulcan couldn't let Ashton die as he was the only one who could end Xiron's tyrannical rule over the galaxy. Suddenly, Vulcan was reminded of a conversation he and Ashton shared as they made their way back to Colonel Tower after defeating Phantom. They had been discussing Xyrans and their society to understand them better. After all, outsmarting someone was impossible unless someone knew about them like the back of their hand. And you think you have a solution? When Ashton mentioned defeating the Xiran Council, Vulcan smirked. You, who couldn't even take care of this Phantom person, want to take on the Xyrans by himself. Kid, defeating a battle-hardened Xiran would be much more difficult than you think. In zero? ELBI? I did defeat one of them, though. Ashton confidently replied. A general, even then you almost got killed in the process. Vulcan slapped Ashton on the back of his head. You don't plan on having near-death experiences with every Xiran you encounter, do you? Ashton remained quiet as Vulcan continued. In case you're unaware, let me enlighten you. Beelzebub, the Xiran you are so proud of defeating, is the weakest member of the council. Under normal circumstances, someone like him wouldn't even qualify to join the council as an attendant, let alone a member. However, he did so through marriage. Apart from him, the rest of the council consists of scrayed beings, whom even I would not want to face in a fair fight. Ashton's silence grew louder when Vulcan finished spewing facts at him. Defeating Beelzebub knocked the winds out of his lungs. Even then, Beelzebub's carelessness and arrogance were the only reason he managed to take him down. That's why, even though Ashton had gotten a lot stronger than before, in the end, his current strength wasn't nearly enough to handle the Xyrans. His fight with Phantom only solidified his weakness. I admit our current situation is bad, Ashton finally replied, but it's not like we're heading out to fight them tomorrow. The way I see it, they're the ones at a disadvantage. We know who our enemy is, but they don't and they want. We strike them first and strike them hard. So hard they'd have a hard time standing up, let alone fight back. It won't be easy, but in time we'll emerge victorious. For now, there's only one thing to do. Gather resources and ensure not to arouse any unwarranted suspicion. Ashton's words were full of confidence, even Vulcan couldn't help but imagine what it would feel like to defeat the undefeatable. However, at that moment that's all it was. Thought nothing more. Even decades worth of preparation won't be enough to fight them. Vulcan maintained his defeatist attitude, which was not surprising after everything he had witnessed during the Precursor Xiran War. If the Xyrans could defeat a godlike species, then what could a band of baboons possibly do to them? Thanks to their superiority complex, Xyrans have wronged way too many people and civilizations. Potential allies lay in every corner of the galaxy. Once the war breaks out, we'll have an army waiting to join us. Ashton shrugged before laughing, but if you're going to keep bitching like a baby, then it would be best for you to stay behind. Back to the present. Vulcan sighed as Aegis' squeaky voice pulled him out of memory lane. The little creature seemed worried about something as he snarled and ran around the room like he was intoxicated. The next moment there was a series of distant explosions. The shockwaves formed by the blast were enough to shake the ground violently. Something weird was happening somewhere in the forest. What is that brat up to now? You have slain multiple enemies. Progress. Phase 1. Undead critters killed. 231/400. Killing each undead weakens the boss by 0.1%. Undead wraiths killed. 3/20. Killing each undead weakens the boss by 1%. Undead generals killed. 0/4. Killing each undead weakens the boss by 10%. Phase 2 boss killed 0 to 1. This is going to take a while, Anna mumbled, her fist still ablaze from the explosion she had caused. An undead dungeon was the best place for a pyromancer like her to show the extent of her abilities, as the undead were weak to fire. In fact, it was the only element that could fatally injure them. Even then, she was barely able to keep the undead in check. The insect-like critters were incredibly annoying as they kept on resurrecting the undead. The only way to ensure they couldn't raise the dead again was to thoroughly burn every corpse Anna and Ashton came across. Hence the explosion. It had been a while since Ashton disappeared, saying he had something to take care of. While he was yet to return, it was Anna's job to ensure no critter made it past her. She didn't know why, but Ashton mentioned it was vital. If he doesn't return soon, I'm gonna suck a lot more than just blood from him. Anna yelled and continued blasting the critters. Just then she heard footsteps behind her, the same place Ashton had disappeared. The only issue was that hundreds of them proceeded in her direction instead of one. She turned around, only to be greeted by hundreds of skeletons who promptly rushed past her and attacked the undead. "What is going on here?" she mumbled. "Just one of the many tricks I have up my sleeve," Ashton replied. "A trick called Corpse Parade, to be precise." "I thought you couldn't summon skeletons in here?" "I didn't. I just greeted new ones from scratch." Anna didn't fully understand him, but as long as they had allies to depend on, she wasn't complaining. "Let's clean this sewer of a dungeon." Ashton winked at her before jumping into battle. Author's note: the following is the skill description of Corpse Parade skill, which Ashton earned as a reward for qualifying for the Academy. Corpse Parade. This skill allows the user to temporarily make a lower-level undead do their bidding. It can also be used to make skeleton soldiers to aid the user in battle temporarily. Chapter 446, The Art of Necromancy 2. Causing explosions left and right might have been the obvious method for killing the critters, but it wasn't the wisest. Anna's actions had given their location away to everyone following them. Kern's men were one of them. Ashton had disappeared into the dungeon before they had a chance to know the cave's location. But thanks to the explosion, the gold watermarks found their way to the cave. After that, it was only a matter of time before they got the same notification as Ashton and Anna. "We can't exit the cave now?" Luno, Kern's newest recruit, panicked hard. "There are more important things to worry about than that," Grim, the team leader, calmly explained. "See whether we can contact the commander from here or not. If a connection establishes, request immediate backup. If we fail, I can't have that werewolf and succubus running out of here." "On it," another soldier replied before fiddling with the radio. The radio packed quite a punch. So much so that one could easily have interplanetary contact with someone stationed on a nearby planet or satellite. That's why it came as a surprise to everyone when the radio malfunctioned inside the dungeon. Deep furrows on Grim's forehead were a clear sign of his annoyance. Just like Luno, the entire team consisted of newly recruited members. That's why they wanted to take this opportunity to prove their loyalty and worthiness to the Gold Water. But it didn't appear their task would be a smooth sailing one. Belonging to the tardigrade species, they were nomads who lost their homeworld to natural causes, and have lived as refugees on other worlds, and as integrated members of various alien societies ever since. However, most of them were treated as outsiders, and that's why they had people-pleasing tendencies ingrained in their behavior. Tardigradian mercenaries were no exception. Their will to force themselves to go to extraordinary lengths to accomplish their task was one reason Kern hired them. N0? ELBI? And listen up, Grim exclaimed while grabbing the rest of the team with an arm each. "The situation seems dire. Handling the undead should be easy as Reaper and his girl would take care of them. Isn't it wrong to let others do our work?" Toasty, the youngest in the group, interjected. Tardigrades were hard workers and didn't appreciate anyone taking their work away. That's why they were surprised when Grim mentioned letting their enemies do the work for them. Slap. "Don't open your mouth until I say so," Grim retorted. "As I was saying, we'll let them do the heavy lifting for us. Fighting against the undead should tire them out enough. Once that happens, we'll sweep in to claim the staff for ourselves. Anyone has any doubts?" Luno was the first to nod. Although confused like the rest about skipping work, he knew better than to voice his thoughts. "Jenko, you stay here. As soon as the barriers lift, you will contact Commander Kern and inform him about the situation." Grim handed everyone their orders. "The rest of us will head deeper into the dungeon and try to steal the staff. Anyone is scared, they can stay back." As he said so, he waited for anyone to say something, but no one did. His men were braver than Grim thought. Either that or they were fools who would believe anything he said. To them, it would appear Grim trusts them, and that's why he was taking them deeper into the cave with him. But their thinking was flawed and far from reality. Instead of trusting them, Grim was planning on using them as meat shields when the time arrived. "Without proper equipment, these idiots are the only ones who can save me from the undead," Grim thought as they headed inside the cave. Amongst the team, Grim was the only one who had some experience fighting against the undead. The rest were teenagers who wanted to make a name for themselves. That said, they would do anything Grim told him to without blinking twice. In other words, Grim was planning on taking advantage of their blind trust in him. "Let's go." In the meantime, Ashton and Anna were slowly progressing through the dungeon. Handling the race wasn't challenging in Anna's words. They were weaker than the critters. Ashton knew it wasn't true. Critters were weak creatures, there was no denying that, but the only reason it seemed the race were easier to deal with was that it wasn't their first time fighting against them. Earth was abundant with wraiths and similar creatures, and hence both had enough experience dealing with them. However, Ashton could no longer control the undead as the duration of Corpse Parade skill was up. Now they will have to face the undead generals and the dungeon boss without help. "Should we head inside?" Anna asked. Ashton stared at the rusty doors in front of them. Behind one door stood the generals, the second last hurdle to obtaining the staff. Dealing with the generals would weaken the boss to the max. The only issue was there were two doors in front of them. One led to the generals while the other to the boss, and they didn't know which was which. Ashton tried to cheat his way using his perception, but that was a bust as the material of doors stopped him. In other words, they were blind. Opening the wrong door could be catastrophic, but it was a risk they had to take. I have a plan, Ashton mumbled as he walked up to the adjacent door. It'd either mess everything up or save us some trouble. You're not planning to do what I think you're planning to do, are you? I'm going to open this door. If the boss comes out of here, open your door. Ashton explained his master plan. Either the generals would attack the boss or vice versa, or the 5 of them would give us the gangbang no one asked for. That's the most ridiculous plan I have ever heard of. It is what it is. Ashton shrugged. As a wise man once said, if you lose, blame it on the RNG. Sometimes I hate that I love you. Anna smiled and took her position. I'm ready. Both of them took a deep breath as Ashton pushed his door open. I should have known my luck. Anna opened the door. Chapter 447 The Art of Necromancy 3. Ashton stared at the boss across the opening in front of the room. Soon enough, the undead generals also began pulling out of the next room. The boss resembled a humanoid like Goliath, but the human part of the humanoid was long ago. Instead, what Ashton saw was a walking chunk of flesh and bone consisting of hundreds of individuals who were sent to explore the cave before them. As for the generals, they were pretty similar to the shadow soldiers Ashton raised from death now and then. The resemblance between the two was too much to be a coincidence. Someone had left these soldiers behind to protect the treasure from getting into the wrong hands. It was probably a precursor's curse that took such a horrifying face. All 5 were at least 10 feet tall giants, looking down on their prey until their eyes met. Ashton thought he was seeing things for a moment, but the dungeon boss smiled at the generals as if he was reuniting with long-lost friends. At that moment, Anna realized they fucked up big time, and Ashton's expression told a similar story. The entire point of simultaneously opening the doors was to allow the generals and the boss to wear each other out, and then the 2 of them would take down whoever was left standing. However, if the monsters were going to act all buddy-buddy, then their plan was pretty much busted. The best they could do now was for one to stall the boss till the other got rid of the generals. Once the boss was weaker, they'd strike him down together. The only question was, who would become the bait? Ashton was faster, had perception, and battle tactics. Ideally, he could predict and dodge the boss attacks. But on the other hand, Anna was suffering from mana exhaustion after causing so many explosions and couldn't kill the generals by herself. Since mana exhaustion also affects physical abilities, letting Anna stall the boss wasn't a viable option either. Not that Anna would make any excuse to back out of facing the boss if Ashton asked her. Just like that, the couple was stuck between a rock and a hard place. There is one thing you could do. I'm not going to use a skill if I'm not certain about its effects. Ashton immediately understood what Astaroth was suggesting to him. Hell Summon was a skill he earned along with Seraph's Crystal, but had never used because the skill itself was an unpredictable one. The skill description was very vague, and all it mentioned was that it could call a creature from the depths of hell to the world of the living if the user wished it so. In 0? ELBI? And, however, if the summoned beast were at a higher level than the user, they would gain their freedom and cause havoc everywhere. Using Hell Summoning, he could effectively worsen their lousy situation. Going all out against the beast wave didn't seem a good decision anymore. Thanks to that battle, most of Ashton's deadly skills were currently on cooldown. With a quick movement, the boss jumped behind the generals. Simultaneously, the 4 undead generals drew their swords, pointing towards Ashton. Oh, the successor of the Grim Reaper, they simultaneously spoke. Prove your worth or let your blood be the sheath to our blades. What kind of drama have they been wasting their time on? Even in the face of danger, Ashton's sarcasm was on point. Even though having the generals focused on him was bad news, Ashton was relieved that Anna wasn't on their radar. Instead of idling around and wasting time, Ashton immediately drew Bomband and got ready to take them on as the generals lunged at him. In one fluid motion, Ashton crouched, and their attacks whizzed past his head. Ages of inaction had slowed their movement, which was perfect for Ashton. Enraged, the generals struck again. Their lifeless eyes turned red inside the helm. Despite increasing the power, the result remained the same. But they didn't stop. Slowly but surely, their attacks were becoming more coordinated and fast. It was progressively turning difficult for Ashton to keep up with their ever-changing attack patterns. Even Anna could see with every attack, Ashton was being pushed back. It was almost as if the undead were adapting to his moves and simultaneously coming up with plans to counter him. I need to help him, she cursed her uselessness at such a crucial time. But alas, there was nothing she could do. Without mana, she was no different than a powerless human. Just then, she turned towards the dungeon boss surprisingly. His eyes were glowing like the generals. Suddenly it all made sense. The reason the undead generals were getting better with every passing moment wasn't their strength or abilities. Instead, they were simply puppets being controlled by the puppeteer, the dungeon boss. I must take him down or sever the connection between him and the generals. Anna thought to herself and slowly walked to the boss blind spot. She might not have any mana, but she had years of training as a werewolf. That should be enough to rip out the bastard's eye, at the very least. However, The boss waved her into silence before she had the chance to do anything. This is a trial for the successor. No interference shall be tolerated henceforward, and refusing to cooperate would lead to instant execution of the troublemakers. The boss spoke as the ground froze her into place. Insignificant beings like yourself are only allowed to spectate from a distance. Nothing more. Who are you? Anna could help but blurt out. However, the boss ignored her existence and continued guiding the generals in their fight. The generals once again struck Ashton. But this time he didn't back down or try to dodge. Bauman slipped out of his hands as Ashton leapt to deliver a debilitating blow to one of the generals' necks, nearly severing it apart. Blows like those wouldn't be sufficient to pass the trial. The boss spoke up again but was interrupted by Ashton. Watch and learn, Ashton smirked. Almost instantly, Bauman flew over to the general Ashton had hit and finished the job in one strike. The general's head flew over to the boss' feet as the glow in its eyes disappeared. Once done, Bauman immediately took his place beside Ashton, floating in midair. A soul blade. It's been long since I have seen one. The boss mumbled, you have me impressed. Take pride in astonishing the archlich who served under the first necromancer, the great Grim Reaper. The room's appearance changed into that of an arena in an instant. Anna was nowhere to be seen in that stony arena. Ashton and the generals were the only ones facing each other. Teleportation magic? I don't think so. Look up. Ashton did that, and the archlich stood looking over them, with Anna frozen on his side. Let the trial begin. Chapter 448 The Art of Necromancy 4. The empty stalls of the mausoleum were filled with skeletons cheering on for a fight. Had it not been for the innumerable lanterns hanging around, it would have been impossible to see in the pitch-black darkness, let alone fight in it. I assume you are not getting paid for this performance. Ashton didn't bother replying. At the moment, he was solely concerned about Anna's well-being. Fret not, mortal, the lich exclaimed as he noticed Ashton's lingering gaze. Your companion is safe and sound within the shell of ice. I have but only immobilized her. She remains conscious, however. Her life is in your hands. He continued, defeat my loyal subjects to complete the trial, and she shall live, fail, and she shall perish. The outcome is in your hands, not mine. I urge you to tread carefully, or else be prepared to taste pain that no resistance can protect you from. You better keep your word, Ashton replied before turning to face the generals. In a surprising turn of events, two generals stepped back, leaving Ashton to face their leader. Whether it was for the sake of fairness or out of foolishness was up for debate. But one thing was as clear as the skies above, Ashton did not care about their righteous behavior. You have begun a new chain quest. Objective: complete the second phase of the trial. Task: take down archliches summoned undead soldiers. Progress: 111 liches soldiers killed. Reward: none. Punishment for failure: user Anna's death. Mission commissioned by System. Priority level 1. The host cannot ignore the mission, nor delayed. Variables were one thing Ashton had come to hate with all his being. Earlier he only had to take care of the generals and the lich, that's all. But thanks to the moronic system, he would not have to kill not 4 but 10 more soldiers. Getting upset over it isn't gonna save Anna, Ashton thought while curling up his fingers to fight. The general, wanting to match his opponent, also gave up on his weapon. However, it was a fatal mistake on the general's part. Just because Ashton was using his fists, it didn't mean he won't use his sword. Being the owner of the soul blade, Ashton wasn't required to physically hold Bauman in order to use it. His thoughts were more than enough to control the blade. Massive claws popped out as Ashton rushed towards his undead opponent. The general's fist met him halfway, but a moment before they could collide, Bauman jumped out of Ashton's inventory and slashed the general's hand in half. Ashton immediately changed his stance and buried his claws deep within the general's helm. Rotten blood gushed out of the dark helm, covering Ashton's hand. However, the soldier was unaffected by the cheap shot and struck Ashton with his remaining arm. Bauman once again tried to interfere but was knocked away. Ashton was flung away, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Although he had managed to block the strike, he wasn't unscathed as his left forearm was cracked. The general charged again, and Ashton barely dodged his massive fist. Or so he made it seem. The moment the undead thought he had the match in his bag, Ashton kicked his knee, shattering it. As soon as that was done, he leapt onto the bastard's back and slid his arm around the undead's neck. The undead flailed his arms around but couldn't get Ashton off his back. The vice grip slowly got tighter and tighter around the general's neck, until the moment Ashton ripped his head off with his brute strength. An instant later, the undead fell to his knees and momentarily stared at Ashton before turning to dust. The skeletal spectators loudly booed. The general wanted a fair fight, but Ashton used a weapon instead. In their eyes, Ashton had cheated in a fair fight. Progress: 211 liches soldiers killed. On the other hand, Ashton paid no attention to them and prepared for the next challenger. However, none of the remaining 2 generals stepped forward. At the same time, the crowd stopped booing. Surprised by the sudden change in the environment, Ashton turned his attention towards the Lich, who had raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop. Once everyone was quiet, the Lich turned his focus toward Ashton. Explain. What? Ashton replied. The involvement of your weapon against an unarmed opponent was immoral. The Lich clarified his question. Explain your stance, and based on that, I will decide your punishment. This is a war. Everything is a fair game. This is a trial, not a war. For you to show off your deplorable underhanded tactics. The Lich interrupted. Were you in control of your blade, yes or no? I wasn't. Ashton replied, thinking if he said so, the Lich wouldn't be able to punish him as the blade had a mind of its own. Very well then, hand it over. The Lich smiled. I'll keep the blade with me since you can't control it. Checkmate. Neither Ashton nor Astaroth had not expected the Lich's next move. Having said that Bommand had a will of his own, Ashton could no longer command him to leave his side. If he did, it would show that Bommand was under his command all along, hence prompting the punishment. However, before Ashton could do anything, the Lich began giggling. How a fool like you became a necromancer is a mystery worth solving. The Lich smiled. I already know what a soul blade is, mortal. Hence, I'm well aware you were controlling the blade all along. Had you been honest with me, I would have let you off easily, but now your punishment would be considerably severe. The Lich snapped his fingers, and a part of Anna's icy coffin melted instantly. What do you think you're doing? Ashton yelled at the top of his lungs. Executing justice, Lich replied, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and an arm for an arm. P1Es visit N01BAE. The Lich summoned a skeleton to hold Anna's arm as he prepared to sever it. However, at the last moment, someone kicked the skeleton away while at the same time, a dagger was lodged into his chest. What sorcery is this? Lich yelled, baffled by what he saw in front of him. Surrounding Anna's coffin were Ashton's undead. Raven was the one who had struck the Lich, while Dolos, Celeste and Sven were protecting Anna. But that wasn't all. Atlas and Gokung had taken care of the undead generals. Sorcery? It's the art of necromancy. You should know it, right? Ashton smiled. Chapter 449 Lich No More 1. Sorcery? It's the art of necromancy. You should know it, right? Ashton smiled. As soon as he said that, the Lich realized his mistake. By teleporting Ashton to the arena, he had essentially lifted the constraints according to which Ashton couldn't use Valhalla, as the restriction was only valid within the cave and not the arena. How long had you planned this? The Lich screamed, utterly baffled at the turn of events. Pretty much since we got here. Ashton replied before flying over to the Lich. Could you remind me what you said a few moments ago? Something about an arm for an arm. The Lich threw Raven's dagger away and retreated towards the stony arena where Atlas and Gokung had killed his remaining generals. Progress. 411 Lich's soldiers killed. A notification soon verified the result of their efforts. However, the Lich wasn't fazed anymore. Keep him busy, Ashton instructed his summons before turning to help Anna out of her icy coffin. As you wish, Sven spoke on their behalf, and within moments, the undead had surrounded the Lich. Don't waste your efforts, mortal. The Lich laughed maniacally. The ice won't melt, nor would your beloved awaken till you complete the trial. The situation unfolded, as the Lich said. No amount of hellfire could melt the smallest piece of ice on Anna's body. Ashton had been calm and collected since the trial began, but now he had started showing signs of frustration and anger. Hold on a little while longer, he mumbled with a smile before heading back down to the arena. You confuse me, mortal. The Lich spoke as soon as Ashton appeared before him. You have no grasp on the power asleep within you. Your fate was written before you even existed. Yet you desperately cling to your weakness. The Lich pointed at Anna before continuing. Involving yourself with those creatures will do you no good. You must let go of any feelings you may have towards other mortals before you gain immortality. Great, another incel. Ashton cracked his neck. Why don't you bring out the rest of your pipsqueak army so I can burn some steam instead? The Lich didn't bother replying, but it was clear Ashton's words had some effect on him. Suddenly, a black staff materialized in Lich's hands. At the same time, the skeletons around the arena transformed into a variety of soldiers. From spearmen to mages, every unit ever used in a battle was present there. But that wasn't all. 7 portals simultaneously opened behind him. What happened next surprised Ashton even more. Why am I not surprised? Out of the first 5 portals, doppelgangers of his summons appeared, while the last portal remained sealed. What will you do now? Lich snarled. In Lich's experience, people always struggled to win against doppelgangers of themselves or their allies. Not only was the task excruciating physically, but it could also deal massive mental trauma. Lich expected Ashton to be baffled and admit defeat. However, he had not expected what would happen next. That's the best move you got to test me? Ashton laughed, as did his summons. You're kidding, right? Unbeknownst to Lich, Ashton's summons had spent countless hours fighting in Valhalla. That said, they were well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and could exploit them at any moment. Making them face each other was the stupidest decision the Lich could have made. and Ashton waited no time before getting his point through to the Lich. No wonder your so-called Grim Reaper is nowhere to be found. With idiots like you as his subordinates, the man must have suffered serious brain damage and died. The Lich had had enough of Ashton's nonsense. The mortal was one of the succession candidates. That's why he wasn't planning on killing him, as his master had mandated him only to test the candidate, not to kill them. However, by insulting the Grim Reaper, the boy had crossed a line he shouldn't have. Even death wasn't suitable punishment for him. The Reaper's eyes began to glow wildly, and the remaining portal was opened, out of which walked an undead dragon, Lich's most prized possession. Your death won't be a pleasant one, you arrogant bastard. The Lich roared at the top of his lungs. A moment later, the army of undead charged at Ashton and his summons. Ashton and his summons quickly managed to dispatch their doppelgangers and the skeletons. However, the dragon was a different deal altogether. No matter how much Ashton or his summons tried, they couldn't put a single dent in the dragon's bodies. Not only that, Lich was continuously casting curses at them. The longer they fought, the slimmer Ashton's chances of winning got until they became non-existent. First Gokung, then Sven and Raven, followed by Celeste and Dolos and finally Atlas. All of his summons were granted eternal sleep. Ashton wasn't in great shape either. Ashton summoned whatever strength was left in his body and lunged to deal with the dragon. But with a flick of its bony tail, the dragon snapped Bomband in half. Defeat, what does it taste like, mortal? The Lich laughed while standing on the dragon's back. Where has all your confidence disappeared? Do you have no more cocky comebacks? Ashton pursed his lips as he punched the ground. He had been defeated. With his sword and summons gone, he could do nothing to defeat the dragon or even a random undead soldier, for that matter. This was it. Death had arrived for him at last. The Lich kept barking at him, but in his last moments, he averted his gaze to take a last look at his beloved. Unlike him, Anna's face was calm in her slumber. Anna's calmness had a strange effect on him. Suddenly, all the urge to fight back was gone. He didn't want to struggle in his last moments, as peace was the only thing on his mind. Die. Lich roared as the dragon ripped Ashton's head off his body. I won. No one is more capable of being Master's successor than me. It was rare for a Lich to feel anything positive, but he was oddly happy. Moments later, the realization dawned upon him. Finally caught up to it, eh? Lich looked up to see Ashton's smiling face. They were still in the arena, but the dragon or the undead were nowhere to be found. It almost felt like the Lich had woken up from a slumber. How? You think you're the only one who can use magic? Anna interrupted him. Unlike before, Anna was sporting her succubi armor. One look at her armor was enough for the Lich to know what had happened. A succubi's illusion. How did you know it was an undead's weakness? The Lich asked, to which Anna shrugged. It was a weakness? Good to know. She replied. However, the Lich was still confused. After trapping Anna, she shouldn't have been able to move, let alone cast magic. Then it hit him. You used your spell as soon as I released your arm from the coffin? Lich mumbled while shaking his head. Years of inaction clouded my judgment. Very well, you have bested me, succubus. I admit defeat. You have cleared the dungeon. The system will now be randomizing suitable rewards due to the involvement of a second party. P1Es visit N0V1BAE. Second party? Chapter 450 Lich no more 2. Before Ashton could ponder more about the second party, Anna collapsed. Casting illusion on the Lich was more problematic than she thought, and what little bit of mana she had regenerated was pulled away from her, making her unable to do anything more. At the same time, they returned to the cave right in front of the boss room. The doors were wide open, and a staff could be seen floating in the middle of the empty chamber. As much as Ashton wanted to take the staff, he couldn't. If anyone but a succubus so much as touched the staff, they would be gone forever. However, the prize inside the other room was all his. But before that, there was something else he had to check. Name Ashton Fenrir. Species, human-based tribrid active, carbon-based spacefarer active. Status, Zompirewolf. Class, Revenger werewolf class, Blood Mage, vampire class, Necromancer, zombie class. Subclass, Cinder Soul. Title, Defiant. Novice Brewer, Monkland Slayer, Researcher, Owner of the Eastern Palace, First Modern Spacefarer of Earth, Hydra Slayer. Age 16 years. Gender male. Great tire evolution is possible. You can begin the third stage of the evolutionary process. Cumulative level, 180. Affiliation self. Level. Werewolf level, 90%. Vampire level, 90%. Zombie level, 90%. Stats. HP 21500/21500. Mana, 18,000/18,000. Dark Aura, 12370. Damage, 314. Armor, 269. Stealth, 299. Stamina, 285. Agility, 239. Intelligence, 389. Unused stat points, 0. Nature, calculative. Unforgiving. Already maxed out grade, huh? Ashton mumbled. As part of personal rewards, he was supposed to get 100 stats points. However, during randomizing the rewards, those points were taken away. Usually, that would have made Ashton go batshit crazy, but there was something else he was concerned with, namely his evolution. Unlike one common task, he was assigned 3 missions for all his primary genes. It was a bit weird, but considering specialized his genes were, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Just so you know, from now onwards, you will have to evolve all your genes before you can turn into a Zompirewolf again. Otherwise, the imbalance within your gene could lead to unforeseen problems. So basically, you're saying I should evolve all of the genes simultaneously? Yup, and good luck with that. It's not an easy feat. If it were, we would have hundreds if not thousands of scrayed beings in the galaxy. Ashton scoffed, ready to prove Astaroth wrong again, and continued checking on Anna, who was sound asleep. Although Ashton always thought he was the one protecting Anna, had it not been for her, the Lich would have screwed him up for good. Wait, where did that bastard disappear to? Ashton frantically got up, scanning everywhere. Although the Lich had admitted defeat and the dungeon had been effectively cleared, Ashton was not planning on leaving the Lich alive. After all, he was too dangerous to be left alone. Master, he's there, Sven yelled, pointing towards the boss room. Ashton headed straight into the room with Atlas closely behind him while the rest protected Anna. Lich was headed towards the Staff of Eden. Fearing the worst, Ashton leapt to push the Lich away. However, the Lich stopped him in midair with a snap. Atlas rushed to help his master but got stuck in an invisible force field. A moment later, Lich walked past the staff, opened a concealed ancient-looking chest, and pulled out a piece of paper and a pair of black gloves. Once done, he returned to Ashton and snapped his fingers again to free Ashton and Atlas from their invisible prison. Just because you deceived me once doesn't mean you are superior to me. Lich sighed before handing Ashton the paper and the gloves. These were the possessions of Lord Reaper. Since you're deemed a worthy successor, these now belong to you. Ashton used detection on the gloves without wasting any moment and was surprised by what he saw. Item: Grim Reaper's Gauntlet. Type: Armor/Stat Enhancement Gear. Magical Defense. 500,600 HP per strike. Stats bonus. Armor. Plus 10% while equipped for use. Mana. Plus 300% while equipped for use, up to a maximum of 30,000. Can be increased when more equipment of the same set is found. Intelligence. Plus 20% while equipped for use, up to a maximum of 200. Can be increased when more equipment of the same set is found. Rarity. Legendary item. Description. A legendary piece of equipment of unknown origins. However, more about the equipment might be found once more parts of the set are united. It can be only equipped by a high-leveled undead or a necromancer. The weapon had been enchanted and imbued with unique abilities and effects. Effects. Drastically decreases the intelligence and mana required to cast spells related to the necromancer class. Reduces the intelligence required to resurrect or create undead soldiers by 70%. The skeletal soldiers created no longer suffer through weakening resulting from resurrection. Instead, being turned into skeleton soldiers increase their stats and levels. Set items gathered. May 10th, partial set effect can now be triggered. Grim Reaper transformation. The user can turn into a being of absolute death for 5 minutes. During this time, the user turns immortal. Furthermore, undead under the user's command would be buffed permanently. The user would also ignore all restrictions on the necromancer or related class, and would be able to regenerate undead soldiers infinitely, while the transformation is active. Item: Grim Reaper's Scythe can only be used during the transformation. Other effects would be revealed as more set items are gathered. To think you challenged me before you had at least 7 set pieces. Lich scratched his head. I wonder how you were able to survive till now with that recklessness of yours. I just got used to it by now. This fucker won't listen to reason either way. Ashton ignored Astaroth as a sloth would ignore danger, and instead turned his attention towards Lich. So what now? I don't understand. Lich was still talking when someone entered the room. Don't touch that. Lich yelled at the person behind, but it was too late. A blood-soaked Grim was standing next to the staff. This artifact better be worth the sacrifice of my brothers. Grim smiled as blood dripped from his hair and onto the staff. What's going on? Someone stop it. The curse of the staff forced Grim to transform, just like it forcefully changed Lilith into a succubus thousands of years ago. However, Grim's transformation was not as pretty as Lilith's, as he became one with the darkness. I hope you are ready to battle again, Lich mumbled. I'm afraid I'll be needing some help this time around, so I have a choice. Ashton shrugged and drew bombed. There's no rest for the Reaper.